Sports station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Happy Monday. Appreciate you starting the week with us. Payne and Pendergast, but Sean's out. I'm Luke Morrow in for him alongside Seth Payne. Hope you had a great holiday weekend. Seth, good morning. How was your July 4th weekend?
It was great. It was absolutely incredible. We did all the stuff you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Just did hot dogs and fireworks and lawn work. That was the trifecta for the things our forefathers would have wanted us to do.
That's right. Right. Very American. Well, glad you had a good time. I was, we went out to, I live in West U. We went out to a...
Damn.
Nah, well, let's take it easy.
I didn't know you were a West University in.
Yeah. I love telling people because it's a lot fancier than our reality. And
it's like Sean claiming that he lives in River Oaks. Technically.
Yeah. In our neighborhood, it's like mansion. Oh, there's our shack. Mansion. But we do live in a nice area at least. So we went to the local pool. There's a community pool. That's the best part about West U, or some of just the perks in the neighborhood. But we went to the pool on July 4th because they were having a whole pool party. And there was a guy there that looked like he had to have either have been or is currently an athlete. And he looked like a football player. The dude was built. He was about 6 feet, muscles on muscles, great shape. He was in the pool like with a long sleeve shirt on. He had the hat on, glasses on the whole time. Like he was trying to keep a low profile. And you've probably had this experience too, Seth, but I spent the second half that we were there the whole time just like staring at this guy, trying to figure out, like, who is this? This has to be somebody. And I imagine in your life as a former NFL player, people have probably looked at you trying to figure out, like, this has to be a professional athlete. Who is this guy? And I don't know if he knew that my eyes were on him for a long time, probably, making his wife uncomfortable. But I was trying to figure out, like, this has to be, and I never figured it out, but I was like, this has to be either a former player or a coach or somebody. This dude is too built to just be a regular guy walking around.
Yeah. No, that's, I don't get it as long as I'm not lifting weights, I don't get it that much. As soon as I start lifting, it's like I could lift for 2 weeks and then immediately I start getting those questions. But I look more looking like a beefed up librarian these days. So there's lots of tall guys, especially in a city this big. So I don't, and I'm old now, so I don't get that as much. But yeah, it's one of the things about being in Houston. There's so many professional athletes, not just from the local teams, but from guys that retire and live here. That I find myself a lot of times kind of walking past somebody my own age in the grocery store, and we kind of eyeball each other, and we're pretty sure that we used to both play in the NFL. But who's got room for more friends?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not the type of I'm not going to go up to this guy and just make small chat. So I was like creeping over towards the pool, trying to eavesdrop and hear if I could catch a name or something, or like, what is this guy? Is he talking about the Texans? Is he talking about the NFL?
Well, so do you get credit for this now, though? Okay, if you're an athlete, if you're a professional athlete at the public pool, and it's in some in a normal suburb or out in the country or something, I feel like you get extra credit for being a man of the people. I don't know if in West U that applies as much.
It's true.
I don't think as much of like that you get. You know what's weird? When I lived when I played for the Jaguars in Jacksonville, there's just gated golf communities all over the place, and most of the people like who have the means, or a lot of them, end up living in gated communities. It's almost just the standard, and I always felt weird about that. So I lived like in a normal house on a normal street, and people would always act like I was a saint walking on the earth for just living in a normal neighborhood. And I was like, yeah, I feel like you're kind of calling all the other guys jerks. I didn't think anything of it. But like in Houston, it's not as the gated community thing isn't as big a deal. At least, inside the loop and everything, obviously. So you see a lot more just commingling out in the public.
Yeah, I went to a couple weeks, maybe months ago now. I went, and I was the only person in there that recognized him. And look, I don't have. We know the McNairs, obviously. They listen, they pay attention. I don't have the ego to think that he knows who I am. I'm only here occasionally. But we locked eyes, and I think he knew that I knew who he was, and we kind of like acknowledged each other, but I wasn't going to say anything. Nobody said a word to him. He came in, grabbed his coffees, went back out, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, that was just the owner of the Texans popping in here. Nobody even realized. So to your point, you can't exist around here as a celebrity or whatever without a bunch of people noticing. Nobody else went up to this guy, so I don't know. They were all busy with their kids, obviously. I said, go play over there. I'm trying to figure out who this guy is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I never got the ansor.
You should have, you just have a casual walk up and you could have dropped your hot dog in front of him or something. The last place I ran into Cal McNair in nature was at an academy, and he was buying grilling supplies. Like he is about as down to earth, just a low key billionaire as you'd expect to see.
That's how I would. That's the dream. I want to be Adam Sandler, just like walking around in baggy gym shorts.
Yeah,
and people think like you look like a schlub, but really you're a millionaire, and you're just like you're an everyday guy. That's the American dream here, coming off July 4th weekend. Hey, the Astros are coming off. Let me not bury the lead. The Astros are coming off a big weekend as well. They take 2 out of 3 against the Rays, getting that win yesterday, 2-0. The Rays, third best record still as we wake up today, third best record in Major League Baseball. They entered the series on an 8-game winning streak. To me, I've always still have been like 1 foot in, if that, with these Astros. So I've still been skeptical. But that was the biggest series victory of the year to me. It wasn't the Royals. It wasn't the Twins, the teams they've been beating recently. This was a really good Rays team. And the Astros, even though they didn't get a good performance from Hunter Brown on Saturday, still found a way to win 2 out of 3. It felt like a really big prove-it series, at least for me. I don't know how you felt, Seth, but for me, I came away thinking like, okay, maybe I can start to take this team seriously in the AL.
100%. And I think, so much of it revolves around the pitching and what are you going to see from them? And we know the bullpen has really come along in the last month or so. But I think getting those performances out of Arrighetti and Lambert are probably the most promising developments. And like Lambert has been pitching well, but I also think you're at a point now where, Espada at times, I think, has left Lambert in too long. He's left a lot of pitchers in too long, and a lot of that comes from earlier in the season when, they just didn't have enough guys in the bullpen. The starters weren't eating up enough innings that he was really in a fix. Where now, I would say both arguably with Arrighetti and Lambert, you might say, man, you could have left them in a little bit longer. But they were both, he was in a good position with both of those guys, to where I understand why he would, and it worked out. Like with Lambert yesterday, you bring Okert in to face a lefty, and they end up swapping him out, and it was, but it all worked out, and they have the relievers when you can line up Okert, King, and Hader. You feel just awesome about that compared to whatever the hell we felt like in the first couple months of the season when we might have to see Abreu out there in a clutch situation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, the bullpen handled their business again yesterday, and this bullpen has been really good, as has the team. Over the last 6 weeks, the bullpen, I believe, is still number 1 in ERA, and the Astros are number 1 in the American League. They're 25-16 in their last 41 games, which is a quarter of the season like that all year, you'd win just about 100 games, which is pretty remarkable. So they have the highest winning percentage the last 6 weeks. So if you're an Astros fan, you're probably thinking, like, how come you're only buying in now? But because on the flip side, and we know this with baseball, you can always find stats to make your argument. But on the flip side, the Astros still, despite this run, have the 4th worst run differential in the American League. And I'm a big run differential guy. You know, the run differential tells you that they've overachieved by 6 games so far. They're still only in 3rd place in the worst division in baseball, and they're also 4 games under 500 against winning teams even after this weekend series. So they've been playing really good baseball the last 6 weeks, but then for me, it's still hard for me to settle some of those bad numbers that I usually look for over the course of an entire baseball season to tell me how good a team truly is.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right to care about run differential. You know, the stat heads try to tell you it's some kind of it's a Pythagorean theorem of like whatever the win-loss ratio,
right,
of points for and against. It's like, yeah, okay, no, we don't have to attach any lingo to it. It's better to score more runs than you allow, and like over the course of the season, those things tend to balance out. I think that the biggest and craziest thing is that this series that you feel best about, or at least, you know, I think you and I both feel a lot more confident after winning a series versus the Rays, is you're also sending Jake Myers and Joey Loperfido down to AAA and just continuing this whatever the hell's going on in the to the point where, I mean, you know, yesterday they pinch hit DeZenzo for Taylor Trammell, and I find myself like wondering, like, how am I getting angry about this? And yet I am, because I feel like Espada is just trying to get too clever too quick, and then DeZenzo ends up doing well out there. But these are the options. Like, there's no options that you feel awesome about for really giving you any kind of offense in the outfield.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's I don't know who it's an indictment on. Like, I didn't like at the time. You could go back. I don't tweet a whole lot, but you could find the tweet at the time of the trade deadline last year where I thought Jesus Sanchez was the best addition for the Astros. It obviously did not work out last year here in Houston, but then I hated that trade for Joey Loperfido. And so far now, as we sit here on July 6th, I don't know what Sanchez's numbers currently are. I haven't checked the last, 2 weeks, but he was having a really good year.
Yeah.
And Loperfido...
He was playing a lot better than he had in Houston.
Yeah.
And remember also that the Blue Jays hitting coach up there at the beginning of the season had basically said that the Astros ruined Sanchez last
right.
year. I'm paraphrasing, but...
Right. So maybe it was never going to work in Houston, although, of course, they did change hitting coaches. But, that was a career-low OPS he had for his half a season in Houston. That's not the norm. That's the outlier. I like Jesus Sanchez, and he's having a really good year. Meanwhile, Loperfido goes down to AAA. And so I don't know if that's more of an indictment on Dana Brown, where you look at the Dubon trade, you look at that trade, neither one has worked out well for the Astros, or if it's more of an indictment on Jim Crane for forcing those money-saving moves. But here we are on July 6th, where Loperfido, one of the big addition, along with Jake Myers, and you have Lamonte Wade in the lineup, and then to your point, DeZenzo, who, in Dana Brown's defense, DeZenzo got a big had a big at bat to tie up the game there yesterday, or Saturday rather.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just, to me, it's another sign of just some of the holes, I guess, on this team of that Loperfido. Jesus Sanchez would be a big help. Instead, you have Loperfido. Now he's in AAA. And you look at this lineup, there's only 3 guys with an average OPS, a league average OPS on this team, but they have the pitching right now, and they keep finding ways to win here the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, somebody asked me about Lamont Wade this weekend about so is he a rookie? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure. Let me check. Yeah, he's 32 years old. Whatever. I know his numbers are promising so far, but it's a very small sample size, and it's he likely is what he is at this point in his career.
Yeah, exactly. Big series coming up, though. Well, first, before I get to that, let me put you on the spot here already. 6:12 in the morning. Who do you think was who had the bigger pitching performance? Spencer Arrighetti or Lambert in terms of trying to take that and move forward? Who do you think that was bigger for? Arrighetti and what he did Friday, or Lambert yesterday? Because well, I was just to set it up. Arrighetti had the great start to the year, then had really been scuffling, and we thought now he's regressed to the mean. But then pitched really well Friday. Lambert, meanwhile, we're waiting for the other shoe to drop, and yet the guy just keeps dealing. I don't know if it's ever going to drop.
Yeah, I think with Arrighetti, because we've seen this, Arrighetti has acknowledged it himself. He tends to be pretty streaky. He'll have this awesome month where where you feel like 600 round he is, and then he just has a month like the previous month. And I think for Arrighetti, and especially right now, as you approach the All-Star break, whatever he's figured out or whatever he's had to do, hopefully this is just back onto that stretch where he's done in the past. Have a great second half of the season. I think it was a bigger day for him. Lambert, yeah, I'm growing kind of maybe a little too casually comfortable with Lambert, and part of it is he just does it with attacking the zone, a variety of pitches, just changing up his velo and everything. He just feels like a true craftsman,
Mm-hmm.
Like he understands his craft.
Yeah, and he was he was a first-round draft pick, went to Colorado where all pitchers, go to fail, and then now here in Houston has been given maybe a better opportunity, and things are certainly clicking for him this year. So he's always had the ability and the talent, just hasn't been able to put it together at least to this season. But he's been pitching really well.
As a pitcher going to Colorado, just think about what that must do to your psyche. In terms of just, your career, this is in baseball almanac for the rest of your life. No matter how well you pitch, it's not going to look that good, and
right.
that's the high. That's a high standard. You just people are going to have to explain. You could end up being a Hall of Fame pitcher, but people are going to have to explain to future generations exactly why the first 5 or 6 years of your career didn't look that impressive.
Yeah, it's like in The Office where Ryan says that Pam is like a Scranton 8 but a New York 5 or something along those lines. Yeah. It's similar where it's like, well, and he has a 5 ERA. That's like a 4.5 ERA somewhere else, or maybe a 4 ERA somewhere else. It's not bad. You got to grade it on a scale.
I feel like if you're you've got aspirations of being a great novelist or something, but you're forced to take a job at BuzzFeed, and you're just like, this is the crap I'm going to be putting out. I'm going to be writing listicles for the next 6 years.
Yeah, exactly. Big couple of days coming up here, starting tonight. No rest for the Astros. 5:45 first pitch against the Nationals. And I know we haven't really had to care about the Washington Nationals for a few years, or at least since that World Series. But they are over 500, and they have one of the better offenses. Their pitching is lousy, but they have one of the best offenses in the league. And, Seth, as you pointed out before we came on the air, you had the 3 good arms over the weekend, and now you get Mike Burrows tonight, Ime tomorrow against one of the better offenses in the league, on the road nonetheless. So now let's see if you could keep this momentum going with these guys the next 2 nights.
Yeah, I am excited for what hangs in the balance in terms of my own psyche over the next 3 days. That's Burrows and Ime immediately just give us something to feel really good about headed into the All-Star break. And except we'll probably see Burrows again, right? Yeah. So there's this next couple series before the All-Star break where Jordan will also be. For those of you who didn't know, he's not going to be doing the home run derby, so you don't have to worry about any of that.
Yeah, screwing up the swing.
Yeah, they talked about they were talking about it with Caminero yesterday about the perceived that sometimes just don't do as well after they do the home run derby. I could go either way on that debate. I'm just glad to not have to be a part of it.
Yeah, I don't like it. I wouldn't want my guys like Jordan in the home run derby. I think they've tried to crunch the numbers before. I think people have done the quote-unquote studies and found that it really doesn't have overall, on average, it doesn't have a huge impact on these guys' second half of the season. But there are enough cases we can point to where maybe it's just coincidence, but it's like, that guy, he didn't do so hot second half of the year, or at least the weeks that followed the home run derby, because it is it can be a tiring experience. It can, we believe, alter your swing. I just don't want Jordan there.
Even just from an injury standpoint, it's like going out. It's a different sport almost, doing a home run derby. Even though it looks very, very similar to the thing he does every single night, it's still, you're taking all these monstrous hacks in a row, and for whether it messes up your swing or it could, tweak your oblique or something, I just don't like. I don't want Jordan Alvarez going out and splitting a bunch of firewood during the All-Star break either.
Yeah.
It's a similar motion. But it's that can be dangerous sometimes. The similar motion where it feels comfortable to just go all out, it's you feel it the next day.
Yeah, it can be dangerous. Ask Chris Hansen and Jack Del Rio.
You ever go to the gym and you haven't done legs in a long time and you decide to do legs? Mm-hmm. Or even if you have been doing legs but you decide to do some kind of groin exercise or something. And you think, I'm in great shape and everything. Sure, I'll just get on that adductor machine and do 6, and then you can walk for 3 weeks afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. No, I know it too well. Baseball talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. By the way, yeah, Jordan's also the same guy that got injured, like stepping on home. So let's not have him swing a bat any more than he really needs to. Coming up, hey, we have a big soccer game tonight, and or match, I should say. You could tell I'm not a soccer guy. Big soccer match tonight, and we also got big news over the weekend that a red card suspension was actually suspended. Are we happy, or should we be embarrassed? We'll talk about it next here on Payne and Pendergast.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A big part of being a championship team, which I'm not saying the Astros are, but a big part of getting there is taking care of business when you're supposed to take care of business.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Should we feel happy, or are we feeling a little embarrassed based off of the news yesterday with the World Cup, where they have suspended the suspension for that run out to Flo Balogun? Hey, it's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow, in for Sean, alongside Seth Payne, of course. And you can always join the conversation. I should have mentioned this earlier, but 713-572-4610 to text the show at any time. Yeah, so the big news over the weekend is that he'll be able to play in the match tonight with Belgium, 7 p.m. start here Central Time, big match. And, Seth, I don't know how you feel, but I was surprised by the reaction of obviously, a lot of fans happy.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not even getting political here. We're not even talking about the political side of this because, as the stories go, that's what led to the suspension of this quote-unquote suspension.
Yeah, the U.S. and Donald Trump himself reached out to FIFA and had conversations with the FIFA president, and this ends up getting revoked, or suspended the automatic one-game ban. Didn't revoke the red card. They suspended the one-game ban.
Yeah, it's pushed off a year, so he will serve a suspension, but not for a year.
This is one of those all-too-easy situations. What we've gotten really good at America at doing, Luke, is saying, hey, let's separate politics from this. Nobody's better at it than us yeah. As of late, but especially when it involves the president, especially. I do feel like I'm ambivalent about this to an extreme degree. So I would say whoever the president is, whether it was Trump or Obama or Clinton or Bush, I feel a little bit uneasy about the president reaching out to FIFA and putting in a position where FIFA doesn't have the best reputation for running things on the up and up. America is a bully, and I feel like it's the perfect storm of a whole bunch of crap that I had gotten myself all geared up for. Okay, man, if the U.S. wins this game without their best player because of an unjust red card, that'll be the story of all stories. And now I feel like that it's tainted any potential victory, regardless of where you stand politically. And at the same time, also, it was an unjust red card, or at least the suspension feels excessive after the red card. I'm cool with it. I understand the red card part of it, but it just the fact that you do get suspended for the next game feels extreme and heavy-handed.
Yes. Yeah, it does. We were talking about it in the group chat yesterday, and I feel like there should be a sliding scale. And same thing in college football with targeting, where, let's have a yellow card, a red card, and then in soccer, in between, add an orange card where that's the rest of that current match.
Yeah.
But you don't have to miss any other time afterwards, which similar in college football with targeting, where I think we need a little more judgment involved instead of, once you get a targeting penalty, you're out for the next game as well if it happens in the second half, where it might just be incidental. I think similar with some of these red cards, too, where I haven't found anybody who has agreed that, oh, yeah, that was a good red card. That was the right call. It was a bad call. I don't think it should mean you automatically miss the next match, but I also don't think it should mean that we bend the rules, which, for those that are unfamiliar and curious why this is such a big story, it's because, this never happens. They don't ever reverse this to allow a player to play.
It appears to be the first time since 1962 that a red card during a World Cup didn't result in a suspension. So it's and this is one of those things where it's impossible now that because Trump called the FIFA president, it's impossible to not connect dots. And yet, is there any world in which FIFA would have come by this decision without the U.S. exerting pressure, intervening somehow or some way? It's hard to imagine that would be the case, given this is the first time it's happened since 1962.
Yeah, I wasn't expected, and that's why I was saying the embarrassing part is because it just feels like classic us of forcing him back on the pitch, and it's reminiscent again, like you said, regardless who the president is or even whoever made the call, it feels like you didn't make the baseball team growing up, and your parent calls the coach and is like, "Hey, you got to put him back on the team. What are you doing?" And and then that's how you get your spot on the roster.
If you're the rich kid on the team, that like you're the starting pitcher, and you're self-aware that you're not the best, or you're like you're the best, the number one pitcher on the team, despite being like the fifth or sixth best pitcher on the team. Yeah.
When like it's embarrassing when you're like, I shouldn't be here. I'm not supposed to be here.
This is where I am with it. I think I'm going to go based on the fact that the U.S. players themselves, I think from everything I saw, I thought they handled it all with grace. I think they did, like, they weren't happy about it, obviously, but there wasn't a whole bunch of, and everything kind of put their heads down and gone about their business. And the other thing, too, is you have to remember, U.S. is an underdog when it comes to soccer. Listen, this isn't like the Yankees outspending everybody every year, or the Dodgers or somebody like that. This is a little bit different. We're the lovable underdogs. That's how I choose to look at it.
Yeah, that's true. We're fixing an injustice to the underdogs.
The part of it, okay. So these are the two things. First, there's the jingoistic side of me that says, screw what anybody else thinks around the world. USA, damn it. And we believe that we will win and such. But then there is the other part of it. Man, it's been so nice the last few weeks getting all this love heaped on us from all of these countries saying, no, America's different than what we were led to believe. These people are so friendly and they're so awesome and they're so nice. And now, bam, we got this potential for huge divisiveness, and all the goodwill from the last few weeks feels like it's just going to dry up and blow out the window as people are driving at breakneck speeds down our open rural highways and amazed at how big our cars are and how cheap the gas is compared to a lot of European nations.
Yeah. It's true. It's true. And if you're looking at the odds, by the way, U.S. We were, I think, a slight underdog previously, and then once this news came out, became a favorite. And then actually overnight, for whatever, it's not a good sign, but we've been bet back to even. So money's been coming in on Belgium the last 24 hours. And now we're about even. Both teams have about minus 110 odds. So it's like a 50-50 toss-up for the match tonight. But from a betting perspective, that did have at least an initial, certainly helps the U.S. in this match tonight. I have a few friends that are really, like, they played college soccer. One of my buddies coaches now. In fact, I can be a name dropper. And so to name drop, and I'll put his business out there. But one of my best friends is Nick DeChico, whose father, Tony DeChico, was the coach of the women's national team when Brandy Chastain did the sliding. She had the winning goal, slid on her knees, took her top off back in '99. He was the coach of that national team. And we were texting over the weekend, and I was surprised that my soccer buddies, they all hated the red card. But it's soccer. They call it like the beautiful game and everything. They hated breaking this tradition of, like, even though it helps us as U.S., you never put a guy back out there after getting the red card, and it feels a little tainted already.
Yeah, I didn't see if it was, they said since 1962. I don't know if there was a rule change before then or after in 1962 or something. The article I had seen didn't paint it out any more than just saying first time since 1962. I don't know. I think this is the kind of thing that, because I'm the most casual of casual soccer fans, I'm just going to shove it to the back of my brain and pretend that it never existed. Yeah. That this is just the way it goes. That's them's the breaks, man.
Yeah, it's true. My grandfather was once a commissioner of a soccer league, and so in his honor, I'm going to start this push. Like I said, let's create orange cards where you can get kicked out of that match, but you don't have to get suspended for the next one.
Yeah,
because of this whole situation.
Is there no getting suspended for the first half or anything in soccer?
Yeah.
Right, we have
I don't know. I honestly, I don't know soccer well enough. Does the league even do
that, or is that just what coaches do sometimes? I feel like sometimes there's, I always admire the coaches that bench their star player for one series. Yeah. Like, that is just giving token acknowledgement of something right there. Yeah, like,
especially when it's in college and it's like Michigan doing it when they play, whatever, Howard or somebody, like some FCS school. And
listen,
we're going to sit him for the first series.
Yeah, listen, Buster, if you thought you were going to get more than 350 yards rushing today, good luck. Exactly. That's your punishment.
Going to show you. Hey, by the way, speaking of officiating and whatnot, I do love that. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but we've had 7 umpires over the weekend accept buyouts from Major League Baseball to retire at the end of the year.
I had missed that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I should drop it in the rundown. I don't have the list in front of me. I can go find it. But they've all been ranked towards the bottom of the league in terms of, proper strike zone this year. And so finally, after all this time where we had Angel Hernandez forced upon us, finally there is some accountability here where 7 of the worst umpires are, quote-unquote, retiring at the end of the year, essentially, I guess, being forced out. I'm going to credit this whole challenging system for that.
Is C.B. Buckner one of them?
He is.
Yeah, because remember C.B. Buckner had that horrendous series of events early in the season, and then remember he got hit by I can't even remember the circumstance. It was ugly though, right? He got hit did the ball carry him off the glove into his face or something?
He missed time.
Yeah, I don't know if he's. And I don't think he's been back because he's on the he must not. I'm looking at the ABS tracker right now, and I don't think he's been back since he got injured because he's only had 9. The success rate against him was a 77.8% success rate in 9 challenges. 7 of 9 challenges were successful. The Astros in facing the ABS have been awesome as batters. They're number 1, even with Cam Smith dragging them down. They're number 1 amongst batters, but then they're 27th when it comes to catchers and pitchers, and that matches the eyeball test. We dread the Astros catchers challenging a pitch or not. I feel like Vasquez. I get more frustrated with the pitches he doesn't challenge more so than some of the ones that he challenges. He lets a lot of. I think he does an awesome job calling the game, and I think that's obvious. Pitchers love him. But that part of it, he just lags in that.
I saw over the weekend Randy Arozarena used both of the team's challenges unsuccessfully. I think it was the first inning as well for the Mariners. He just burned through them. Yeah, some guys. I know you guys have talked about it all year, like Cam Smith. Some guys just take it away from them to be able to challenge. By the way, real quick, the list of umpires. C.B. Buckner's on that list. He's ranked. And now, as Seth mentioned, he hasn't umped in a while because he suffered a concussion from a foul ball. But he's ranked 91st out of 91 this year. He's the worst of the umpires. He accepted the buyout. So did Laz Diaz. That's a big name. Brian O'Nora. That's another big name. Lance Barksdale, Marvin Hudson, Tony Randazzo, and Andy Fletcher are all, quote-unquote, retiring at the end of the year. So
goal watch on their way out.
Yeah.
They just you get they go down and buy him down on the street in New York City or something.
That's right. See you guys later. Baseball will probably be better for it. All due respect. And have a great retirement. Hey, coming up, time for headlines, including, we were just talking about U.S. They play Belgium tonight. It's a big match. But I do have a thought on sort of, I guess, the irony of their success. We'll get to that along with the other headlines going on in the sports world. We'll do it next here on Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, boy. You guys know I'm traveling this week, and one of the things that I am
to Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Let's get you the biggest headlines from over the weekend. We started the morning with it here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. We started the morning with it, but of course, circling back, the Astros winning the series over the weekend with the Rays, winning yesterday 2-0 to take 2 out of 3 against the Rays. As I said, biggest series victory of the season to this point for the Astros. But Seth, what'd you think? I don't know if you had the chance to sit down and watch a lot of it yesterday, but, you know, Major League Baseball tried this thing with these Peacock broadcasts. Every game was on Peacock, and they combined broadcasters from both teams. Did you get a chance to listen to the combination of the Astros and Rays broadcast yesterday?
I did, and I can't remember which inning I started watching yesterday, but I was I was surprised that Dallas seemed a great rapport with the color commentator, Dave. What is it?
Doug Wechter. Or Dave Wechter.
Doug Wechter.
Doug Wechter, yeah.
Who had been a pitcher for the Rays back in the day, so I figured, okay, that makes sense that Callis and him know each other from their days with the Rays. But I hadn't heard this on the broadcast, but Brandy told me that they had played high school football together or something. So it just, I felt like it was a pretty, I enjoyed it. But it was also nice because we had a more familiar face because Callis and Julia were both still on the broadcast. So that part of it was cool. I thought I would be sick of people talking nonstop about Junior Caminero by the end of the series. Maybe it helps that Jordan was such a hero in the second game on Saturday and that the Astros won the series that I don't hate Junior Caminero yet. It was cool to be able to get to a critical situation yesterday where, man, you gotta, Caminero's up at the plate. Okay, we navigated our way through this. We're okay. Hader's going to be fine. I like him for now. I'll despise him if the Rays continue to be a good baseball team, obviously.
Yeah, and or if he winds up somewhere else, because we know the Rays typically don't keep their starts. Shoot, maybe he'll wind up in Houston a few years from now. Or,
the Astros will be the first to dole out that 10-year contract.
Yeah, or the Yankees or the Dodgers or one of those typical teams. But he's a heck of a player. In fact, I think I heard on the broadcast yesterday, I think it was, or maybe Saturday, he's the first. Somebody fact check me. If I heard correctly, he's the first Ray to start multiple All-Star games, and he's already done it now at age, whatever he is, like 22.
Yeah.
Happened to be from that franchise, even though they're only, 30 years old. But
it speaks to that dynamic you're talking about. They have a great ability to trade away their most promising young players because they refuse to ever spend anybody. But Alvarez having the night he did on Saturday, or the day he did on Saturday, also being, named the starter at DH in the All-Star game and getting the MVP chants going in the stadium and everything. That felt like the culmination of the weekend for me. It was just Jordan being such a hero on Saturday.
Yeah, that was a remarkable performance. Then the walk-off. And, look, I'll be honest with you, I'm not the biggest Todd Callis guy, but I did think he had a good walk-off call Saturday with a segue, something about referencing fireworks with the walk-off on July 4th. It was good. But that was a heck of a performance from Jordan on Saturday, and that was a huge come-from-behind victory, and it's the difference. We talk about winning that series against the Rays. I was getting ready after they lost Friday, and then Hunter Brown's, they lost Friday, right? And then Hunter Brown's getting knocked around, and they're losing. I'm thinking, this is the Astros I was expecting. I was ready to go Dennis Green here this morning and say they are who we thought they were. But then they pull off that great rally because of Jordan. They win yesterday, and now maybe they're rolling again. So
and for those of you who are completely checked out on the season, or just on this weekend because it was 4th of July weekend, Jake Myers and Joey Loperfido both sent down to AAA.
Yep. It's a revolving door in that lousy outfield. Just trying to mix and match. Find something in that outfield. Elsewhere, we just talked about it last segment, U.S. And Belgium tonight. Flo, as they call him, getting over the red card, he'll be able to play tonight. They've pushed off his suspension till a year from now. I'm not a big soccer guy, but I did have one thought on the irony of the success. This is like the best team we've had in over 2 decades. The last 5 coaches were all American. I feel like there's some sort of irony that the team is now good where the head coach is from Argentina. And it kind of reminds me of almost like the World Baseball Classic where, like, I'm wearing an Italian shirt today, and I jumped on the Italian team bandwagon. But it was a bunch of jabrones from like Paramus, New Jersey, and everyone's like, "Yeah, Team Italy." There's just something, we have great pride behind this national team this year. And then, I don't know, I'm just tickled a little bit by like, well, maybe the difference is that they hired an international coach and now they're having more success.
Sometimes there's you see this in some of the sports that are like kind of trying to claw their way up, that there's a feeling that, all right, we're going to do as much homegrown as possible. And sometimes I want to grab those people and shake them and say, like, you're not there yet. You just use all resources available to you and just get the best people out there. We don't have to, you don't have to do everything homegrown right just yet. You're just not there yet. You're not a mighty world power like Belgium is, for instance.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll see tonight, 7 p.m. start, about even odds. Both teams minus 110. It's essentially a toss-up, U.S. and Belgium tonight. Obviously a big one, trying to advance to take on what I think Portugal or Spain. Hey, Rockets, this is a little bit older news, but we had the Radiothon, which was great on phrase, the ton of money. Obviously, Seth, you hung out for the first 2 hours Friday morning. And then later on Friday, we got the news that the Rockets traded Dorian Finney-Smith and 3 draft picks to the Hornets for really nothing. It's just to clear a roster space and money. I think it's like saving them $20 million. So
it's a salary dump on a mistake that you made.
Yes, exactly.
And we'll all remember Finney-Smith as that guy that, was on the roster that year. Oh, yeah. That's he's a trivia question for 20 years from now. Yeah,
that was such a disappointment. People point to that as an example of the poor job Stone's been doing lately. That move didn't work out. But
Tari Eason, the biggest thing about the Tari Eason contract, because Tari Eason re-upped with the Rockets, I think that a lot of people were really upset about that, just because it felt like, okay, boy, now they are just doing the extreme and running it back. That's a very tradable contract. I think from the team perspective, that's a smart team contract. And I know it doesn't feel awesome or anything because it doesn't seem like Tari Eason was happy being here or with his role. But I'd like on the sheer math side of it, that contract makes sense. The overarching umbrella of, man, they really are just going to run it back. I'm simultaneously kind of uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And that was also news that has come out really since the last full show here of Payne and Pendergast. So, by the way, the Dorian Finney-Smith reminds me of in Moneyball. I always loved the line where it was David Justice got traded and being a bad teammate, and then Billy Bean, Brad Pitt, says, "Look, the Yankees are paying you to play against them. That's how little they think of you. So, like, drop the whole ego." And it reminds me of Dorian Finney-Smith that the Rockets sent 3 draft picks and a player for nothing. They just wanted to get you the hell out of here. And if I'm Dorian Finney-Smith, I don't know. It might be a little shot to the ego of like, dang, they really didn't want me. They just traded me for nothing. Along with draft, it took draft picks too for another team to take me. That's how bad he was this past year.
Yeah, and that's the market is spoken too. That's okay. That's the haul you could get. You got to I don't know if you can even use that as a chip on your shoulder as much as a wake-up moment. They're like, this is actually what my value is right now.
Yeah, it's demoralizing. Real quick, Joey Chestnut won on July 4th, the hot dog eating contest. He ate 66 hot dogs. Seth, are you into the hot dog eating contest at all? Did you watch it?
I just casually. I'm always impressed, like, obviously. But it's in 10 minutes, right? Is that the time they have to eat?
Yeah, I guess so. I haven't watched it in a few years.
I ate 10 hot dogs in 2 innings.
I heard.
Yeah, and that felt like no big deal. I didn't do the beer. The beer would, if I had to do the whole 9 hot dogs in 9 innings with 9 beers, I think just the volume of liquid, whether it's alcoholic or not, is what would do me in. That fills you up quick. Kudos to anybody that's pulled off that challenge.
I've been saying that. I think the hot dogs is the easiest part. I'm with you. I feel like I could shovel down 9 hot dogs quick. It's the drinks that fill you up.
Yeah, if I ever try it again, I might front load the hot dogs, like do 9 hot dogs in the first inning, and then focus on the beer in the second 9 innings, or not the second 9 innings, the remaining 8 innings. Yeah.
By the way, and I only really bring up Joey Chestnut because some people were texting, he's the GOAT. I've had some people deal with Joey Chestnut. I'm told he's a pretty big jerk.
Is he a diva?
Yeah, oh, very much so. There's some stories. So I always root. I haven't watched the hot dog eating contest in a few years. I'm boycotting the guy. I always root against him. I don't like Joey Chestnut. So congrats on eating. It's a party trick, really, to show somebody like, hey, I can eat food really fast. This is not a sport. It's not even a competition. I don't care. I couldn't care less about Joey Chestnut. Congrats. You can eat a lot of hot dogs. So can Seth at an Astros game. Big one.
So he's like the Bill Murray character in Kingpin?
Yes.
He's kind of just like, does he conduct himself like that?
Yeah, from what I've heard, he demands to be paid for like radio appearances. Even just when he got banned, I think that was, he tried to hold his own hot dog eating contest. People didn't. No one cares. It's not about you, Joey. It's about the whole Nathan's hot dog. Anyways,
I feel bad.
He thinks he's bigger than the game.
I feel bad for competitive eaters because they take something that should be one of the basic joys in life, and all of a sudden, when it becomes your profession, it's harder to love it. It was like when I was a gigolo for a while. I was like, this is all becoming work for me.
Yeah,
I want to get back to enjoying this part of life.
That's true.
Yeah.
We'll get into those stories coming up. Plus, which celebrity would you want to your wedding? Let us know, 713-572-4610, because we have to talk about that coming up, plus acknowledge me. It's Payne and Pendergast.
And I want to tell you guys about West Point Lincoln, Katy Freeway, exit.
to Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Happy Monday, Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean, alongside Seth Payne, of course. We'll get to Acknowledge Me coming up, as always, here in just a little bit, about 15 minutes from now. Plenty of things to get to. But we do have to acknowledge, Seth, look, I'll be honest. I know a lot of people are tired of, like, Taylor Swift coming into the sports world, but we have to acknowledge what transpired over the weekend with this absurd wedding between Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce at Madison Square Garden Friday night.
I'm so confused. I'll acknowledge it.
Yeah.
I'm so confused about all these things. So it started surfacing last week that the wedding was going to be at Madison Square Garden. And immediately I'm thinking, wow, okay, how'd they kept that under wraps for quite a while. And I'm guessing there must be some kind of concert or something surrounding the nuptials. And as far as I can tell, there was showed up to this thing. I'm guessing most of the celebrities were there because of some association with Taylor Swift. But it doesn't, I don't, like, why would you have your wedding at Madison Square Garden for just, a few hundred people or something? I don't, like, what, that's what I'm confused about.
I know.
Because it doesn't seem like, I kept waiting for there to be news that, oh, yeah, all the people from her fan club had been instructed to assemble in New Jersey, and then they drove in on buses or something, and there was going to be a concert. But there was nothing like that. I feel like, so if anything, I want to be critical of them squandering our precious resources.
It's true.
Which includes, time at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, I guess we were talking about this over the weekend in our home. I guess because a few things, like there is a roof to it, so you can't get any like aerial photos.
Oh, okay.
It obviously, because it is New York, it's the Knicks. Like they have VIP entrances where you could get people in and out without anybody knowing. You can drive into the arena and drive up to park and get in. So
that's true. If they found out that it was at some country club somewhere or something, then all of a sudden there's paparazzi stalked outside and there's no way to control them and everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, when there was originally everyone thought it was in Rhode Island because she has a house in Rhode Island and she apparently paid somebody to move their wedding date because she's all about numbers and she wanted a specific date. And my parents have friends who live across like the water where they can use their telescope and see into this venue. And so they were planning on throwing a party where people could come over and like use the telescope to watch the wedding.
They should have gotten those little, like those ones that you put a quarter in. Yeah, exactly. They have in some places where you can.
Yeah, they would have made it killing. So the idea of like this needs to be inside. Nobody can infiltrate. No one can get in. Even if it was just going to be a small thing, let alone the fact that they had like 1,000 celebrities show up to this event for this wedding Friday night at MSG. So
that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, because they've got all the resources and the protocols for handling all this type of stuff.
Yeah,
and especially like with what the Knicks have to do with some of the celebrities for Knicks games and all that.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Exactly. That's the weird thing, though. So supposedly there was over 1,000 people, and when I Googled it this morning, like they said, it became a thing in the wedding where people the running joke was like, hey, how do you know them?
Yeah.
And because they were just like, they just invited celebrities. A bunch of people admitted, like, yeah, I've never said hi. I've never spoken to either one, but I got an invite.
Oh, that's off-putting.
Right? It's weird.
that's and you know what? A lot of those celebrities that probably went despite not having any connection to either of them, it's probably they only went because their publicist said it would be a good idea.
Yeah, true.
I feel for some of these Hollywood celebrities that they get invited to stuff all the time that, if you didn't have a busy schedule and everything, it'd probably be a lot of fun. But there were probably a lot of people there that just specifically because their publicist said, you should go, there'll be some photo ops, she's a big deal, et cetera, et cetera.
I saw Mike Vrabel and his wife went, and there was a video, New York Post had a video of them getting into the car to go to the wedding, coming out of their hotel. They were both dressed very nice. But they were
hopping into the car well ahead of his wife.
Yes.
Walking alongside his wife on the way out and then just hops in, doesn't wait and hold the door for her or anything.
Nothing. And neither one seemed if we're just judging, neither one seemed like they were in a good mood. I mean, Vrabel never really looks all that happy to begin with, but neither one looks very pleased as the people were taking photos and videos of them.
If you had to guess which of the two thought that was a good idea for them to go to, I'm guessing it was his wife. I bet his wife was probably like, listen, Listen, all right, we're going to do whatever the hell I want for a while now, and I want to go to Taylor Swift's wedding. That's all there is to it, Vrabes. And this is happening. He's like, okay. I understand, honey.
Yeah. And they dragged him out there.
He can't do anything for a long time of his own choosing.
Right? You wouldn't think. So there was a bunch of random people. Like I saw, all due respect, of course, like Kevin Burkhardt was there, the broadcaster from Fox. There were some sideline reporters from Fox, I guess just from like production meetings with Kelsey. They invited everyone. Dean Blandino was there. Which, I get.
Dean Blandino, the official. I get. Well, you know what? Jason Kelsey knows a lot of these people now from his work in broadcasting. So that might be a big part of it, too. There's probably a lot of NFL people there that might have a connection to Jason Kelsey that not. Vrabel's connection is what? They both played for the Chiefs.
Yeah,
but they weren't. Oh, they're both from Cleveland, I guess, or they're from Ohio. There's probably some kind of Cleveland connection there.
Yeah, but do you invite, like, all the NFL coaches? It is. I see. It does seem weird that Vrabel would be there, and you have these broadcasters like Greg Olson was there. I saw all the broadcasters were there. It seemed you would think you'd invite all the coaches.
My favorite was Bo Allen, who probably knows the Kelseys because he played in Philadelphia. Bo Allen was a nose tackle for the Eagles, and he played with Jason Kelsey and probably knows them, Travis well enough. But Bo Allen was he's out there, and he's just a big former nose tackle, looks like a former nose tackle. But a couple paparazzi mislabeled him as a quarterback, so he's showing up on all these. He was showing up on all these huge accounts as NFL quarterback Bo Allen, and I was happy for him. I was happy that Bo Allen was getting the star treatment,
certainly
erroneously.
So I guess with that said, do you think, or do you know? Do you know anyone that you think was in that building, or would you have a guess? Do you think you knew multiple people, like personally? Do you think you knew anyone that was there at the wedding?
Boy, that's a good question. I don't think so. Vrabel's the only guy my age or older, I think, that we saw out there. Right? That was there might have been there's probably definitely in the NFL. There's always like 2 or 3. You only need to go 2 or 3 links before you find somebody.
Yeah.
But I didn't see anybody that I recognized as a personal relation.
Yeah, I wonder if like Tom Coughlin was there.
Oh, no, definitely
Dom
not.
Capers, yeah.
Yeah, no, not Dom.
Go through all your coaches. Robert Saleh?
Well, you know what? No. You know who might have been there is Jeff Stoutland. Jeff Stoutland's the offensive line coach who was in Philadelphia forever through multiple different head coaches. The first time he was ever an offensive line coach was at Cornell University when I was there. And he didn't know what he was doing, but his players loved him because he just worked his butt off, and he loved. That was my first. It didn't surprise me necessarily that Jeff Stoutland became the O-line coach that he did, because he's one of those guys that I knew him when he was a young coach, and he was just wired different. You could just tell the way he felt about his players and the amount of work that he put in, that he was just like Robert Saleh was like this when he was a GA with the Texans, or a quality control guy with the Texans. You just kind of identify guys. You can tell by the whole way they operate and their energy and everything. Okay, this guy's a little bit different. This guy's probably going places.
Right. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I'm sure he was there. So there you go. We're going to have to try to get the inside scoop. I actually, as I said, I'm a name dropper. I do text with Dean Blandino. I'm sure they sign like non-disclosures. But I'll text Dean, see if we can get any dirt on the wedding, because I don't think they can bring in their cameras. I'm just from being in radio. I've had him on my show a bunch over the years, and he's always been a great guy, and I don't know. We've gotten on a somewhat of a texting relationship.
So was Adam Sandler? He was the officiant.
Supposedly. Those are the rumors. So that's why I asked, and we've gotten some answers on the text line. But who would you want? Which celebrity would you want to officiate your wedding? Because, by the way, Sandler, I'm sure he did a great job. I love Sandler. He's obviously funny. He seems to be smart. But he also always does these like goofy, silly voices. So the joke on Twitter was that like he probably did the wedding in one of those little like baby voices that he used to do.
I think Travis Kelce, I think Kelce probably specifically requested something like that, like do it or as Billy Madison or something. Yeah, Sandler, I would if he had to get up there and kind of do it straight. Like if he was just taking it really seriously and it wasn't anything comedic to it, I think he might be one of the worst choices because he's kind of a bashful guy, you know.
Yeah.
Like when he's just being himself. That's not like you wouldn't guess he's a Hollywood movie star. He's just he just seems like a normal guy. I would have had Louis C.K. do it. I feel like Louis C.K. would have crapped on the notion of marriage for 10 minutes and then said like, all right, kiss her, I guess, or something like that.
Yeah, I love Louis. Obviously, he had that whole scandal. He was, I thought, the best stand-up before all that. I was thinking something similar. I would probably go like Dave Chappelle, because I think Chappelle, he's not even doing so much comedy anymore as he is just like commentary.
Like philosophizing with comedy added to it.
Right.
You know what? Chappelle, too. Is he either got older or went on male hormone replacement? His voice got just so much more deeper and impressive.
I think it's all the smoking.
He has kind of a commanding voice now that he didn't have when he was a younger comic. In a situation like that, he could probably blend the comedy and the actual official duties pretty well. That's a good one.
Yeah, I think he'd be good. Now, you had a whole list. You had, a best man?
Best man would be Morgan Freeman, just specifically for the speech.
That's good.
And I would have somebody write a speech for him, and he would just deliver an awesome speech about all the good times we've had together. And then for the ring bearer, the guy from Jackass.
Yeah.
Because we had him in studio once, and he was awesome.
Really?
Yeah, he was the best. He was really fun. Cool. And then I would choose my wife's maid of honor too, and it would be Kristen Wiig, because she would do something funny for her speech too.
Yeah, those are all good ones. By the way, did you see they're coming out with a new Jackass movie?
Yeah, is it out already or no?
I think it just came out maybe this weekend, because I saw a lot of promotion for it over the weekend.
Is it out just in theaters, or is it? I don't know how things work anymore.
I think it's in theaters to begin. And
Okay.
I'll be honest, anything they put out, it's still, I guess, maybe the juvenile in me. Like, I'll watch it. I'll watch that movie when it's on streaming. I've always, that stuff always makes me laugh. So
I can't do the Jack. I get too. It's like I don't like movies where people are, in height situations, like where they're on a high wire.
Yeah.
Or just like even the video of those two people that climbed the Empire State Building.
Yes, I'm with you.
I can't handle the vertigo. And likewise with Jackass, it's just too, I cringe too much. I can't, I don't enjoy it the way other people enjoy it.
Yeah, I hear you. I always fast forward through like the cringe stuff where they do like nasty things to their bodies, but I like seeing people, I don't know what it says about me, I like seeing people get hurt. That's the funny stuff.
When was the last time you took a serious nut shot? Like, seriously, think about, remember, like, for me, the memory of just, when you're in high school and somebody just lines you up and kicks you square in the nargs.
Yeah.
The stomach ache, everything that goes along with that, it just comes right back. I can't do it. I can't watch a nut shot. But I was never a big fan of America's Funniest Home Videos because it was like 25% groin shots.
Yeah, I just always thought the show was so corny. I never got into America's Funniest Home Videos. Some of the videos are just, they didn't do it for me. I got to go to the Johnny Knoxville territory to really make me laugh.
You know what was? You know what's coming out again? That was Faces of Death. There's like a documentary about Faces of Death.
I don't like that stuff. That's where I'll draw the line.
Well, so kids, there was this. It was a VHS tape that if you're usually your sketchiest buddy when you're in high school had this dubbed copy of Faces of Death, which was people supposedly getting killed in real life. But a lot of it, I guess, was fake or augmented and everything. So it was kind of bogus. But that was the kind of stuff that we did before the internet was around, and you could find like you could watch 20 and 10 minutes of similar videos. You had to go find it on a dubbed VHS tape.
There's also there's somewhere I think like a death museum. I am not into that stuff. I don't want to revel in other people's tragic passings or whatever.
Did you getting back to the Taylor Swift wedding? Did you recognize? Are you at an age yet where you didn't recognize like half of the people walking in? I don't like that. I don't know who half the celebrities are. I only found out who Timothy Chalamet was like 2 years ago.
Okay,
that's how behind I am on stuff.
Bad. Yeah, I'm not good. Honestly, I'm not good with a lot of faces. I mean, going back to my story this morning where I thought I saw a celebrity at the pool on Saturday, but I'm not good at people. My brother is really good. We were walking down the streets of New York last year, and Jordan Clarkson, who's on the Knicks, We walked. He was standing on the street. My brother's like, "Oh, there's Jordan Clarkson." I'm like face blind. I don't know who anybody is.
You know where we were? Sean and I were both like this at the Super Bowl. We were staying in the same hotel as the AFC Pro Bowl participants, or no, it was the AFC and NFC Pro Bowl participants. And Sean and I were both disgusted with ourselves, like how few of those guys we recognized by their faces.
Yeah,
because you just don't see them all that much.
Right.
But even then, like I was standing next to Trey McBride in the elevator. And it took me a while to figure out if it was Trey McBride or Aiden Hutchinson. And ultimately I realized it just based on body size, and I don't think Aiden Hutchinson was actually at the Pro Bowl. The combination of those two things, it was I had no clue. I really couldn't tell just by looking at him. Oh yeah, that's Trey McBride.
Yeah, you just try to ask a vague question to figure it out. Like, oh, some year you guys had, huh? And if it's a a positive answer or like a negative answer, like, oh, he must be on the Cardinals.
J.J. McCarthy, huh? Yeah. What do you think about that J.J. McCarthy? Trey McBride is like.
Yeah, exactly. On the text line, by the way, because I did ask who would you want to officiate your wedding, we got Christopher Walken. That's a good one.
Ooh, yeah.
Will Ferrell. I like that one, too. Larry David. Obviously, is a big Seinfeld guy, Curb guy. I would love. Larry David might be my number one answer.
He would be kind of in line with Louis C.K. He would crap on the marriage for a while. You kind of be getting roasted, like a different type of roast. The notion of marriage and that this is even going to work out.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. No, he would be good. Jameis Winston, Jack Black came in.
Jameis Winston. Would talk about a renaissance in public popularity and everything. We've been seeing it on an NFL scale for the last decade, really, since he quit. Whenever he quit drinking and got his life in order, he's been a completely different, more embraceable guy. But the World Cup has amped his status up incredibly. Yeah. People love him now.
I haven't even been paying attention, but I know obviously he's become beloved.
He's doing all this stuff. Like I didn't even know what the Norwegian row thing was, where they all sit on the ground and they do their rowing together. But he led the Norwegians in that over the weekend or last week, and he's just been doing all this stuff where he's just immersed down in the crowd, and people love him.
And somebody said Norm Macdonald, hands down. That's a good one. Obviously, rest in peace. But if you could pick anybody of all time, Norm Macdonald's another good one. For the same reasons we mentioned. Any of these top comedians, I imagine, would do a great job.
Norm's a tough one, though, because a lot of Norm was you either got him or you didn't.
That's fair.
And I feel like, and especially in a mixed crowd, if there's not a lot of stand-up comedy fans, I would say the majority of the people there might just not get Norm Macdonald. They're like, when he does his intentionally horrible jokes, there'd be a lot of people that were just like, who is this? They couldn't afford a guy that could actually tell a proper joke.
It's true.
And then you're explaining afterwards the whole wedding. Like, no, that was the joke.
Yeah. It's like
the joke was that the joke was no good.
It's like when you go to a regular wedding, the bridesmaid, when in their speech, they'll tell inside jokes, and they're laughing so hard they could hardly get through it, but everyone else is sitting there like, I don't get this. I don't understand this.
These are the most annoying women alive. How are you marrying into this friend circle? Right. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Real quick, somebody asked, if you were invited to this wedding and everything was paid for, would you go, Seth?
I would have out of duty. I don't generally like things, but I hate going to events. And yet, you always have a good time when you're there. It is a wedding. I don't think I've ever not had a good time at a wedding.
Yeah, right.
So I would have gone based on that. I turned down a lot of events that other people would be really excited to go to, just because I don't like being committed to something for 12 hours. Like when it comes to just I hate the thought of it. But yeah, I would have reminded myself that you always have a good time at a wedding. You're going to run into some people that you actually do either admire or that you know from something back in the day, and we would have had a good time. Yeah.
It's if nothing else, just for the experience. We'll get to Acknowledge Me in just a moment. Somebody said on the text line, though, why do you consider this wedding to be absurd? Because not often, they said people get married all the time by having friends or other people they know. Yeah, not often do people get married with over 1,000 guests there in what is called the world's most famous arena. That's why I think the wedding is absurd. Only
a whole bunch of people that they just don't know.
Right.
Like they have no connection to or anything. It's not like it's one thing if it's a friend of your, like there's some NFL people there that I'm guessing were more friends of Jason Kelsey than Troll. That makes sense. It sounds like there were a lot of celebrities that neither of the people had a connection to.
Right.
That's the part that's weird.
Yeah, and only Sly Stone has ever been married in MSG before, and that was during a concert. So this is like this has never happened before, that a celebrity rented out MSG for their wedding and filled it with a bunch of celebrities. That's why it's absurd.
Yeah.
Stan Lee coming in, Chris Farley, Robin Williams, Kevin Hart, all good ones for officiants of the wedding.
We were at a wedding a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Where my wife's cousin was getting married, and they have they live on a farm, and they had cleared out a bunch of space next to a creek that runs along their farm, and it was an awesome, beautiful setting. But people do canoe and kayak down this creek on the way to the Allegheny River. And so it's this beautiful setting and everything. And they put signs up saying, hey, we're having a wedding. Please, just try to keep quiet as you're going past this. And it's kind of nice because as they were doing the ceremony, there were a few people going by on canoes. And all of a sudden, like in the middle of the officiant doing her thing, one of these guys, all of a sudden you hear off to my right on the stream, I was sitting near the stream, a guy go, "Don't do it." And it could have gotten really ugly. Like, I'm kind of like wondering, I'm closest to it all, and I kind of look over and I'm like, am I gonna have to intervene here? And Clinton, the kid who's getting married, he handled it perfectly. He actually turned back to the guy, like, gave him a big save dad, and the guy, the buddy of the guy who was canoeing and who yelled, said, like, "I'm sorry, man. Good luck." And it was perfect. That was a perfect amount of weirdness. That's where I feel like the officiant being Adam Sandler or somebody like that is the perfect amount of weirdness.
Right. That's what I always say. I've officiated a bunch of weddings. I'm doing another one later this month. Yeah. I'm doing another one later this month too for a friend of mine. That's why I always tell everyone, you have to have a mix of like humor and funny, but you also still have to keep the seriousness of the moment because it's their big day. Some people I see try to be too funny, and it's like, this is still a wedding, and other people might be a little too stiff. You have to try to find that balance.
You got to figure out like what the actual people are getting married want to.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's true. Yeah, for sure. So, anyways, it's fun. Last thing I'll say on this wedding, because we did spend more time than I thought we even would, but Paul McCartney performed, which is that's fine. But he played "I Want to Hold Your Hand" for the first time live since 1964 for this wedding. And I know you guys have talked about Freddie a lot, this whole this World Cup fan, but it's the same issue I had with him as I have with this of like, he hasn't played it for anybody. And then Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, they already have everything else. They're the ones that get Paul McCartney playing this song for the first time in like over 60 years, whatever it's been. That annoyed me too.
You know what? That one doesn't annoy me because I'm guessing they paid him a boatload of money to do that.
Fair. That's fair.
That's just good old fashioned capitalism right there. I wonder, do you think they paid him $1 million to sing that song? If he hasn't sang it since then, since the 1960s?
It's a good question. They apparently donated like $26 million to charities on the backs of this wedding, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. So
really?
Yeah, supposedly.
How were they making? Were they making the money from the stuff that was going on at the wedding?
I have no idea.
It wasn't publicized.
I know.
Well, somebody probably paid for exclusive rights and everything. There's going to be a video that comes out.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I didn't. A typical millennial fashion. I didn't read the story. I just saw the headline, so I'm going to take it as truth. All right. Better late than never. Let's get to Acknowledge Me, where we acknowledge certain people from over the weekend, and then you'll hear the sounder and explain why. But let's start it off. We already referenced it earlier, but what a Saturday for we need to acknowledge Jordan Alvarez.
Acknowledge me.
This was everything that you would want on a day that Jordan Alvarez gets named to the All-Star team, is that he came through like an absolute MVP on Saturday with a walk-off in the ninth inning with a 2-run homer earlier. And with as of Saturday night, his OPS at 1.078 was 100 points ahead of anybody else in the majors. Like, he's been incredible. Leading every category of the Triple Crown. It's been so cool to watch him play on this team the entire season, but especially now that the team looks like they've got a shot at being a much better team than they looked like in the first quarter of the season, where it looked like, okay, great, there's going to be like a Mike Trout type of MVP race where he's awesome, but it's on a lost cause of a team.
Right.
Now it has to have a pulse.
Yeah, and he's the heavy favorite. I checked this morning. He's like minus 180. Next closest is like plus 250. He's having a remarkable season. That was an MVP performance on Saturday. And it's pretty crazy. As I said earlier, you look at this lineup, only 3 guys, if we exclude my boy Taylor Trammell, only 3 guys have an OPS above league average. So I know this lineup was great early in the season. With injuries and whatnot, it's not as strong now, but Jordan is just, I mean, he's been so good, so much better than everybody else, including on his own team. Big performance Saturday. By the way, though, with that said, this might be an ironic acknowledge me, but we have to acknowledge Major League Baseball continuing to screw this stuff up.
Acknowledge me!
I think no sport does a worse job marketing themselves than Major League Baseball. They announced the All-Star teams at 7:30 on July 4th. Who's watching that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think just they try to find the worst possible time to announce so many things, including half their awards don't get announced until a month after the season anyway. I guess kudos to them for, I think they're trying to force it into being a thing that, this is what you do on the 4th of July, as you're getting ready for fireworks and whatnot. This is when you try to send your headlines off into a black hole.
Yeah, right. It's like, it's like a Friday news dump, Friday at 5 p.m. Like they did it Saturday night during the fireworks on July 4th. Hey, by the way, here are Major League Baseball always fumbles this stuff. Hey, we need to acknowledge overall the Astros.
Acknowledge me.
9 straight wins on July 4th. Somebody on the text line earlier said they were there Saturday. The environment was electric, the atmosphere. Longest July 4th winning streak since 1941. Does this make the Astros, are they America's team?
This is, the Cowboys, last I checked, have never even won a game on the 4th of July in their entire existence.
Yeah,
and yet they call themselves America's team. I think, I think this is George Washington looking down on us and saying this is the team that should win consistently on the 4th of July.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I guess so. 9 straight wins, longest winning streak since 1941. And then, as we've already talked about, they were trailing in that game. It wasn't looking good. Hunter Brown gets shelled. They still find a way to win. Jordan's the hero. If you were there, as we heard from a couple texters earlier, what a game to go to. I imagine it was a lot of fun, plus the fireworks show afterwards.
And the first time all season that there have been large-scale MVP chants for Yordan Alvarez in the stadium, which I wouldn't have believed if Callis hadn't confirmed it. Because usually, people jump on the MVP chants, way too early, way too often. Yeah. I appreciate Astros fans' discernment, knowing, okay, we're at the midpoint of the season. It's the 4th of July. This is when the MVP chants start.
You kind of just touched on it a moment ago, but do you think if the Astros say they finish 80 and 82, they miss the playoffs, do you think Jordan, if he continues on this path, will he still get the MVP or they hold it again? It's the winning team.
No, I think it'll be, it's just such a commanding lead right now that I guess the only thing holding him back might just be that he's a DH, but that, by and large, he'd get the Mike Trout treatment. I think it's, I'd feel confident in that. If they completely fall apart, that's a different story. But as long as they're hovering around 500, I think he gets it.
Yeah, it's true. Baseball has always done that. Like I think A-Rod won the MVP on a last place Rangers team. 25 years ago. Baseball usually doesn't care as much about the record as some of the other sports.
And Jordan never gets the blowback from the being better than everybody else scandal the way some others do.
Yeah, that's true. We need to acknowledge Junior Caminero.
Acknowledge me.
Youngest player, I believe I saw this stat. Youngest player to have 11 homers in an 11-game stretch. He had a couple over the weekend. The dude is on a roll. And funny enough, and you sang his praise earlier, Seth, but what's also funny is we got this story earlier this year that the Angels turned down a trade request for Ohtani that would have given them Junior Caminero, and instead they wanted to keep Ohtani. He ended up leaving that offseason. So it was the trade deadline before Caminero could be on the Angels right now, which I'm not telling you the Angels would be good, but as an Astros fan, you'd have to deal with this guy all year long, every year. Fortunately, he's still with the Rays.
Yeah, this is the last time I think we'll probably acknowledge Junior Caminero. I wanted to get it in and actually look like I'm a good dude or something, but I enjoyed that part of this series. and I feel that way if the Astros had lost the series. But I love having somebody like that. We haven't just been inundated with talk about him. So, like on Friday, they wouldn't shut up about him on the Apple broadcast, and you're not watching your home broadcasters and everything. So that could have been annoying, but I was cool with it. By next year, this time, I'll probably despise him. But right now, it's fun to watch a young guy like that and to get the better end of that series.
Yeah, certainly. Right. That's the thing. If you lose the series, he's probably a little more annoying, and you can't appreciate those efforts. But
he's a cocky young jerk. I hate him.
Yeah. So it's easy to be like
magnanimous.
Yeah, when you win the series, it's easy to heap praise on others. This is a little self-serving, but humor me here for a moment. We need to acknowledge Collective Soul.
Acknowledge me.
I was very pleased to see Collective Soul was the headliner of the July 4th celebrations here in Houston. Keith Urban went on first, and then Collective Soul at the Houston July 4th party and at the Sam Houston Park, whatever it is, one of the parks downtown. We went last year. But anyways, I didn't get to see it. We were out this year. I didn't get to watch it on TV. We did not go there in person, but I saw a lot of praise for Collective Soul on social media, which I love, because I've always said, and Seth, I don't know, how big of a music guy you might be or what bands you might be into, but I've always said Collective Soul to me is the most underrated band of the 90s, and so I was happy to see them get some shine here in Houston over the weekend, pun intended.
No, that's I don't know how, since we knew their big songs and everything, December and whatnot.
Not really. Not in at least they still tour, but not really. They haven't had a popular song in probably over 15 years.
Yeah. No, that's right in my wheelhouse. Then, yeah, I approve of that choice. I'm too many. Listen, kids. We get inundated with these, streamers that we've never heard of that are a big deal and everything. You can make room for our Collective Soul.
That's right. Yeah, they're classic. It's kind of like a lot of the rappers are doing it now, but Collective Soul, they've survived for the last 20 years on these nostalgic 90s tours where they tour with I don't know, Counting Crows is too big of a name, but you find three live Collective Soul, you find three bands that were popular in the 90s that people haven't really thought about in 20 years, and you put them all together, and that's what Collective Soul's been doing. But they're a really underrated and really good band outside of their obvious hits. If you listen to a lot of their other songs from the 90s, really good band.
You know what? I had to talk with Bun B about this once. It was cool about those hip hop artists and groups from the 90s. They didn't really know what the market was going to be for, what the nostalgia was going to be for their songs. Because there wasn't, classic rock, there's an established template. Yeah, people show up for these concerts and everything for guys who were rock stars in the 70s and the 80s and all that. But there was kind of a period where, Bun B and some of those guys weren't really sure if they were going to have a career, 40s and 50s and so forth. So that's why Bun kind of got his fingers in a lot of different pies and, got into different business ventures and everything. But then along the way, and that worked out well for him, but then along the way, it turns out, there's a market for 90s rap out there still in concert.
Yeah, right. Yeah, which is good. So anyways, acknowledgments to Collective Soul.
Acknowledge old musicians.
Yeah, that's right.
Acknowledge me.
Except Paul McCartney, who played that song for the first time in 60 years just for Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
No, none for him.
Yeah.
Get out!
Yeah, get out, Paul McCartney.
That's right.
Trash.
Yeah, seriously. That's Acknowledge Me here on this Monday. Coming up, I heard this audio last week, so I do want to bring it back. Is one of the biggest defenses we're making for C.J. Stroud actually...
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
I heard a piece of audio here on these airwaves last week, and I'm curious if one of Stroud's biggest defenses is actually his fault. We'll get to that here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. Appreciate you hanging with us here on a Monday. Hope you had a great holiday weekend. You can always join the show via the text line. Join the conversation, 713-572-4610 at any time, or also in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Appreciate some of the love for Collective Soul coming in on that text line. Thank you. Seth, you guys got into this last week, this Greg Cosell audio of him talking about C.J. Stroud. And as I heard, curious if it almost reflects worse on C.J. Stroud based off of something we keep defending him on. Now, you obviously know you have forgotten more about football this morning alone than I'll ever know. So I do want to get your opinion or your thoughts on my takeaway from this. But first, let's just go back to the Cosell audio, the first cut, talking about C.J. Stroud and this new scheme that he's running here in Houston.
C.J. Stroud, the last couple of years, has been up and down. Now, keep in mind, his first year in the league, he was in a Kyle Shanahan-type offense with Bobby Slowik. Now, in that offense, the quarterback has nothing to do with calling protections. And then they got off to a slow start his second year, and they fired Slowik, and they made a fairly significant change in approach, which has now continued, and they went more with a New England Patriots style of offense. And in the New England style of offense, the quarterback is responsible for setting protections. That's a major, major adjustment for a quarterback. It adds to the mental part of playing the position. And I've met C.J. Stroud. He's a very intelligent young man. But when you have to make that change, and it's a process. And he'll get better and better at it. But I think it slowed down just his whole processing. And I think there were times where I thought he was indecisive playing the position, and therefore was not as anticipatory as we saw him in his rookie season.
So, Seth, tell me if I'm being unfair or if I'm just straight up wrong. But we always say so often, like, the offensive line wasn't good enough, which I agree. But if Stroud is also the one handling the protections, and as Greg Cosell said, didn't really do a great job of it, then doesn't the fault of the offensive line kind of fall into the responsibility of Stroud? Like, we excuse some of his play because, wow, the offensive line is very good. But isn't that also on the quarterback's shoulders to try to figure some of that stuff out along the way?
No. I think it's 100% it is. I think that what Cosell's point would be is that's it, but it's a lot for a young quarterback. And even though, Stroud had said he had more command at the line of scrimmage when he was at Ohio State than he did in the first couple years of the offense, it's just different doing it in college, especially when you have a dominant offensive line. I think the part about it, though, too, that you can't lose sight of is that it's not just Stroud that has to make a bunch of decisions based on the fronts he's seeing and the coverages he's seeing. It's the receivers themselves and all the skill position players. And when I went back a couple weeks ago, I was looking at the Texans versus the Blitz, and there was a clip from that first Jaguars game where Woody Marks was in protection, was supposed to chip the defensive end and then seep out. I'm guessing he was supposed to seep out as an outlet for CJ. And you can see CJ kind of like looking, waiting for Woody Marks to be there for what would have been an easy dump off. But Woody Marks stayed in pass protection. Then you fast forward a few weeks later, and I was watching the Titans, and it was when Davis Mills was in there. Woody Marks was in the exact same situation, very similar blitz. He seeped out, and Davis Mills dumped it to Woody Marks for like a 12-yard gain. And that's a rookie running back had a better feel for doing in the offense. Guys like Jaden Higgins got better at where they were supposed to be in the offense over time. Some of the offensive linemen got better at understanding their role. So, yes, I think CJ, needs to be better at that whole process than he was last year. But it's him being in command of all 10 other guys on the offense and having them in the right spots. And some of it last year might have been youth. Some of it, how much of it was CJ needs to be a better orchestra leader in all of that. It's the kind of stuff that you're going to get. Like going into last season, we had so many people say, all right, listen, if they're going to be running more of a New England style of offense, there's going to be some hiccups along the way. The quarterback, no matter how smart he is just not going to pick up all this stuff immediately and make it look good, especially when he missed all of OTAs. That part of it, it's one of those things that if this season just sucks offensively, then all right, none of this discourse right now matters at all. If the offense takes a step forward, I think then it becomes a reasonable explanation for why did it take a full season for all of this to come together? Oh, okay, because you're putting a lot of different moving parts together.
And so with that said, and makes total sense, like how much do you expect it to be better this year, whether it's because some of those guys are older or just Stroud has another year? Should we expect a big leap there?
I think, well, just to go back to Woody Marks,
yep.
Another situation later in the year that I don't think they could have pulled off in the first half of the season was in the Chiefs game, where down in the red zone, CJ adjusted Woody Marks over to the left side of the formation, and then Woody Marks seeps out for a wide open touchdown. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I don't think you would have seen. You wouldn't have seen the whole operation look like that on any given play in the first part of the season. And I think they were figuring it out as the year went along. The big thing, again, just to make more excuses and or explanation, whatever you want to say, is that you get into that final game of the year and they had to reshuffle their offensive line. They didn't have Nico Collins. They still couldn't run the ball effectively, really. They got better at running the ball in the second half of the season. But the offensive line figured things out, but it still wasn't as good as it needed to be, especially when they lost their left guard or when they had to move Titus back to right tackle. The other thing that I think people kind of forget or lose in the shuffle of everything was that the Texans' offensive line in CJ's rookie year was actually, they were ranked like 16th or 17th on PFF's final O-line rankings. It wasn't a good offensive line, but it was a more functioning offensive line than he's had the last couple years. Like, so where it just gets too easy to always go back to the offensive line, I think it's important to put it into context that the offensive line did operate better as a unit in that first year of Stroud, and then the last couple of years he hasn't had that type of performance.
Let me ask you this, because I am curious. This year we're assuming that the center very well will be a rookie who's making a change to that center position. So when we talk about Stroud having defense at the line and trying to improve and do better in year two, how big of an impact do you think that would have if his center is a rookie who hasn't necessarily played a ton of center before, certainly not in the NFL? How big of a role could that play?
That's where I think that's one of the biggest tests for CJ, being the genuine leader of the offense and really just, being more Peyton Manning-like, really, and just even more so than Tom Brady. Just because I was on the field with Peyton Manning, and I used to get embarrassed for offensive linemen when he would reprimand them. Not that CJ has to do it in the same style or fashion or anything, but like just being a completely psychotic, control freak. There needs to be a little bit of that in you if you're going to be if you want to operate in this offense the way Manning. We played the audio of Eli saying that basically at Eli's own birthday, Peyton Manning gave him what he was supposed to talk about.
Yes,
like Peyton gave Eli notes for. That's the kind of control freak you need to be when you're leading an offense like this.
Well, I heard the story where didn't you MC an event with them and they made sure.
Oh yeah.
They gave you like strict talking points, right? Peyton had very strict things about what I was and was not supposed to talk about, and I veered from it. And I got that look. I got that look from Peyton Manning when I asked. When I was basically like, they gave me this. They basically wanted me to ask like a list of canned questions, and I'm like, I can't do that. I'll use it as a guide, right?
But we're gonna free flow a little bit.
Yeah.
And he gave me the look that he used to give Jeff Saturday when Jeff Saturday screwed up the snap. But he didn't have any power over me.
Right.
I'm doing this event for free, Peyton.
Yeah. You're like, sit down, nerd. Yeah. That's funny.
I'm doing this for charity. Are you?
Yeah.
Are you doing it for the kids, or are you accepting a fee for this, Peyton? I should have asked him that. How much was your fee for this event?
Yeah, exactly. How much would you, since you were on the other side there, like what percentage would you say Peyton was actually calling the offense during those games? Was he doing like all of it?
He was, well, okay. So, usually what'll happen, and because when you can talk of different types of systems and everything, the Colts did something that was different in a lot of ways than what the Patriots were doing. But I think that if you think about Peyton going to Kubiak in his system, like by the time a guy's a veteran quarterback, it doesn't matter what system you're in. Like, guys are going to tweak things and they're going to modify routes and they're going to make their calls at the line of scrimmage to where it becomes more of a matter of, all right, depending on whatever the nomenclature is and everything, like the quarterback is calling the shots. The thing about the thing about the Colts, I'd say, compared to maybe Tom Brady, is their offense was simpler in a lot of ways, but a lot of it was predicated on Peyton just kind of understanding the look and knowing the tendencies and getting into a different pre-checked call or what. Like, he was doing a lot. That was why one of the things I got excited about them talking about this preseason was about the snap count and the hard counts and how much that matters. Because what Peyton would do is he'd come up to the line of scrimmage and he'd have 15 seconds left on the play clock. And then you would you get everybody lined up. You would make an audible. It was probably a dummy call. And then he would have a hard count where he'd try to get a safety or somebody to show a little bit of something. And then that's when he would step back and he would make his real audible and his real change based on what he thought the defense was going to be. And that was the worst feeling as like a defensive lineman. Because for one, you get tired like being in your stance for that long. But then when you know you got a safety blitz called and he gives a hard count and then steps back out from under center and changes the call, you're like, oh, we're screwed. We're screwed on this play. He knows exactly what we're doing because I know the safety like took a little stutter step forward or something. Like, that's the part where, regardless of whether you're running more of a McVay system or a Belichick system or whatever it might be, it's the quarterback just diagnosing pre-snap diagnosing what the defense is trying to do, and then however you get into the right call, getting into the right call. And it was just impossible for the Texans to operate that way in a lot of ways last year because they didn't have enough real estate on the play clock to do it. They were just trying to get the snap off more so than really diagnose things.
I got a follow-up question I'll ask you on the other side about all of that. By the way, on the text line, a couple of texts came in saying they blew up the offensive line. They must think that's a big part of their struggle. Someone else said they couldn't run the ball. That is not on CJ. So I acknowledge it. The offensive line was it's almost like I never understood in baseball where if a pitcher commits an error, the runs become unearned, where it's like, well, it was still your responsibility as a pitcher.
It's
still somewhat similar.
What it is it's almost like, to make a rough pitching analogy, it's like if a reliever comes in and there's, guys on base, those aren't his runs if he gives them up, that there's a dynamic when you're in second and long all the time or third and long all the time. It's just a harder environment in which to operate. No matter who you are as a quarterback, nobody's actually really good at 3rd and 10. They're better than others at converting 3rd and 10, but the overall numbers don't look great compared to their other numbers, their overall 3rd down conversion percentage. So the lack of the run game where it really hurts the quarterback is just that it puts him in tougher and tougher situations more often.
Yeah, which is fair. 713-572-4610 on the text line. Coming up, let's get back to the Astros. After this big series victory over the weekend, how are we all the way back? Are we all in on the Astros at this point, heading towards the All-Star break? We'll talk about it next here on Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, West Point, Lincoln is Sugarland. If you are down in that Sugarland area, if you're in the market
to Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Astros are coming off the biggest series victory of the season. Can we buy all the way in on them at this point? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean, alongside Seth Payne. You can always join the conversation as well. 713-572-4610 on the text line, or YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Before we do get to the Astros, though, Seth, I was asking you about Peyton Manning and whatnot last segment.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, but we were already running long. Who would you say is the most frustrating? Because I love talking to former athletes about their careers. Who would you say is the most frustrating quarterback that you had to game plan for or go up against? Was it Peyton?
Yeah, it was Peyton. That whole dynamic of him just feeling like it felt like you were being probed by aliens the entire game. And it would usually be that, man, you feel like you got a good game plan against them, but then all of a sudden there's a point in the second half where he's just got you figured out. And you could just sense it and feel it almost that, like, oh, crap. So Vic Fangio was our defensive coordinator at the time when I was with the Texans. And Vic was really, really smart, as he obviously remains so today. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times we'd have almost like two separate game plans, one for the first half, one for the second half. But even then, it's just if you don't have the horses to do anything with it, he's going to figure you out. He's going to find the weak spot in what your game plan is. I know, talking to Wade Phillips, Wade told me that Tom Brady was the hardest when it came to him figuring it out. And I didn't play against Tom Brady, so I never got to experience that. But it sounds a whole lot like with Peyton Manning, but with even more so with Tom Brady, that there was just whatever your best laid plans were for how you're going to confuse Tom Brady or disguise things, he figured it out somewhere along the way.
Now, let me ask you this, and you don't have to answer if you don't want. That's fine, and then we'll get to the Astros. Was there a quarterback that you enjoyed getting to the most, like physically getting to? Was there a quarterback you liked when you were able to lay a hit on somebody?
Yeah, like Peyton Manning, just because he was hard to sack. He was really good at getting rid of the football. So, like, anytime you could actually get a clean hit on him, it was fun just because it was hard to do. And two, have a temper tantrum about it. He'd complain to the refs or he'd be yelling at his offensive line or whatever. I was a run stuffer. I had 17 and a half sacks in my career, right. But one of them was Peyton Manning. So, which to this day, I don't know how it happened because he usually, I think it was because he wasn't expecting it. He figured that they had the big fat guy handled up front, and all of a sudden I just appeared in his face.
That's right. Hey, that's a good one. That's one of the better of those 17 and a half, I'm sure. Let's talk about the Astros. They won the series over the weekend. And as I said just a moment ago, I mean, I would say it's the biggest series win of the season, but part of me still thinks back to last year, same time, they swept the Dodgers July 4th weekend, and at the time, the Astros were 20 games over 500. They were 7 games up on the division, and then we know how the rest of the season went, where they were on the outside looking in. So I guess I'm still, they're still under 500. I guess until I actually see them, like, hold on to first place, build a lead. I guess I am still, to this point, even after what we saw this weekend, a little skeptical because it is a long season. Anything can happen. They always have so many injuries here in Houston that I'm still delaying my full buy-in, I guess, on this team.
It is. There's something about, okay, you're one game out of the wild card, except that it's in an AL that's so decrepit that there's like a little bit of an ego reset you need to have. Since May 31st, they've got the best record in the AL. Mm-hmm. They've been operating like a much different baseball team, and I think that kind of Sean and I reset the season at May 15th. They've been a 90-plus. They've been on basically playing like a 95-win baseball team or so since then. That I'm not too worried about the circumstances, and I'm more watching, okay, if they make the playoffs, they look like a team that could actually make a push for a World Series in the playoffs. And I feel like they're right there teetering on the brink right now based on a couple of different things as to whether, okay, all right, making the playoffs, making the wild card is one thing, but can we get genuinely excited about their ability to pull this off? And I think like starting pitching is obviously the biggest and most imminent concern, and the thing that they've given us the most, I guess, just shots to the ribs or guts when you feel like, okay, boy, they're really coming along. Okay, yeah, look at how they've been, how good they've been since we cherry pick a date or whatever, and then Imai comes in and doesn't make it out of the first inning.
Right.
Or doesn't go more than 2 innings. Like that's what we'll get to see in the second game of this upcoming series is just how. Wait, is Imai first up or second? Oh, it's Imai first, right?
No, he's tomorrow. Burrows is tonight.
Oh, it's Burrows tonight and then Imai.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah.
And Burrows also as Javier returns to the bullpen, looked good in the bullpen. At some point, he's going to be an option to move into the starting lineup if you don't feel great about these other guys.
Yeah, I'm curious how hot the seats are, because I'll be honest with you, I thought Javier was going to go right back into the rotation upon his return. I'm curious how hot for a few of those guys. I think as a GM, you could be stubborn. I don't know if Dana Brown would want to admit fault with Mike Burrows or even Imai, but at the same time, he also just sent down Joey Loperfido over the weekend, which was one of his acquisitions over the offseason. So I am curious, at what point does Javier actually work, if ever? Does he work his way into the rotation?
I mean, the timing of it right now, based on just him coming back with a week before the All-Star break, they cited his workload and his rehab assignments and everything, that he's going to come in, he's in the traditional bullpen role. They're not going to piggyback him or anything. I wonder if the transition after the All-Star break is, at the very least, you're going to see him a little bit more of either a piggyback or a long relief type of mode, and they transition him that way. But, I mean, that's back in 22 when that was his best season. That was the route they took then, was working him into a full-time starting role. And even though it's because of injury this time around, you kind of get that benefit of, okay, we don't have to – we can maybe just gradually ramp him up, and then – in September and October when it really, really matters, then it might be as long as until then before they really make him a full-time starter, depending on what else is going on with the other starters.
Yeah, because I'm also curious how long you can keep that stretched-out arm for Javier. Like, if he's in the bullpen for, just say, another month, do they then have to stretch him out again where he was pitching an inning or two and now you want him to try to go 5 or 6? I'm curious, like, how long that lasts before you have to build the guy back up.
This is the Astros pitching staff. Even in asking that question, you've aired already, which is like, okay, at some point I feel necessity, more so than either because of an injury or because of a horrible performance by Mike Burrows or somebody that kind of that their decision, their hand is forced just by circumstances. But so to have a strategy for exactly how you're going to do it feels like you're like we'd have to pretend that there's a stability there that there isn't.
That's a good point. On the text line, someone said it's hard to be all in on a team that's not even over 500.
Yeah.
That's the part where you laid out the numbers. Best team in the AL last 41 games, which is a quarter of a season. That's a big sample size. But then still, like, they're in the worst division in baseball, and they're still in third place in the worst division of baseball. It is hard. I think if you're outside Houston, or even if you just looked at the standings, you'd be like, what's everyone talking about the Astros? They're in third place in a terrible division. It still feels weird to try to wrap your head around, like, hey, this is a really good team when you see they're in the middle of a terrible division.
They're doing, and they feasted on some bad teams and some mediocre teams, and they're on that streak of series that they'd won, series in a row that they'd won. That's a part of it where if you look at it and say, hey, over the course of the last month and a half or so, they've been the best team in the AL, then all right, then if that keeps up, they're not going to – if they could keep that up in a bad AL, then it's not going to be a 500 baseball team by the end of the year. I don't think – if they end up as a 500 baseball team at the end of the season right now and they're just one game in they're the last team in the wild card, I'm not going to feel awesome. If they continue doing what they're doing, then they should have a chance to either win the division or be a more formidable looking wild card team.
Yeah, that's also true. On the text line, someone said, hey, I feel good that they won a shootout on Saturday and then won a pitcher's duel yesterday. That's fair. They won different styles against a good team.
And that's where, and the Rays are really smart at the plate, and they don't chase a whole lot, and Lambert had him chasing a whole bunch. That was a really good performance by Lambert.
Yeah, sure was. Another texter said, I'm with you on the Astros. They just have too many holes to make me a believer. They're too feast or famine.
I think this is what, as I was trying to figure out, okay, what would get people the most buy-in and what would make this team look like a substantially different team in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
If you told me that nothing changed, including that every now and then Imai's going to go out and give you 2/3 of an inning, if Paredes and Walker just go on a tear in the second half of the season, then that alone would be enough for me to feel like, okay, yeah, you get into a series here in the playoffs, anything can happen. I think any of these that you're going to have a couple of whiffs from starting pitchers at various points, but as long as these guys are hitting the way that they can, if that were to happen, if Paredes and Walker were really looking at their best, and Jordan keeps doing what he's been doing, that's what would give me the biggest shot of confidence going into any given series.
So stabilizing the starting rotation, get some more help outside of Jordan, and then that might lead to the third point of bringing an outfielder that could help bolster this lineup as well.
Because Dana Brown's just been awesome at trading for outfielders.
Yeah,
so
right?
He's due, right? If that's your stroke of confidence that you need. You got rid of Sanchez for Loperfido, and then now you gotten rid of Loperfido in the short term. That if they pull something off at the deadline, I'll be duly impressed if I see it.
Well, speaking of the deadline, a few texts came in about someone said, I saw a report the Astros are going to be on Sonny Gray or Tariq Skubal. Another person said, I think they trade Blue Ball for McCarthy or Moniak, a couple of outfielders in the NL. Blue Ball, by the way, is pitching really well. I guess this is when you sell him at like his highest, but honestly, I'd be a little sad to see him go at this point.
Yeah.
But the other part, the Sonny Gray and Skubal, look, some people might not like me saying this because he's on these airwaves a lot. He goes on to Area 45 a bunch. The report came from Bob Nightingale. I take anything Bob Nightingale reports with a huge grain of salt. So when he says that the Astros are going to try to get Sonny Gray or Skubal, I don't buy into it whatsoever. I don't think they have the assets to acquire those guys. Sonny Gray has the second best ERA in the AL right now. Imagine it's going to take a pretty good package, and the Astros have one of the worst farm systems.
Right. Yeah, and that goes against the grain of everything that they did in the offseason where they tried to do it on the cheap, and they brought in, and even the Imai thing. We're in a precarious situation with Imai, where what we're really hoping for is that Imai pitches so in half of the season that there's not a chance in hell that he's going to be here next year because he'll exercise that option and get a big contract somewhere else. That I don't know I don't think they have the assets that they're willing to part with, and that it also just it kind of flies in the face with the way that Dana Brown's been operating as of late.
Yeah, I don't know if they'd be willing to take Sonny Gray has a pretty sizable contract too, and Skubal, of course, you're going to have to pay the guy. That's why Detroit might trade him because they don't want to pay him. So
the quote from Bob Nightingale was that the Houston Astros badly needing an outfielder, showing strong interest in Mickey Moniak and Jake McCarthy of the Colorado Rockies. They also plan to be in the Tariq Skubal and Sonny Gray sweepstakes. So I would that would be a bold move.
It would be. And with that wording, okay, I get it. They plan to be in the sweepstakes. I think they'll get outbid by a number of teams for either of those guys.
It feels like back when the Astros were trying to make it look like they were trying to be aggressive back in 2014, 2000, and even going into 2015, where they'd put in a bid on one of these free agents that would be, they'd be like $20 million per year short, but they were trying. Right. They were trying. Yeah,
right. That's like a friend of mine, the biggest friend in our friend group, like the strongest guy or the tallest guy. Whenever like a scuffle would break out, his line would always be like, "Man, if one more punch was thrown, I was about to jump in." And that was always he didn't want to fight at all. He was just trying to cover himself.
He's just waiting. His hands are registered weapons. So he has to be careful and selective when he jumps in.
One step further, I was there. Hey, coming up, are the 2026 Jaguars, have we seen this version of the Jaguars before? And is it actually also a bad thing for the Houston Rockets? We'll connect all those dots next here. Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, we are in July now. We're in July.
Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Have we seen this version of the Jaguars before? And it's actually a bad thing for the Houston Rockets. We'll get to that here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always join the conversation on the text line 713-572-4610 or the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Are the 2026 Jaguars like the 2018 Jaguars? If you hop into the time machine and think back, so in 2017, that's when they get to the AFC title game. Should have won, but you had Blake Bortles as the quarterback.
Yeah, they had an interception that was ruled down that was nullified to pick six, right?
Yeah, right. And it was they led that game, I think, in the second half, and the offense just didn't do anything, and Patriots snuck by. So they should have been in the Super Bowl. Sounds familiar to what we've been saying here in recent months. But they had a really good defense. You had Blake Bortles. Different style of team. Obviously, I would take Trevor Lawrence over Blake Bortles. But my point being, after that 2017 season, it was so good, they said, let's just run it back. And that's when they gave Bortles a new contract, and they made the biggest addition that offseason was adding a guard to their offensive line. They let Allen Robinson, they let him walk in free agency, somewhat similar to ETN or HN, the running back who left the Jaguars. And they felt like, hey, well, let's keep this team together. And the following year, they went 5-11 and, blew up that team eventually. Somewhat similar to this year where the Jaguars had a very good season last year, a surprise, kind of like 2017 of just truly how good they were. And now they feel like, hey, we already had look at what we did last year. Let's just run this thing back. But we find so often, Seth, that it seems like it was almost like lightning in a bottle. Like that doesn't work to just try to redo what you found worked last year.
Well, and especially, and if you go to Trevor Lawrence and the one really impressive stretch that he had with Doug Peterson, in what was that 2022 or whenever it was, they had a good surge in the second half of the season, and people thought, oh, yep, this is it. Trevor Lawrence has finally figured it out. And lo and behold, no, he had not figured it out. And the defense has caught up to what was working for him and took away his first read, and he just ended up being the same inconsistent guy. I very, very much, agree with you that it looks like it's going against the grain when the old wisdom is that, man, you don't just all of a sudden like discover something and then the next year you just keep doing the same thing and you just keep getting better. The offense for the Jaguars clicked when Trevor Lawrence just looked like he'd figured out how to operate that offense, but also they brought in Jacoby Myers on that trade, and they were a different offense completely. It looked like you got a better version of Brian Thomas Jr. because he could do the things he's good at. Jacoby Myers could be the guy taking the stuff over the middle and Junior. But it was it was one half of a season of impressive offense. And their running game also was decrepit in that time, which shouldn't be as big a deal, except you get into the playoffs, and man, if you can't lean on your run game, it's a lot harder to beat a steady slate of good football teams. And they just so even unable to run the football, they let go of Travis Etienne and just figure that, okay, this committee of Tootin and whomever else is going to be an adequate replacement. I feel like that's a big leap of faith for a team that just couldn't run the ball in the second half of last season.
Certainly, yeah. And I think it's on paper, I think it's just a big drop-off. Obviously, they know more than me. They're in the building. They know those guys. But I was surprised by that move. And again, to take it back, the offense wasn't all that strong for the Jags in 2017, and then they let their best receiver go, and the Chris Ivory was the running back, and they were just about defense and running the football, and it didn't work so well the next year, and Bortles was quickly gone. It's the cliches of if you're not getting better, you're getting worse.
Yeah.
And then also either the adapt or die, where teams – I say this a lot. Coaches in the first year can catch the league by surprise. The easiest example that always comes to my mind first is Brian Dable won a playoff game his first year in New York, and then they didn't have a winning season after that. Like a lot of times coaches come in, they have a good first year, but then you have to, as you know, Seth, you have to keep up because defenses will figure out or offenses will figure out whatever it is. You have to stay one step ahead. And if you're not adapting, you're falling behind. And so those would be, if I was a Jaguars fan, those would be my concerns of are we actually getting better or are we setting ourselves to take a step.
Right. I guess the danger is also, though, if you look at it from the other side, it's that, man, whenever anybody's operating like they're smarter than everybody else, you feel like, oh, you're setting yourself up for a big fall. But then every now and then, they actually are smarter than everybody else. So if you go to, Epstein with the Dodgers or Jeff Luhnow with the Astros, yeah, boy, these guys think they're smarter than everybody else. The young whiz kid's going to reinvent. Crap, they did it. Crap. They actually followed through on it, and they were smarter than everybody else. I just don't think that it's that possible anymore to get that big of a jump through analytics or others, because every other team is using analytics to a pretty extensive degree, so that all of a sudden James Gladstone, the GM of the Jaguars, is all of a sudden going to be the guy that really understands and knows how to use analytics, and that's why he's doing so many things outside the grain. I'm just even more skeptical, because I don't know if it's possible in this day and age to get as big an advantage as teams did in baseball back when they started getting into analytics.
Right. Yeah, I would agree. On the text line, somebody says, aren't we doing the same thing with our defense, just simply running it back?
No, they're not, because they added. So that's the big thing. Like, that's exactly the counter to what Luke was talking about, because they drafted a defensive tackle that addresses a weakness or perceived weakness that they had in their inability to stop the run in critical situations, in certain situations, which was the other huge concern, especially when it comes to that defense allowing too many explosive plays. The rest of it is they brought back a bunch of starters who are good starters. They're not just saying, okay, we'll hodgepodge it together and we'll see what happens. And I would argue, because immediately as I say that, people are going to say, well, what is Henry To'oTo'o exactly? They drafted 2 linebackers, and they traded for Marte Mapu in the offseason. And that was before E.J. Speed got injured. So, no, I don't. Now, they don't have to be as aggressive on the defensive side of the ball, but they definitely don't look like they sat on their hands and figured like, oh, yeah, we were awesome last year and we're going to be awesome again this year. I think D'Amico understands exactly what we're talking about here, is that you never just say, well, we're good and it's just going to be a prepackaged product and we'll roll it out again next year. So my answer to that question would be no, that's not what they're doing on defense.
Also, I would say the defense clearly for the Texans was maybe the best defense in the league, certainly top 3, where I don't think the Jaguars, if we're talking about them specifically here, I don't think they're on that level in any of the areas. It's not like, hey, this run game's so good, HN can leave, we'll be fine, or, this offense is so good, we don't need one of our best skill set players, we'll be good. Like, I think they still have more questions to figure out, kind of like I was comparing to 2017 where they thought Blake Bortles was like, he seems fine, we'll give him a contract and run this thing back. I think there's still more for the Jaguars to figure out than specifically the Texans defense, in my opinion.
Well, you brought up a great analogy or a comparison, which would be just Rockets operating a little bit like the Jaguars are this offseason, where there was a glimmer of something that you saw last year, but, hey, now once we get, Fred VanVleet, which you thought was a certainty coming back, now we just don't know. But just in running it back, are they looking at this is what I would fear. I would fear that last month of the season, when it actually looked like they figured some things out offensively, that it looked like Kevin Durant had a better plan and mode of operation and figuring out where he was going to go with the ball when he got attacked. And then when Durant gets injured in the playoffs, is it too easy for them to say, well, you know what? We actually did have it kind of figured out, and now with Fred VanVleet coming back, that it's that simple, and then we'll have the absolute best version. I'm not as comfortable thinking that it's as simple as that.
Yeah, I get all of the anxiety, I suppose, for Rockets fans this offseason, especially when you see other teams making all these moves. Like specific in the Hornets, I know Dorian Finney-Smith was just traded there and he was lousy this past year, but the Hornets have just acquired like 4 different good 3-point shooters here this offseason alone. You see these other teams making moves and you wish your team would, and I am concerned of this idea of like, let's just get Fred VanVleet healthy, Steven Adams healthy, run it back, we'll be fine. Going back to what we were just saying about the Jaguars, I think that anytime a team fails to try to take a step forward, you're actually taking a step back. And so to think Steven Adams, another injury and another year older, Fred VanVleet, whatever it is now, coming off this knee injury where his knee exploded, whatever phrase he used, blew up. And your star, Kevin Durant's now another year older, who's 38. I think the idea of let's just run this group back, we'll be fine. That's something that I can understand the anxiety, because I don't know how improved they'll be on paper or even from a win total this year by simply trying to do the same thing.
Can we just reflect on Dorian Finney-Smith for a moment? And that he had a 27% 3-point percentage this year, which is by far the lowest he's had in his entire career. It's from since 2016. He's the lowest he ever was 29.3% in his rookie season. And since then, he's been up in the 30s, and well into the 40s at points. And he's 27% this year in the 37 games that he played. Just a remarkably disappointing addition last year.
Yeah, it really was. And it took 3 draft picks just to foist him onto the Hornets over the weekend. They said, you don't need to give us anything. Just take him away from us. Take him out of here. That's how disappointing he was this past season.
33% field goal percentage, drastically, ridiculously lower than anything he's had before. It's just incredible.
Yeah, it didn't work out. I wonder if there's some sort of, I wouldn't say curse, but the idea that the Rockets they still need shooting year after year, and they bring in these guys, and they just can't shoot it well enough. Bogdanovich is going to be the next one of we just can't figure this out. We can't figure out the shooting thing.
If you have a kind of offense that creates catching these, and that goes a long way towards that. I mean, that's the idea of, and that was what in the hodgepodge of whatever the hell that offense was last year. There's so many guys that just weren't even getting close to being in the position to do what they do best, either by design, because you're asking non-point guards to play point guard, or just because guys that should be, catch and shoot sharpshooters aren't getting those same opportunities either. Yeah,
it's true. Someone on the text line said the Jags kind of operate like Jim Crane does with the Astros. Yeah, I could see the similarities, at least after 2017, this offseason.
They're especially... I think where they really look like they think they're smarter than everybody else is with their free agency strategy this offseason, where we're going for the compensatory picks. We're going to let our running back go. We're going to let Devin Lloyd, our linebacker, go. And we're not going to be aggressive in bringing anybody else in because we want to be sure we get those third-round picks a couple years from now. They're playing the long game. And I appreciate that. That's a good strategy to have. But at the same time, there's also Gladstone, you got to prove that you deserve your job in these first couple of years, too.
Yeah, it's true. The takeaway from all this is to continue to grow and try to take a step forward. I don't think the Jags have, and I worry that the Rockets are in that same trap as well heading into their next season. Hey, coming up, was the Andre Johnson-Cortland Finnegan fight premeditated? Talk about that next here. Payne and Pendergast.
I'll tell you what, when we talk about planning for the long term, yes, when it comes to your retirement,
Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Was the whole Andre Johnson, Cortland Finnegan scuffle almost premeditated? We'll talk about that here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always join the conversation. 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610 on the text line. You can always join the conversation on YouTube and Twitch.
813 is Tampa's area code.
Oh, really?
Some poor, yeah. I'm glad you corrected yourself. Some poor Tampa resident was going to get an angry text from somebody.
Yeah, it's like when we get the random text from the station in like Kansas City. People are texting us about the Royals or Mahomes. Similarly,
oh, it's the weirdest thing. For those of you listeners that don't know what we're talking about, there's a used to be Sports Radio 610 in Kansas City. And it would be the most confusing thing in the world because all of a sudden there would be somebody irate on the text line with like some take about Travis Kelce or something, and you're like, "What? Why are you shouting at me, bro? What's going?" And then you realize, and then the funniest thing was a lot of times when people would keep texting at you,
right?
Like they still needed to vent, and they were just happy that somebody was acknowledging that they were venting.
Yeah, exactly. So at least that doesn't happen really much anymore. So instead, we'll send it to Tampa. So this audio, I guess. Seth looked into it. I guess this is from like a year ago.
Yeah, this was from Andre Johnson on the Nightcap podcast when they were in Houston. They were doing it. Chad Johnson and Shannon Sharp were interviewing Andre Johnson. And we had played some clips from it at the time. I don't remember this clip. I don't remember playing this clip. I don't think this went viral, but it's like a year old, but it was one of those things that just regained virality or became viral for the first time this weekend. So this is the first time I can remember hearing this clip.
Yeah, it had been going on for about 3 years. Man, I never shared this story with nobody, but because we on Nightcap, I'm going to give it to you.
There you go. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there we go.
So, Chad, you remember Club Play?
Yeah.
So, old Cristal.
Yeah.
So, man, this is no lie. Like, we're driving up to the club. It's my little brother and Rudy. Mm-hmm. My brother's sitting in the passenger seat. Rudy's in the back seat. And bro, I'm pulling up in valet, and they jump out the car while the car's moving.
Right.
And I'm like, what the hell y'all doing? They was like, there you go. So I'm like, what are y'all talking about? And he's standing at the front door of the club.
Right.
I didn't even see him. They wanted to get on him right then. And I'm like, nah, like, we not doing that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that happened like a year prior. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, man. Like, we was up 20-0. And I told Coob, I was like, hey, man, I'm finna beat his ass.
Normally, coaches call plays for the player. The player called a play. Coach, I'm going to beat his ass on one. Ready, break.
So that was just it, man. Like, I just had enough of, the stuff he was doing. So it
was mainly cheap shots, not so much talking. It was the cheap, dirty.
No, the talking, you could talk all day. I don't give a damn about talking.
Right.
But it was the cheap things he would do after plays.
Okay.
Yeah.
Y'all cool now? Y'all cool now? Y'all?
I don't know.
I don't know. It sounds like they're not cool. They probably don't run in the same circles either.
No, I don't think so. I think this went viral because I just saw this other video from the weekend where there's a video of him signing an action figure of his fight
that's right.
with Cortland Finnegan. So I think that's what brought it back.
Yeah, he was in an autograph event or something, so somebody brought that back to lend a little context to everything. No, it's cool hearing Gary Kubiak tell that story too, because Kubiak the game was over. The Texans had they were just running the clock out, and all of a sudden Andre's standing next to him, ready to play. And I think the way Kubiak told it was something along the lines of him saying, like, I just got to do what I got to do. I got to go do what I got to do, coach. And he went out and whooped up on Cortland Finnegan there. There wasn't a single person in the NFL that thought Andre Johnson was in the wrong for that.
Yeah, right?
Everybody hated Cortland Finnegan. He was that little he's a gnat, that would just be always doing that stuff that it was trying to bait people. You know what, honestly, he was like Travis Kelce. Except that, like Travis Kelce does all that stuff that he gets away with, where he tries to bait people after the play and everything, and people just got sick and tired of it.
Yeah,
nobody's ever actually gone out and just whooped up on Travis Kelce though.
No,
because I think that's the other thing. Like Travis Kelce's he's still too good of a player. Where with Cortland Finnegan, I don't think there was a single part of Andre Johnson that worried that why poke the bear? Like
right.
No, this is a little bear cub and I'm gonna beat him down.
Right. Well, this might be the time now to get Kelce as he slows down. Wait for him. It's almost like waiting for him in an alleyway. Now that he's slower, can't get away. Beat the crap out of him out on the field. I do love though that a lot of times we see these scuffles on the field, but they don't necessarily make their way off the field. It's just in between the lines. I do like that, at least from this story, that they were ready to go at a nightclub a year prior. I like that this was a genuine off the field. We don't like this.
This wasn't like anything like leave it on the field or anything. That was enough. That tells you everything you need to know about how annoying Cortland Finnegan was. That it was to the point where there might be a chain snatching or something at some point. You don't usually hear about it bubbling off the field. Credit to Andre Johnson for understanding he had to rein in his younger brother there, because a lot of times that's did you ever hear Charlie Murphy tell a story about when he was his brother's bodyguard? So Charlie Murphy was Eddie Murphy's older brother, but was he wasn't taking no crap from nobody, to the point where it was a bad idea for him to be security for his brother, because he was just jumping in way too aggressively on stuff that an actual security professional would know to just kind of move things along and get Eddie out of the building. Charlie was all about settling things right then and there.
Yeah, and he, according to the Chappelle Show, he got slapped by Rick James. So
yeah, that was a whole different scenario. That's that wasn't even like him acting as a bodyguard or whatever. God, that's the funniest skit in the history.
Yeah,
ever.
It's great.
So my brother was my older brother, and my brother was really good. He lived with me my second year in the NFL.
Okay,
and he was awesome because my brother he was older. I mean, he still was a little bit like Charlie Murphy in this regard. We were out at a bar one night. It was me and a few of my friends, and one of them was an offensive lineman. He's like a practice squad guy. Awesome guy. His name was, Dave Kempfert. And, but he was a practice squad guy, but a big guy, probably the biggest in the group of guys that we had out with us. And there was some guy that just didn't like that his girlfriend was looking at Dave or something. And he just came out of nowhere and like cold cocked Dave Kempfert.
Oh, wow.
And immediately my brother, because there was about to be a scuffle, my brother grabbed Dave and the rest of us, and he like he was a professional bodyguard, like ran us all out to my car and got us all loaded into the car. And then, but this is where he got unprofessional. He went back into the bar and he found the guy, and the guy was basically telling the story to one of his friends, saying like, "Yeah, did you see that? Guy thought he was big. He cold cocked him, like blindsided him out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like Dave never saw it coming." So this guy's telling the story to my brother, and my brother's like, "Oh, that was awesome!" And my brother cold cocks this dude, and runs back out to the car, and his knuckles are all bloody and everything. There might have been a tooth stuck in one of his, and then he's like, "We gotta go, we gotta get out of here." But he kept us off of ESPN.
Yeah.
It's all about keeping you off, keeping the guys that would be on ESPN or on the police blotter, keeping them off of it.
That's
and,
right.
He understood that part of his responsibility.
Hey, always got to have a fall guy, and if not a fall guy, at least somebody to throw the punches for you at the bar, and then run out into the getaway car. That's a funny story. Also, ballsy by the first guy to even try to, well, as you said, cheap shot. But even
I shouldn't say, he didn't cold cock him because he didn't get knocked out. But he got cheap shotted, yeah.
Yeah, oh, man. I wouldn't want to mess with a dude that big, whether I knew he was in the NFL or not. Coming up, so yeah, in case you haven't heard that audio, there you go. Andre Johnson and his buddies already fed up at Cortland Finnegan. Full on the field. Coming up, a lot of audio that we want to get to from Aaron Schatz. Even Kevin Clark had some audio, but if you've been listening to other shows, I've made this case elsewhere, and we'll talk about it with Seth coming up. I think the Texans actually should probably be the favorite in the AFC, and I don't think they're getting their respect in the AFC, and I'll explain why coming up next here on Payne and Pendergast.
Get the respect you deserve. If you've been in an accident that was not your fault, you deserve respect.
WILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I continue to say I think the Texans should be maybe the favorite of the AFC. I don't have as much concern for them as a lot of other teams. Most people seem to disagree, but we'll talk about that here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can join the conversation anytime, 713-572-4610 on the text line or in the YouTube and Twitch chats. By the way, Seth, we talked about it earlier, this whole red card controversy with the World Cup. USA plays Belgium tonight. Apparently, from what I saw, they're going to allow Belgium to now appeal that today. So we're not done yet.
This is going to be a down-to-the-wire situation?
I guess. How can you go back on the appeal? You already changed it once. You can't change it again now on an appeal. That would be ridiculous. You got to stick to your guns.
This is just this is so much turmoil surrounding something that I feel so inept in. Like, actually, I know my judgment of whether or not it should be a red card carries no weight whatsoever. And then when it comes to overturning the suspension, it's a way murkier feel than I want to have this morning. Yeah. I just want to be able to enjoy it. Watch people try to kick the ball into the goal like I typically do.
Yeah. Well, it starts at 7 tonight. We'll see. We'll see what happens. So
so there's a chance that they might end up like coming onto the field and pulling him off right before the.
I don't know. I don't know when the decision's going to have to be made, but I don't know how you can go back on it now after changing it. You can't snap this thing. Keep going back and forth.
I wonder what, are there any theories about what? I guess I'm just trying to figure out. So Trump called the president of FIFA. If whatever he said had an influence on FIFA, what exactly would it have been? Like, what are the different avenues that the U.S. could put pressure on FIFA, or whether it was just? I mean, there's a chance that FIFA might have done this independent of whether or not Trump called them. Which at that point, can you imagine if you're the FIFA president and you're like, okay, you know what? I'm pretty sure we're probably going to overturn this thing, and then all of a sudden the president of the United States calls, and you're like, crap, this is gonna. Nobody's gonna believe me for a damn second. Nobody's gonna believe me for a damn second that this is what we were gonna do anyway.
Yeah, we were gonna do it anyways. Yeah, now it becomes.
I swear we were gonna do it anyway.
Right. Yeah, now it's a much bigger story. Well, we'll see what happens there in the meantime. And, the fellas coming up after us here in the loop, they're big soccer guys, so they'll keep you all up to date of anything that might come out between now and then. So I've been saying for the different shows I've been in on here in recent weeks, I keep making the case, and I'll make the case again here, that I think the Texans should be, if not the favorite of the AFC, one of, I would say, top the betting odds. They're tied for 6th right now, and if you polled people, I don't think they're putting the Texans in the top 3 best teams in the AFC going into this year. Mm-hmm. And so I bring all this up because The Athletic put out an article last week, at the end of last week, of the biggest remaining questions for all 32 NFL teams. And I don't know, Seth, if you and Sean had gone through this on air, but then The Athletic doubled down by coming out with another article of these biggest questions, what are the biggest concerns for the upcoming year? And they chose 4 teams or 4 concerns as the biggest, and one was the Houston Texans was one of their biggest concerns of if the offense is going to be improved enough this year. So of the teams The Athletic was most concerned about, they put the Cardinals, the Commanders, the Dolphins, and the Texans. It's almost like a Sesame Street question where one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah. I was really well, and even the Commanders, though. The Commanders are in that conversation where you could see it going. You could see it being better than way better than expected if some things work out or whatever. But throwing to act like the 4 biggest questions have anything to do with the Dolphins or the Cardinals, I don't get or understand that at all. When it's not on anybody's mind really, other than when they have to compile articles about 32 teams. That this is all right. Is this how quickly can the Dolphins rookies contribute? Cool. Will the turnaround be 2 years or 3 years? We don't know, and nobody really cares. Can the Cardinals' defense be any better? It's not going to make him a good football team. They can't get their starting quarterback Jacoby Brissett to report to OTAs.
Yeah. Yeah, and as they said, the phrasing, alarmed about these 4 situations listed in order of severity, and the Texans are number 1. So at least for the Athletic or this writer, his biggest concern heading into the season is the Texans and if the offense is going to be good enough. And this is the point I've been trying to make on these airwaves here in recent weeks is I don't get this whole idea that when you look at the AFC, I think there's far bigger questions or concerns for some of the other top teams in the AFC. And just to run through them real quick, the Ravens and the Bills both have not only new head coaches, but first-time head coaches. And we have not had first-time head coaches win a Super Bowl since the 1980s. It's only happened twice, and it hasn't happened since 1989. So when we talk about the Ravens and the Bills are the 2 favorites right now, betting favorites at least, to win the AFC. They would do something that we don't see very often of not first year, like of Mike Vrabel, but first-time head coaches having that much success.
Well, and I think with the Bills, too, they're in that category where when people talk about them, I feel like they kind of just fly by some of the issues that they've had for the last couple of years and make it all about Josh Allen and whether or not he has the support and his, the receivers to make something happen. They have one of the best running backs in the league in James Cook, but you do have your offensive coordinator, head coach for the first time. It's not like the offense felt like, okay, yeah, this is what makes it through a playoff run. This is the kind of just the grind it out, we're going to destroy you no matter what because we have so many different options. It was still largely a lot of hero ball by Josh Allen that was going to determine whether or not they were good as an offense. And I don't feel like just adding DJ Moore all of a sudden just flips the script that much. I don't think it's the same as getting a younger Stephon Diggs in there and all of a sudden completely transforming the offense. And then the fact that they've got a brand new defensive coordinator with still a lot of questions in their secondary that they've had for years now, but also losing some of their best pass rushers. There's a good chance that the Bills' defense is actually worse this year than they were last year.
Yeah, for sure. There's a good chance Joe Brady doesn't know what he's doing or even that the offense suffers if he's going to continue to try to call plays and now be a head coach. There's a lot of questions. I think that's a bigger question than the Texans scenario. I think even the Ravens, new offensive coordinator, first-time head coach, those are bigger questions. Elsewhere, go ahead.
The Ravens are kind of, I noticed this with the Saints. When Peyton left, people kept talking about the Saints like they were the same organization. You would see people write, 2 years after Peyton was gone, they would write things like, well, it seems like the Saints always have a way of figuring out how to be relevant at the end of the year. I'm like, under Sean, what the hell are you talking about? It's Sean Payton was a huge part of that. Not to mention Drew Brees. So I don't know what you're talking. The Ravens, I feel there's a little bit of that going on where people are talking about the Ravens organization as if Harbaugh is still there and that they're going to operate the same and that they're always going to have that same blend of competitive type players and everything. Maybe out of respect to the Ravens personnel department, but having a new head coach is kind of a big deal, and it's not as simple as, the Ravens will just operate the way they've always operated.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you. I like the comparison to Sean Payton and the Saints. So those are the 2 teams that are considered the favorites. I'm surprised because I think they have bigger questions. Meanwhile, if you look elsewhere in the AFC, the Chiefs should always be up there in the conversation. I get that. But we do have Mahomes coming off an injury for a team that hasn't been top 15 in offense the last 3 years. And I know the idea here, we're talking about the top teams in the AFC or winning the AFC, but I would also, taking it a step further, tell you that no quarterback has ever won a Super Bowl coming off a torn ACL, and you have Mahomes doing that. Now, look, if there's ever a guy to do it, it's Mahomes. But my point being, if you want to talk about who has the greater concern or who has the bigger question, maybe I'm being a homer. But I think Mahomes coming off this injury and what you're going to get from him this year might be a bigger question or concern than whatever we're talking about with the Texans and their offense. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know.
Well, no, and I think this is one of those scenarios where if you pull the Chiefs fan base, I feel like this might be one of those scenarios where the Chiefs fan base feels like national media is being too nice to the Chiefs. That they're ignoring it. Okay, depending on Rashee Rice to be your bulwark at wide receiver has been kind of a dicey proposition over the last few years. Xavier Worthy hasn't really turned into what they hoped, and that it doesn't feel like they've done a whole lot to address all of that. That there's a certain amount of just respect for Mahomes and the Chiefs logo that just seems to assume that, of course, well, yeah, with a relatively healthy Mahomes, they'll be just fine. No, they weren't just fine when Mahomes got injured last year. They haven't been just fine for a while now. They've been kind of scrapping it together and relying on their defense as much or more so than their offense for the last couple of years they were in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I'm with you, and so. I think there's some concerns there, or some bigger questions there. Again, this all comes from the idea that the Athletics said their biggest concern is with the Texans. The Texans is the number one team in the league where they're most concerned about when it comes to a specific issue for that team. Elsewhere in the AFC, the Patriots, I'll be honest, the Patriots might be my weakest argument, but it's just the fact that it seems like they overachieved last year. They had the easiest schedule. They had a pretty easy walk in the playoffs. Teams oftentimes might struggle to get back there the following year. Plus, you throw in the Rossini and Vrabel thing. Schedule is going to be tougher this year. Teams might figure out Drake May a little bit more. It might not be my strongest argument, but I think most people are expecting the Patriots to take a step back, and yet right now, currently, they have better odds in the AFC than the Texans. They have the Patriots are an interesting led by a lot of respects and DVOA and everything. It was one of the easiest schedules in the history of football, right? In the history of modern football, and yet they did have some good offensive performances versus some of the good defenses on their schedule, and that it feels so much like we're in the college football rankings argument, where you're talking about, I don't ever remember talking about strength of schedule as much as we did with the Patriots last year in the NFL. It felt like college football. I think the biggest thing for the Patriots would be that, one, okay, you bring in A.J. Brown, great, but let's not pretend like Stephon Diggs wasn't a big part of what they did last year. And that A.J. Brown he's not old at all, but that he's a couple years removed from when he was at his scariest. That I don't think it's as simple as saying, oh, well, A.J. Brown is a clear upgrade over Stephon Diggs, especially when you're dealing with a young quarterback. But that also, it's not. We don't know for sure that Will Campbell is actually a good left tackle. He had injuries that were an excuse for last year, but he was disgustingly bad in the playoffs. And whether it's his tiny little elfin arms or whether it was because he was injured or whatever else it might be, if they don't get their O-line figured out and operating better, it's real hard. We've seen this with C.J. Stroud. It's hard to replicate some of that early success if your offensive line is getting worse year by year.
Absolutely. Yeah, I have a lot of questions about the Patriots trying to duplicate their success this year. Other teams that are right now than the Texans, who I think might have bigger questions. The Denver Broncos is another one where new offensive coordinator has never called plays before. Now, granted, Sean Payton's there to look over his shoulder, but then you also have a quarterback coming off an injury, and I just told you a moment ago, no quarterback has won a Super Bowl coming off, an ACL or the lower leg injuries like that caused them to miss 8 to 9 months. So you have a quarterback who I still have questions about Bo Nix. Now you throw in the injury. Now you throw in a new play caller. I put them right there, if not higher than the Texans, of teams in the AFC that I think I have more concerns about and more questions.
What's funny is it's not funny for Bo Nix, but it's funny for me. During that Broncos game, when he got injured, early in the game they'd run some design QB runs and some genuine zone reads type stuff like that. And I was texting with one of my friends who coaches high school football now, but he was in the Drew Hodgson. He was an NFL offensive lineman. And I said, why is it these NFL coaches they'll have a lot of success with designed QB runs early in the game, and then they just move so drastically away from them in the second half. And he was like, I know, it's frustrating. And I guess he's like, the only thing I can guess is they're just genuinely worried about, they want to get as much bang for the buck out of it, but they're worried about the quarterback getting injured. And then lo and behold, Bo Nix gets injured running the ball. And did he get injured at the end of the fourth quarter or in overtime? It was on that overtime series that they ended up scoring, whatever it was. Yeah, he gets injured, and now he's still a relative question mark, even though he participated in OTA. People don't feel rock solid, 100% confident that he's going to be 100%.
Yeah, that was such a weird one. Honestly, I don't remember because they won the game. You had no idea that it was an injury like that. And then as you're celebrating this win, Sean Payton at the podium's like, oh, by the way, Bo Nix just whatever, broke his foot, whatever it was. Like he's out for the rest of the playoffs. It's like, wait, what? It was such a roller coaster of emotions. It was so strange. You didn't realize watching the game that he suffered such a severe injury.
Yeah.
And wasn't going to be available the following week. The final team I'll reference here that is considered to be better than the Texans on paper is the Chargers. And look, Mike McDaniel might be a home run, but they have 2 new coordinators. I still have plenty of questions about Justin Herbert myself. I'd put him in the same category as C.J. Stroud, plus new coordinators. And Mike McDaniel, call me a hater, I think he's still kind of living on the whole Shanahan thing of he wasn't calling the plays with Shanahan, but just because he was with Shanahan in San Francisco, he's considered this like mad genius.
You know what? I think with him, I think the postmortem on Tua Tagovailoa's career, and I know he might be a starter this year, but I'll say the postmortem on his Dolphins career is really now it's turned into, okay, you know what? That early success was all a whole lot of Tyreek Hill and Mike McDaniel and them scheming him to be the best version that Tua Tagovailoa could be. So that's going to be really interesting because you just don't like that's the only instance you've seen with him as an offensive coordinator on a new team. That is he going to add something to the mix that make the best version of himself? I think it's very, very possible. But Justin Herbert also, like that, who was making? Oh, I saw Quincy Avery making this point. Somebody like, hey, like who had 4 interceptions and a really, really bad playoff performance on the road? It was Justin Herbert, and yet here we are 3 years later, and people aren't clamoring for Justin Herbert. Like people aren't talking like Justin Herbert's the biggest disappointment in all the league. And that does put things into context a little bit. As bad as CJ's performance was, that Peyton Manning threw 4 interceptions in a playoff performance once. You gotta try to temper it a little bit and see what happens this year.
I said Friday during the Radiothon, I think Herbert, for whatever reason, he's just like Teflon. People still say he's like a top 5 quarterback, this and that. He's been lousy in the biggest games of his career. If you look up the numbers, he's not good when trailing in the fourth quarter or 2-minute drills. Like, he's not a clutch quarterback. He loses a lot of close games.
The last couple of years, he's been managed and just not even throwing the football all that much for large stretches of time.
And yet people are still like, top 5 quarterback, or certainly at least top 10 just based off of like potential and skill set. So anyways, my point being, I was surprised that another publication, in this case The Athletic, ranked the Texans number 1 on their list. And maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill here, but they ranked the Texans number 1 on their list of situations that they are most concerned about. And for the Texans, it was about their offense. And as I just tried to lay out, I think you can make the case for just about every other team that we think, or the Texans in the AFC, I think they have larger, if not equal, concerns than the Texans.
It's so much of it revolves around C.J. Stroud. It's this time of year where people are writing so many articles about all 32 teams, and it's a lot of stuff like this: biggest question, biggest X factor, biggest that. I mean, it's all C.J. Stroud. Yeah. And understandably and justifiably so. But it just, my God, we can't get to real football soon enough, or at least that one series that C.J. plays in the first preseason game, if that, where we read everything into it. Based on that one series against vanilla defenses and a bunch of backups, yes. Does he look like he could win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, that's going to be the Stroud Super Bowl himself. We'll see. That's my point. This team the Texans should have been in the Super Bowl last year if they just got average quarterback play, and yet everyone's talking about, we're putting them in the same conversation here in this article as the Dolphins and the Commanders and the Cardinals. Let's relax. So there's some audio, too, that I wanted to get to. We'll try to get to it next, including from Aaron Schatz, who might agree with the case I was just making. But also I want to get to this when we come back. Andre Ware was on the Radiothon. He was on these airwaves Friday with Reggie and Ron, helping them raise a bunch of money as they did. But he gave his thoughts on C.J. Stroud, the struggles for Stroud in this offense. And so we'll hear from the quarterback, Andre Ware, next here on Payne and Pendergast.
Texans training camp is Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
What did Andre Ware have to say about C.J. Stroud and the Texans offense? We'll find out here in just a moment on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean. Seth Payne's alongside, of course. Appreciate you starting the week with us. 713-572-4610 on the text line to join the conversation anytime, or you can get to us in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. This audio that we're going to play from Andre in a moment comes from the Radiothon on Friday, benefiting the Houston Food Bank. And so props to those guys for the great work they did on the air for 12 hours to raise a bunch of money. I believe, I didn't see a final number, I believe close to the $30,000. So
okay, yeah, I couldn't, I wasn't listening at the end of the show, so I didn't know how much. And they were waiting for maybe some of the auction items and everything to finalize.
Yeah, I didn't hear the end either, but I believe it was nearly 30,000. So I don't want to speak out of turn.
They started out last year in the inaugural one. Their goal was $5,000, I think. So the listeners have done an incredible job with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, both years. And I was just trying to look online. Well, first, by the way, so I came in the afternoon and I hung out with them for a little bit. And they said, man, I asked, like, how you guys holding up? Because at that point it was like after 2 o'clock. They'd been on the air for 8 hours. And they said, well, it was a pretty easy start. We had Seth for 2 hours, then we had John Harris for an hour. Like, it didn't feel like we had to do anything until the 4th hour of the day. So they got quite a head start. And they meant that, of course, in the best possible way of hopping on with you fellas in the morning. So, but I was just trying to look online. I'm curious what the final bids were for the dinners. I know.
I know. Sean and I went for like $4,700. I think we were the high water mark on that.
You guys were the leaders?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted to see because I know Sean was talking about that, wanting to be number one. So I was curious.
I enjoy these dinners that I do for charity because I get to text my mom and say, "Hey, I'm doing something. Sorry, Mom, I can't talk tonight. I'm doing a." For the Houston Food Bank. I'm going to go out and have dinner bought for me and drinks bought for me and by people that donated a bunch of money to Carrabba's donates for us, it's going to be Carrabba's donating the meal and the drinks and everything. But I do it for I do it because I'm a good person. That's how I give.
Absolutely. Yeah, I get it. It's like Kirby.
No, but seriously, thank you, everybody who donated. That was huge.
For sure. Yeah, on the text line, somebody said it was 24,000. So, I mean, I should know, being in the building, I should have the exact number, but I'll be honest with you, I apologize. I don't know the exact number. Either way, it was a ton of money, and it goes to a great cause with the Houston Food Bank. So, I hung out with them a little bit in the afternoon, and they're like, "Oh, Andre Ware's coming on," and I was like, "Okay, well then I better get out of here. I don't need to linger when you have a star like Andre Ware hanging out." But they asked Andre about C.J. Stroud and the offense and what he thought about everything we've seen from the Texans offense. So here's what Andre Ware had to say during the Radiothon on Friday about the Texans quarterback and offense.
I think it's the offensive scheme change. And with that, bear with me, I went through three offensive coordinators in 4 years when I was in Detroit. You talk about a young player, that's tough. And so I think he's experiencing some of that. Yeah, he's a pro. Yeah, he should, but he hadn't been in it long enough to have played in a couple of offenses where you say, okay, this matches with this. I think under Slowick, the first 2 years, an effort to get him some of the stuff that he was comfortable with at Ohio State. And so we saw arguably his best season his first year there. And then when you start the changes and the switching of terminology, it's like starting all over again. And so it's like starting a job for most listeners where you don't have a lot of experience in that job, and you're kind of learning on the job, so to speak. And I think that's exactly what he went through last year. At times, there were times even early in the season when the team started rolling on that 9-game winning streak that he just didn't look himself. And I think it's the offensive scheme, and until he gets comfortable in it, and until they give him some stuff that he wants, then the struggle may continue a little while.
And that's, I think, where, again, going back to having a first-time offensive coordinator working with a young quarterback, there can be drawbacks and there can be benefits. I think you don't always see the benefits all that quickly necessarily because the offensive coordinator is figuring things out alongside the young quarterback. If it does work out, then over time they'll have kind of built up this common knowledge base between the two of them. But if you think about what the Patriots were able to do last year with Drake May, young quarterback, new offensive coordinator, but the coordinator is Josh McDaniels. And Josh McDaniels did a lot of what Andre Ware was just talking about. Okay, like what can we do that Drake May's comfortable doing now? We're not going to try to have him more experience doing that with more young quarterbacks. And I'm not just talking about Tom Brady. And that it stands to reason that it would be a smoother process because the guy has some experience. With Caley, you got to gain that experience somewhere, but I think as it is with CJ, a lot of the excuses for Caley being a first-time coordinator last year, you give him a 1-year grace period, and okay, now in my eyes, you're a veteran quarterback and you're a veteran offensive coordinator. Figure it out, and please, I don't want to hear about any more of these growing pains.
Yeah, which I think is fair. And by the way, Andre told a good story about when he was in Detroit and they had the offensive line coach would call the run plays and he was down on the field, I think it was, and the wide receiver coach would call the pass plays and he was up in the press box. So whenever the coach wanted a run play, he'd go to this coach, pass play this coach, and Andre was like, there was no wonder we struggled. I've never heard of a team doing that else. And Andre was obviously a young quarterback at the time, and he said it was a ridiculous setup. So obviously he comes from a place of experience and expertise and knows what it's like to change these different systems and whatnot. But I think that's fair for this past year.
Yeah.
But I still wonder if, what about the drop-off from year 1 to year 2 where that was the same system? I feel like this only answers half of the concern because I feel like Stroud's been on a decline since year 1, and Caley hasn't been here for, this was just the first year with Nick Caley. So I get why that would be challenging this past season of changing offense and learning on the fly and all that. So wasn't some of these concerns already starting even before Caley came in?
No, yeah, it's 100%. One of the things that kind of gets lost in the wash is that right now I'm seeing a lot of people that are making arguments for Stroud, and good arguments or solid arguments for Stroud, but they do kind of just gloss over as they'll talk about. I'm not talking about Andre. I'm talking about some of the other people. That'll kind of gloss over this last year by saying, well, there's a lot new and there's a lot of change and everything, but without bringing up that, okay, yeah, in year 2 of being in the same offense, he didn't look as good. I think a lot of that, going back to having a young offensive coordinator, going into the second year, both CJ and Bobby Slowick talked at the beginning of that year about how they're probably going to start seeing a lot of coverages that are trying to take away the deep shots, and we got to have answers for that. The problem was they didn't have any answers for it. And one of the things that you're supposed to be able to do when teams are trying to take away the deep ball is that you should be able to run the ball pretty consistently. And they weren't able to do that. They couldn't do it versus light boxes. They certainly couldn't do it versus heavy boxes. They were incapable of taking what the defense gives them. And that's where on Slowick, whether it was Slowick's fault or the offensive line's fault or CJ's fault or whatever, they weren't going to be able to operate. Going into year 2, I kept telling Sean, I would have to keep stopping whenever anybody would say, hey, everybody thinks that the offense is going to be good this year. I would say, no, I don't. I need to see that they can run the ball. If they can't run the ball effectively in the first year, if they can't run the ball effectively in year 2, it's not going to be a good offense. And that's a huge part of what the issue was in year 2. Even with Joe Mixon sometimes having 100-plus yard games, those 100-yard games were still not good rushing attacks. They weren't continually just moving the sticks methodically. It was a whole lot of feast or famine. So, right. That's but you're in year 4 now, and nobody's got an appetite for after this year saying, oh, yeah, but it was only his second year in the offense.
Right.
Or, hey, the offensive line wasn't adequate. Like, they've got to figure it out this year. Or heads will roll, Luke Morrow.
It's true. I'm with you 100%. I liked when I heard you in on Friday with the Radiothon, I heard the point you making of, and I would now use it to ask you a question of, like, what if they are able to run it early in the season, but then the offense is still struggling or not quite clicking? Like, then what do we say, or where do we go from there?
And that's exactly how, like, a lot of the people that I respect that watch a lot of film and that still are bullish on C.J. Stroud, if you talk about, like, Nate Tice or Robert Mays, some of these guys that they cover the whole league and they watch a lot of film and they know what they're talking about, they'll routinely bring up the lack of a run game for C.J., and that's what the Texans did this year. They addressed that very heavily. They want to have a better rushing attack. Everybody's kind of talked their way into an either or, where it's that, hey, if they have a good rushing game, then we're predicting that CJ is going to look like the best version of himself. If they have a good rushing attack and CJ doesn't look like a better quarterback, then that's where the real hardcore doubt and skepticism is going to come in from outside of Houston. There's plenty of healthy skepticism inside of Houston right now. I think there's a lot of people on the outside that are kind of just in wait and see mode with C.J. Stroud, but I think it's all built up to this being the year that, man, if they actually did get everything in place and you don't look more like you did your rookie year, then we got to have some super serious conversations.
I referenced earlier some Aaron Schatz audio. We'll save that for tomorrow because I think there's some good stuff there, and even from Kevin Clark. So call that a tease. We'll get back to that tomorrow. And also, just to do a little housekeeping, as people pointed out, yeah, I saw the photo. I didn't even look at the number. In terms of, I was wondering earlier how much money was raised for the Radiothon. They have posted the photo with the big check online, and I saw that photo, but I never zoomed in. So they did raise $24,000 for the Radiothon. So great job done by certainly Reggie, Ron, and everyone else that chipped in to help out the Houston Food Bank. Coming up, we'll catch up with the fellas from In the Loop, and also we have to get to this story before we run out of time today. But Brandon Ayuk continues to cause mayhem over the weekend. We'll talk about that next here. Payne and Pendergast.
Sports Radio 610 listener. 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you here, wrapping up the Monday morning, getting set to hand things off to the fellas of In the Loop, which today is Brandon Scott, Chris Partee. We'll catch up with them in a few moments. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean, alongside Seth Payne here on this Monday. Hope you had a great July 4th weekend. Seth, I know you guys have been tracking this Brandon Ayuk story as it's been unfolding.
Unraveling, unwinding, whatever the hell's going on with Brandon Ayuk,
And he poured a lean onto the fire with some sort of video over the weekend?
Yeah, so the latest video, which I think this was after our show on Friday. I think this was on Saturday or something. It's Brandon Ayuk drinking from a drinking glass that has some kind of red drink in it. Is it grape juice? Is it wine? It wasn't quite purpley necessarily, but it was. I don't know what the drink was. But play this clip. The very beginning, what he says was five gonna text me talking about something. He's presumably talking about Jaden Daniels, since he has Jaden Daniels tagged in this Instagram post.
Five gonna text me talking about something. You on my team now. You follow my rules. Boy, I'm a grown-ass man, boy. You gonna have to stop running behind your mama, and I might believe what you talking about. But until then,
calling Jaden Daniels a mama's boy, I don't know. But the Jaden Daniels had a couple things that happened this weekend. Somebody said something disparaging and caught Jaden Daniels out in public, said something nasty about Brandon Ayuk, and Jaden Daniels laughed at it. Brandon Ayuk released this post. Jaden Daniels unfollowed Brandon Ayuk on Instagram. Then also gave a thumbs down meme at some point. Is my Zoom just put a rain cloud over my head?
I haven't seen that one yet.
Down.
Yeah.
This seems to be the moment where Brandon Ayuk, like it's a foregone conclusion that he's going to end up with the Commanders at some point. The Commanders have said nothing about it. Jaden Daniels has said nothing about it. Nobody. The 49ers can't even cut Brandon Ayuk until he files his reinstatement paperwork. So Brandon Ayuk is the one who's holding all of this up by just not even cooperating with the process whatsoever. It felt like this weekend was the first time where I saw a lot of people say, "Oh wow, he just actually doesn't even want to play football," or he's so far gone in whatever his mental state is right now that it's hard to envision him playing for an NFL team this year.
Yeah, that's my thought. It might be unfair, but like I had thoughts like it almost reminds me of like Antonio Brown of just like self-sabotage, and you're wondering like what is going on with this guy or what is he thinking and whatnot. And I don't know what the future will hold for Ayuk at this point, but it's almost like someone trying to ruin their relationship to go be with somebody else. Like I'm talking romantically.
Yeah.
And then that other person, you get to you see it play out in movies all the time where somebody might have an affair and then they leave their significant other and then they go to the other person like, oh, like, no, I'm not interested. I don't want you, or I don't want a relationship. And you just ruined everything. And you got nowhere to go. And like Ayuk is burning this bridge with the Niners, and now apparently for whatever reason with the Commanders, he was college teammates, right, with Jaden Daniels. They were
supposedly best friends, except Jaden. Like you know how this goes. You got friends from high school or friends from college, and then all of a sudden, for the first time, they pop up on Facebook or something. This has taken his life has taken a turn. And boy, I wasn't expecting to have to read his 4,000-word manifesto this morning on Facebook. I feel like he's. Like Brandon Ayuk is your buddy from college that is now writing manifestos, and you just we might not have the same relationship we used to. I think honestly, I'm glad you brought up Antonio Brown, because Antonio Brown is the classic scenario where you'd say, well, gosh, what did he do? What did he say to the GM? What did he say to Mike Mayock with the Raiders? And then he gets cut by the Patriots, and you think, all right, well, this has got to be it for Antonio Brown, right? Nope, he goes and wins the Super Bowl with the Bucs. So I'm always hesitant to say, well, a guy can't come back from this. If a guy has talent, there's going to be teams that are going to entertain the notion. Brandon Ayuk isn't as good as Antonio Brown was, but I think that he would have an opportunity, regardless of everything that's happened right now. If all of a sudden today he started cooperating with the 49ers, he took care of the outstanding warrant that he has in California, like if he cleared the path, my guess is that he actually doesn't want to play football. Like if he is, unless he's completely out of his mind right now, everything that he's doing is conducting himself in a way where it feels like he's done with football and he's been kind of just having fun with this Commanders dynamic, but that nothing that he's been doing or saying publicly should make the Commanders feel good about bringing him into their organization.
No, certainly. I wish of dealing with him right now. It's a strange situation. And you laid out 3 scenarios earlier off air of what's going on. Is this just Ayuk being crazy? Is this being crazy with a scheme in mind? Or like you just said, is this simply a guy that doesn't want to play football anymore?
Yeah, I think that, okay, so those are the three possible scenarios are A, he's crazy, B, he's crazy like a fox, or C, he just is done with football and this is how he's acting out and doing it. I think it's hard to separate number 1, he's just crazy, and number 3, he just doesn't want to play football anymore. Because it's even if he didn't want to play football anymore, there's better ways to go about it than what he's doing right now. I mean, there's a chance if he keeps pushing this any further, the 49ers could start trying to claw back, money they've already paid him that he might end up being responsible for paying back. So I think he's in a rough place emotionally somewhere, because nothing that he's doing, even if he's trying to force the 49ers' hand, really makes a whole lot of sense right now.
Yeah, I don't get it. I would take the first option of those 3 scenarios. I think he's just crazy, and I use that term loosely, but I just think he's not in the right mindset. I don't know if he realizes the exact scenario or situation or who holds the cards and what he needs to do and whatnot. I think he's just kind of out of his mind, so to speak.
The biggest and the weirdest part about it is he's just gone MIA from first the team, and then, even him and claiming the agent, like that, the paperwork hadn't been filed at that point that he had fired his agent. I don't know if are we aware? Had he even been in communication with his agent to tell him he was fired? We have no idea, because most of the people involved with this, from the 49ers to the Commanders, are just, they're trying to stay as hands-off as possible and just say, look, man, whatever he's doing, we're going to just try to handle our business internally.
Yeah, I know you guys have mentioned it before, but yeah, if I'm the Commanders, I'm like, leave me out of this. We have nothing to do with this. We're not associated with this guy.
That's the whole, because even if they signed him, if the 49ers cut him and they signed him, there's going to be some kind of an inquiry or some kind of investigation about tampering. And then as an organization, be the Commanders, you can say, if you're the GM, okay, look, I haven't tampered with him, we're fine. But you don't know what other people in your organization may or may not have done. So now you're put in a situation where you almost have to do, if you want to bring, if let's say Jaden Daniels hypothetically still wanted Brandon Ayuk on the team, you got to do an internal audit before you can even make that move, because if one of your assistant coaches ended up having a text conversation or something with Jaden Daniels about something, that's going to come under scrutiny. All this stuff that it makes it really, really difficult for the Commanders to operate like, oh yeah, we're just picking this guy up off of waivers or not off of waivers as a free agent.
Say Ayuk becomes available. Would you have any interest in him coming to Houston?
I'd take him in the bill. I'd have a meeting with him.
Mm-hmm.
I'd just tell you, who knows? You just never know until somebody might have it out there, I guess. Yeah. I would have a meeting with him. But then the other thing is, are you what's the contract going to look like? Because I don't want to give him any guaranteed money whatsoever.
That's true.
It's got to be all incentive laden, and it doesn't. Does anything that Brandon Ayuk's been doing as of late look like a guy that's ready to say, oh yeah, I get the damage that I've done, and I'm going to sign nothing but an incentive laden contract?
Also a good point. Yeah, I don't think that would probably be likely. Some of the feedback coming in, somebody said, I think he's done with football. I just don't think it matters whether he wants to play or not. Another person said, I don't think Ayuk, or they said, no way Ayuk plays another down of football. Also saying we don't have a Tom Brady who can vouch for him like an Antonio Brown or let him come in and move with him, so he might not get the opportunities that Antonio Brown got.
The most annoying thing that I've seen in just looking at the replies to some of these posts and everything is that there's a lot of people out there. For one, Commanders fans for a long time were saying that this is all the 49ers' fault. They don't know what they're doing with him. Us, the Washington Commanders, a much more prestigious organization as of late, where we know how to handle Brandon Ayuk, and this is all just maneuvering because they've treated him unfairly. Those guys have kind of fallen by the wayside. There are a lot of people that are saying, oh no, this is just Jaden Daniels and Brandon Ayuk playing with each other, like kind of just putting up a work on social media.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Is that really the way? Do you really want your quarterback to be engaging in stuff like this a month before the end? Your explanation for it isn't the explanation you should want to be given. I would highly doubt that Jaden Daniels is just saying like, yeah, let's have fun with social media in this highly volatile personality right now.
Yeah, that's fair. It's fair. That would be interesting if this was almost like a wrestling work. And they're just trying to drum up attention. Hey, I tell you what, this time of year as like radio hosts, we would appreciate it. But it doesn't seem like something Jaden Daniels, a franchise quarterback, would concern himself with, because I don't know if there's any winners in this whole scenario.
That's a whole, and if you think about Stephon Diggs when he came in, people had all kinds of speculation about what he was as a player and everything. I think, like we saw, from a football context, inside the locker room, on the field and everything, he was everything you would want from a veteran player. And that's what a lot of people that knew Stephon Diggs told us we should expect. With Brandon Ayuk, nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying, like, oh, yeah, he's going to come in and he's going to – remember, early in his career, Kyle Shanahan had to have some conversations with him about his work ethic and how he practiced and all of that. Like, that's not – he doesn't have the reputation Stephon Diggs does as being a workaholic and guy that, operates a certain way as a receiver. So bringing a veteran guy like that into that room of young receivers, it would have to be only under the perfect scenario for me to be comfortable with them doing that with the Texans.
Yeah, it makes sense too. I'm with you on that. We can
mention, again, he's another guy he's played in Shanahan's system and having to transition into a different way of thing. That's might be more of a leap for him than you realize at the beginning.
We can bring in the fellas of In the Loop as Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. And today, that's Brandon Scott, Chris Partee. What's up, fellas? How are you?
I feel like the guy needs an intervention first.
Right.
Like,
he needs something.
I don't want any parts of Brandon Ayuk. Like, I'm actually, if I was somebody in his life who cared about him, I would be really concerned about his mental health and stability.
Yeah.
But as a football fan or as the fan of a team, I don't want any parts of that.
Well, we just talked about this before the show. I think that's part of the issue. He doesn't have the right people around him talking to him.
I don't know. You know what, Chris? I'm always reluctant to say that because because some people there's no talking to.
Yeah,
that's true.
Have you ever been asked to talk to a young family member? Or like, hey, can you talk some sense into him?
Yeah.
And I'm like, probably not, but I'll try. It's like he's a 17-year-old boy. He's an idiot.
What was my response to you, Chris, when you said that? I was like,
that's true.
He seemed like he don't listen.
And here's the thing. I may have been that young family member at one point in my life. So I get it. Seth, I get what you're saying. I totally understand.
It's kind of like the Johnny Manziel dynamic where he's railing against all the people who should have been helping him. Like, I don't know, those people found ways to help a lot of other young men that listened to their advice.
Yeah, so we don't know if he listens. Is he still good? Can he still play?
George Kittle says he still looks impressive physically, but then he also said, have fun with all of that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. That seems like one you want to stay away from. He sounds like he's talked himself out of the league. Like, I don't see a place for him really talking and acting as erratically as he has, on top of the health and production situation. Like, it just doesn't seem to be a lot of upside right there.
Well, you know what? I mean, a similar situation would be, hey, the Texans brought in C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and they did that with their eyes wide open. They knew why he hadn't spent more than a year with anybody since he left the Saints. And I think the key there is always that you got to know when to to pull the cord, on an experiment like that, and it's got to be for the right amount of money. I'm open for any and all experiments when it comes to character issues. I mean, within reason. It's not like he's accused of a violent crime or anything.
No.
So if you can get him in at very, very low risk, as long as you're willing to pull the cord the moment that you realize you have to bail on the thing, I'm always cool with that. I'm very skeptical that this would be the situation that the Texans would do it. And I'm not eager for it or anything, but I'm open to it.
Yeah, for as many doubts as I have about the Texans' offense, and I think that even their weapons have something to prove, at least the pecking order outside of Nico Collins. Like, I'm still trying to figure out, I ask this question every time I come on the radio almost, where are the explosive plays exactly going to come from? Are they going to have to scheme them up? Is there going to be a player that's going to step up and sort of emerge in that role? Even with all those questions, man, I don't really have a whole lot of interest in this. Like, I feel like they got enough guys that are reliable enough, that are dependable enough.
That can make plays.
To where I just would not be. Now, because found any type of situations where, a depreciated asset and maybe, but I don't see the juice being worth the squeeze there for me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think there's questions about him to begin with, as you guys already kind of touched on, just based off of performance in recent years, let alone all this offseason nonsense. So, keeping the tradition alive, guys, what's the question of the day today?
So, I want to know from the audience, and y'all text in 713-572-4610 and get involved on the YouTube and Twitch. In the spirit of the president stepping in for the U.S. men's national team, I want to know your biggest, most memorable phone a friend moment. It could be a time where you phoned a friend on your own behalf, or you had to be that friend to have to be phoned. A memory that you have, your biggest phone a friend memory. I got a couple of them, but I want to hear from the audience and hear from y'all. What y'all think?
My by far a pivotal moment in my life was when I was in 6th grade. After a Pee Wee football game, we were going through the handshake line or the slap five line, and there was a kid from the other team who was like being a real jerk, like kind of like shouldering people and everything, and I saw it coming. So when he got to me, I just I clocked him and just went to town on him. And they were, I was going to be booted out of the league.
Oh, wow.
It would turn out, except that my best friend's father was the commissioner of the league.
So you weren't going to be booted out of the league.
Yeah, he kind of talked to everybody. But who knows where the fork in the road might have led me if I'd been excluded from playing football. The only outlet for my tendencies, such as pouncing on that stupid little bastard. Who knows what would have happened.
It's a good question.
It's a great story.
Yeah, it is a great story.
He flipped that switch. He's like, man, this
real
guy.
fast.
I'd like to follow up with that kid. I still hate him. I'm going to go track him down at his place of work one of these days.
Hey, that's the rematch.
Yeah. Finish this now. Yeah.
Do you remember who it was? Like, his name? You could look him up?
His name,
okay, yeah. No. Yeah, curious to try to Google him, see what he's up to.
Was he anywhere as large as you, or like was it?
He was like my same size. Yeah,
okay.
Like we were probably the biggest kids on the team.
Oh, wow.
I respect the team. It was left to me to handle the business. Yeah,
somebody had to do it.
I'm picturing that guy. It's good to know that y'all are the same size or a similar size, because I'm picturing that guy on the other side telling this same story. Like, you won't believe who clocked me in the 6th grade.
It's true.
This guy that played a decade in the NFL and is 6'4" and however big you are.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get sued after this show. Somebody's going to send this to him.
He probably tells that story at parties.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, except in his story, it probably went a little better for him.
Yeah, he probably changes it up.
He might not have known it at the time. They wouldn't have, because I wasn't really a good football player, like a really, really good football player until my senior year in high school.
Okay.
So nobody really knew me all that much.
Yeah.
Which is wild, the fact that you say that senior year of high school and then you had the NFL career you had.
Yeah.
I grew 2 inches between my junior and senior year, and then I grew like another inch and a half in college.
Wow.
So I was kind of always, it was cool because when you're a late bloomer, the advantage is that you learn to scrap, like you're not,
nothing's handed to you.
Yeah. So like all of a sudden you learn to be scrappy, but then all of a sudden you get to the bully size, and You're the perfect beast. Yeah.
I'm just picturing this guy watching Seth sack Quincy Carter back in 2002, and he's like, man, that guy looks familiar.
Yeah.
Was that tall, skinny kid? Yeah.
It's a good question. I don't know if I have a great answer for you. I mean, being on the receiving side, it's always nice when you can like set up somebody with tickets because you know somebody that since we work like in the sporting world.
Yeah.
That's always a nice feeling if a friend or a cousin or someone's like, hey, any chance you could score me tickets to this or whatever it is? And that's always nice. But I grew up in a pretty small town, and my parents knew everybody in the town and like surrounding towns. They know everyone. So it's not an exact answer to your question, but the first thing I thought of was my driving test. I get in the car, and the guy says, oh, Luke Morrow. And he says, are you related to Ted? And I said, he's my father. And he just checked off all the boxes.
Wow.
And he said, okay, you're good.
Must
and I
be
was
nice.
like, all right, cool.
While you run over all the cones.
Exactly. Hey, I can drive. Don't worry. But yeah, that's. I guess that's. I didn't phone it in, but it came up organically.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, so it's nice. I look forward to those answers though coming up in about 35 minutes.
Mine, I'll just as a tease. Mine also involved was a 30-year Houston police officer.
Oh wow.
Houston Police Department, 30 years. So kind of take that what you will. But I had quite a few phone a friend moments, and it's actually my dad. And I'm glad that he's my dad.
Right? Yeah, right. That's nice.
Also glad that your dad was probably a pretty solid dude within the department.
Yeah.
It'd suck if your dad was like the cop that everybody hated.
Yeah. That wouldn't be fun at all.
Yeah.
Perhaps you know Mr. Scott. They're like, oh yeah, we do.
in which case you don't want to let them know,
No.
right?
Yeah.
You want to distance yourself from dude. So
no relation.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Not at all.
Not
Yeah.
at all.
No,
Like,
that's a great one.
but your head and your face looks just that's not my dad. Not my dad.
That's a great phone a friend to have, certainly.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Seth, we'll do it again tomorrow. Good
Let's
hang
do
with
it.
you. Yes, sir. In the meantime, Brandon Scott, Chris Partee, Figgy Fig, alongside as well, of course, holding things down here for In the Loop today. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station, and In the Loop starts now.
In the Loop does start right now. And speaking of phoning a friend, y'all can get active. Y'all can get involved. We can be the friend that you phone right now if you just hit us up at 713-572-4610. That is the best way to text the show In the Loop right here. Brandon Scott and Chris Partee in for Reginald Atatula and John Lopez. They're out today taking advantage of the holiday, which was actually a couple of days ago, but we're going to let them make it.
You know, hey, I hope they enjoy it.
Shout out to Figgy Fig for being here, man.
Man.
At least somebody from the full time in the lows up to work.
No days off for me, man.
Nah,
You wasn't
man.
going to leave us hanging like that.
Nah, Figgy's
I
got
couldn't
that.
wait to work with y'all, man.
I figured so.
Good to see you in here, brother.
Got that work ethic. I appreciate it. Figgy Fig in the building. Are you rocking a Mexico jersey too?
I am, man.
Okay.
Shout out to our guy, Diego, big time listener. He gave me this jersey yesterday, man.
Yeah.
Shout out Diego, man.
Yeah,
holding it down.
Didn't necessarily work out great for Mexico last night. Did not necessarily work out great for Brazil yesterday. We're going to get into a lot of it. But I talked about phoning a friend, and that was in the interest of, or in the spirit of, I should say, Stoerner and Balogun, and I hope I'm saying his name right. I've heard it said at least 30 different ways, but I'm going to go with Balogun, is available tonight. Okay, now the last time that this show was on, and certainly last time I was on the air, the conversation was, what is the U.S. men's national team going to do? How are they going to adjust tactically and personnel-wise, given that their goal leader is not going to be available due to the controversial red card that happened toward the end of the game? Really, you could call it garbage time. The game was really decided at that point. Wasn't really going to change much. But the president of the United States, of all people, got involved with this one, which honestly, Chris, the reason why I'm leading with this, this is one of the more significant sports stories, like, of the year.
Yeah.
Possibly of like a really long time.
In quite a while, yeah.
When you get the president of a country, forget that it's our country, for just a second.
Any country.
We'll get back to that in just a second, the American part about all of this. President of any country linking up with the president of FIFA to review a red card and to ultimately get it suspended. And what I saw earlier was that a red card had not been suspended in a World Cup game since like the 60s.
Wow.
This is not something that happens. Now, what we do get is a lot of political pressure on FIFA officials. And if you read about FIFA, you know that corruption abounds with that organization.
Not shocking.
So that part doesn't necessarily surprise you, but the red card part of it, this part never happens. And while Americans are celebrating, and I'm one of them, I'm glad to find out that Balogun is going to be able to participate tonight, because I was worried about them Americans for a minute. I was worried about what was going to happen to us in this game against Belgium, or in this match against Belgium. Now it looks like they're going to have their full squad. Belgium is not happy. Belgium is livid about it. So I want to open up a forum here and just ask, how do we feel about the president getting involved to save the U.S. men's national team? What do we think about their chances against Belgium now that Balogun is going to be able to play?
Well, obviously their chances are have increased again.
Yeah.
In this game against Belgium, but I think this is one of those instances where it's, no matter how you feel about our president, and he can be very polarizing.
Yeah.
No matter what side of the coin you're on, if you're an American, you're happy about this. You just are. You're happy about this. You're happy, even if you feel like, okay, yeah, he's butting in again.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're an American, you're rooting for the Americans, for the U.S. team to win.
Yeah. I have to acknowledge, though, the hypocrisy of it. And I was talking to you about this in the show prep. It's like, man, I don't feel like this is the role of the president of the United States.
It shouldn't be.
But I also, like with Trump, it does feel like, and this is regardless of how this is not an endorsement or an indictment. It does seem like he is the most likely president, at least of my lifetime. When I was born, the Daddy Bush was still, the first Bush was the president.
Papa Bush.
So the two Bushes, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Trump twice, Joe Biden. Man, it feels like Trump by a mile is the most likely to be like busy with presidential stuff and be like, you know what, by the way.
Put that on pause.
we need to figure out why this striker is not going to be, how he's not going to be available for this game, and I got to tap in. So if you've been living under a rock, the report is that President Donald Trump spoke with FIFA President Gianni Infantino over the phone before the International Soccer Organization actually decided to suspend this red card. So it was the New York Times that actually reported that this conversation took place. It was just an odd story to find out that the president butted his head into this. But again, like I mentioned, man, there is some hypocrisy involved, because while I don't feel like this is for the president to do, I am still excited and more excited about this game, and about this match, and I gotta admit that he's added drama to it. Right? There would have been enough drama. Yeah. There would have been enough drama if Balogun had to miss this match.
Oh.
And we had to figure out what they were going to do tactically. Now that he's going to play, and now that Belgium is going to appeal the decision for him to play, and now we've got all of these kind of political underlying storylines that's happening with it, makes it even more compelling. But I will say this, back to the hypocrisy point, if the shoe was on the other foot, I told you just before the show.
Yeah.
Whoever it is that runs Belgium, forgive me for not knowing. I don't know who's running Belgium these days. But if the shoe was on the other foot and the best player for Belgium had a red card and was going to miss the game against the U.S., and I'm anticipating this game, and I'm like, hey, they're going to be without their best player, got a red card, let's go. And then you find out that, again, whoever runs their country went over to the FIFA president and was like, hey, go ahead and look at that. And then if you read a little bit more and you find out, he and the FIFA president got a relationship of some sort.
They folks.
They partners.
Yeah.
They're cool. That would definitely rub me the wrong way. So I can acknowledge the excitement that comes with it, but also the hypocrisy with the excitement.
How do y'all think this conversation went? Do you think it was more of a, hey, come on, buddy, like let's look out for one of look out for us or something, or was it coming off kind of like passive aggressive?
President, I'd like to use my get out of jail free card now.
Now, do you think Trump was sitting there like, hey man, you here in the States, man, this ain't going to end well for you if you let this go on?
Yeah.
Because like you said earlier, this never happened before. Like they never overturned a red card like this.
Well, so and that's why I mentioned
we talked about it earlier last week. Like, man, like this probably not going to happen, but they can appeal this, and they can overturn it, but it never happened before.
Well, and that's why I bring up the relationship and them being folk, because I think that part is really important. Like, how is huge? How is it that Trump or any leader of a country, any world leader could come up and think that they've got the sway just because they're the leader of their country, they got the sway to do this, but their relationship goes back to, you can even go back to last December during the World Cup group stage draw in December, where Infantino, the president of FIFA, invented a Peace Prize award for Donald Trump. So like last year, if y'all remember, Trump was campaigning for a Nobel Peace Prize. He thought he deserved the Nobel Peace Prize. And this is kind of his thing, right? Part of his bravado is like he'll latch on to something kind of random. And you're like, why does he care about this thing? But he cared about this for whatever reason. And the FIFA president invents a Peace Prize to give to him. So like you kind of put a pin in that. Yeah. Fast forward to 7 or 8 months later, and they're just crew. One thing I also did not know and did not realize, that FIFA, and this was from The Athletic or in the New York Times earlier today, or I guess maybe yesterday, FIFA opened an office in Trump Tower in Manhattan, which, Trump Tower, a very popular building. Okay, so not necessarily, but when you bring it all together, FIFA opens a tower in Manhattan and has been paying rent essentially to the Trump family. So it runs deep. In some ways, he's kind of like their landlord.
It runs very deep. And you bring up the relationship, you're bringing up all these notes and these different instances here. Yeah, it all makes sense now. It definitely makes sense why he might do this favor or why he might jump in.
Yeah. Imagine how another citizen of another country feels right now if they seeing all of this.
Shafted.
Like I'm like similar thing happened in the England game yesterday where somebody ended up getting a red card and I'm guessing they trying to appeal this too. Just imagine.
Now would be the time.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if that don't work out. I'm sure a bunch of people over there are going to be like, what the hell, man? Like what about it? Got to be cool.
What about us?
Yeah.
Like, what about our red card?
Yeah, for real. But since we are on it, we should mention, man, yesterday was actually an exciting day of soccer. I gotta give it to him. Like I don't think I was expecting Brazil to go down to Norway. So that surprised me. I figured Brazil was going to handle business against Norway tonight. Mexican, y'all know. Hey, shout out to all of my Mexicans out there. Figgy's got the Mexico jersey on,
representing.
Look, man, I know I was rooting for y'all against England, man. They came out there and started just battering on y'all boys, man. They scored like 2 goals in a minute and a half, and Mexico responded. They did fight back because I said that, hey, Mexico, y'all can't go out like this,
not
baby.
Like that.
Not in Mexico City, dog. You know what I'm saying? Not in front of the peoples. So they fought back. I got to give them credit. But England was out there ready to go, man. I was surprised by both, that England jumped on Mexico the way that they did, and just the fact that Brazil went out to Norway or went down against Norway the way that they did. Was not expecting that. So exciting day of soccer on top of this juicy piece of news that we got. With Trump getting involved and helping the U.S. men's national team. I want to know how y'all feel though. 713-572-4610 is how you get involved with the program. You can text the show. Also find us at SportsRadio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch. I am Brandon Scott. He is Chris Partee. We are in for Reggie and John. Got Figgy Fig still in the building though, so we are definitely in good hands. And coming up next, Yordan Alvarez simply doing MVP things over the weekend. How much are we buying into this version of the Astros? That's next right here on In the Loop.
Texans training camp is 3 weeks away. Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that one.
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Straightaway center. Did he do it? Did he do it? Yes, he did! Start the fireworks!
I just couldn't believe it when I saw it. Like, I would have rather walked in a run. I would have rather almost anything in that moment rather than on Saturday pitching to Yordan Alvarez with the game on the line against a pitcher who, by the way, they put this up on the broadcast. Yordan had like his hardest hit ball of the season against the dude the night before. And when I saw that, I was like, you know what? I'm not no analytics expert. I'm not necessarily the some kind of baseball guru. I know the game, but having the hardest hit ball, Yordan Alvarez, does not seem like it the day before seemed like it bode well for your chances against him today.
Sound like he was set up for failure.
Sound like he was set up for failure. And by the Rays of all teams, supposed to be one of the smarter organizations in sports and baseball, was not expecting it. And I don't know if they didn't realize, y'all, Yordan Alvarez is like playing in a like otherworldly right now.
Out his mind.
Playing outside of his mind. Yordan Alvarez, a legitimate American League MVP candidate. And the Astros all of a sudden feel like a legitimate baseball team. All of these things coming together at the same time. Of course, Yordan, to his credit, has been healthy for the majority of the season. Has only missed a couple of games. Unlike most of the years that we've seen, or a lot of the recent years that we've seen from Yordan, he's healthy. He's playing at an MVP level. So, Chris, man, I got to ask him, first of all, Brandon Scott, Chris Partee in for John Lopez and Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is in the building. But I got to ask you, man, from watching this team, watching Yordan play at an MVP level, and we should note for the Astros, 6 out of the last 7 series that they've played, they have won. The Astros are 25-16 since May 21st. They are 28-19 since May 25th. They had Peter Lambert on the mound yesterday, and he's now 5-1 in his last 8 starts dating back to late May, around that same time that I'm talking about. I'll just say this before I throw it to you, Chris. I've been guilty on that for calling them a 500 baseball team. And look, if we're looking at the record, they ain't quite there yet. It's accurate that they're a 500 baseball team, but around that time, they were playing 500 baseball. If we want to go back the past 6 weeks or so, I do have to give credit where it's due.
They've stepped it up.
They are a slightly above average baseball team.
They've stepped it up.
And I do feel like I got to take note of this. What are you seeing from the Astros? What do you think about their chances now?
Well, I don't think you were alone a month and a half ago calling them a 500 baseball team, because I said it myself, and they were. They were below 500 as far as record-wise. But even when you add context to that, the way they were playing, the injuries they were trying to recover from, guys they were expecting to get back soon, at that point, it hadn't happened yet. And they weren't living up to, I guess, expectation.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't think you were wrong at that point calling them 500. But now, even though, what are they, 45-47 right now? 2 games under?
Yeah.
Technically, they are right around 500, but they are playing, like you said, the last 6 weeks, they are playing like a team really that's well above 500. And Yordan Alvarez, should he not be considered the leader in the MVP race? Forget team and record.
Oh, man.
Just what he's done.
Yeah, gotta be.
Should he not be considered the leader in the AL?
I mean, he's leading in pretty much every relevant statistical offensive category. Yordan Alvarez is the leader.
That sounds like an MVP to me.
Either in the American League or in all of baseball.
Yeah.
But I've said this, though. The thing Yordan back, is the team, which is, let's be clear, what our listeners and what we care about most is the viability of the Astros as a unit, not necessarily the one player. Okay, so what is the Astros' actual chances as a postseason team? I like them a lot better now than I did before, not just because of how the Astros are playing, but specifically having Jordan in the middle of your lineup against an American League that, like, the more that we watch it, it's not just the numbers or box score watching, but the more you actually watch them play. This was the best team in the American League. They just beat 2 out of 3 chances, or that they just beat over the weekend, won a series against in the Tampa Bay Rays. The best team by record in the American League. The more and more I watch it, Chris, the less impressed I am with the class, right? With the classmates, with the teams around
the American League.
Exactly. Basically the rest of the American League and who the Astros are up against, who they're competing against. Am I overly impressed by the Astros? Nah, I still think that they're kind of mid with a special player, right? And Hunter Brown wasn't himself or hasn't been himself as of late. But they got a special guy at the top of their rotation. They got a special guy in the middle of their lineup. And if everybody else can kind of just do your job, not asking you to be spectacular, but just do your job, and what that allow you to do is you don't mess up this MVP, don't waste this MVP year from Jordan Alvarez, but also don't waste the really great opportunity that you have to do something in the American League that's really weak. It's really weak. It's an open field.
It is an open field. And I think before the show we're talking, and you mentioned this, and you were saying that this is one of those things where it's like you just want to get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, especially this year with the field being weak, as you just laid out. Once you get into the postseason, anything can happen.
Yeah.
You can get hot. A team, we see it all the time. Teams get hot and go on a run. But again, what you just said about the MVP, it's almost like you feel like they're gonna have to make the playoffs for him to actually win that award. No matter how great this season is, if they end up falling, 2-3 games short and they're out, even as a wild card, you basically just wasted an MVP caliber season.
Yeah. Yeah. So shout out to them yesterday, and shout out to Peter Lambert. Struck out 6 batters through 5 and 2/3 scoreless innings, allowed just 3 hits, 1 walk. This was his 3rd scoreless start of the season. Wow. He's allowed 3 or fewer hits in 6 of his 14 starts this season. And he's had a winning decision in 5 of his last 8 starts. So So Peter Lambert, somebody that pitched in Japan last year, I'm pretty sure, and kind of just came out of nowhere, signed to a minor league deal. And I was doing this a little bit last week of pointing out some of the things that Dana Brown has gotten right. This would be one of those that he's gotten right. Peter Lambert being somebody that can go out there. This is another that I thought about yesterday too, Chris. The Astros, if they're going to be serious this year, they got to figure out a way to improve this team, right? They're going to have to level up.
At the deadline.
And the trade deadline is coming up, right? Are you going to be buyers or sellers? Where they're too close and too prideful to be sellers at this point, they're going to have to buy. What are they going to buy with? What kind of assets do the Astros actually have? Let me tell you. One of the worst farm systems in baseball, and the few good players, the few players that other teams would want are actual players that you would want to keep. So the only place, I say this to say, the only place where the Astros got any kind of surplus is where we've been looking for guys to come back from injury. Or in this case, a Peter Lambert, who I'm just giving him his flowers, just acknowledging, man, this dude come out of nowhere, and he's actually pitching his tail off for the Astros. I don't want to see him go. I'd like to have Peter Lambert as a part of the squad going into a postseason run. But perhaps the only way that you are able to get, let's say, that outfield bat that I think that they've been lacking and they've been needing all season, right? The only way you're going to be able to get that is if you deal somebody that's already contributing on the major league roster. And Peter Lambert is one of those guys.
He might be that chip, right? He might be that bargaining chip right there. And it seems like he's peaking not peaking, but he's flourishing at the right time for that.
So we got to figure out who's going to be, second order going to be, and who is going to be the last man standing, and who makes sense as like surplus pitching that you can flip into some of the things that you need, whether that's another left-handed bat, whether that's specifically another outfield bat. We've talked about their infield surplus, and seems like they've been trying to trade Isaac Paredes since he got here. Christian Walker's name, I'm sure, could come up again. But
it might.
But also, seems like somebody, and shout out to him, hit a home run over the weekend or yesterday. Also seems like somebody that you would want on your team if you're trying to make a run. Yeah. Like, they are stuck in a rock between a hard place where it doesn't feel like they're good enough to be like the favorite in anything. Yeah. But they're not bad enough to quit.
No.
But do they have enough to improve their roster? That's the question. That's what I'm trying to figure out with the Astros right now. Do they have enough, either through that farm system or on the existing major league roster, to improve the team and make the most of what we talked about a minute ago, the Yordan Alvarez MVP season?
I mean, if you look at them right now, and you're being honest with yourself, even if you're an Astros fan, be honest with yourself. It's hard to say that they have enough right now as they stand. So that means, okay, they're still in contention, right? Only 2.5 back of the Mariners right now, I believe, in the West. So they're still a contender. But there's a lot of season left. But it's like, okay, so where do you go though? Who are you going to move? Who can you move that is going to yield enough in return without totally screwing up the team?
I just feel like you can't afford to waste a year like this with Yordan. Can't afford it, man.
Where for one, he's healthy and just playing out of his mind.
Healthy, playing out of his mind, leading the league in pretty much every relevant offensive
triple
statistic.
Crown, man.
I'm telling you, every offensive statistical category, Yordan Alvarez is toward the top. And then you got the Astros just kind of fighting in the American League where
they're treading water right now.
They're treading water.
Yeah, they really are.
A bad American League, by the way.
At that, yeah.
Yeah. And what a waste that would be is like, you can't win a bad American League because you was one of the teams that was making it bad. You were one of the teams You were one of the teams bringing the property value down, despite the fact that you got Yordan Alvarez. And what do you do with that? I don't know. Y'all let us know how y'all feeling about the Astros. Do y'all feel better about the Astros, knowing that Yordan Alvarez is having an MVP season, knowing that they've found a couple of things in Peter Lambert and some of the pitching? What do you feel like they need to do to get over the hump and actually contend in the American League? All right. He is Chris Bartee. I am Brandon Scott. We got Figgy Fig holding it down here with In the Loop. And coming up next, it's our question of the day. I want to know your biggest phone a friend moment. We'll do that next.
The Drive with Stu. of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I want to hear about your best phone a friend moment. Your favorite phone a friend moment. When was a time where you either had to phone a friend to get out of a situation or to help you with a situation? Maybe you were the friend that needed to be phoned. Maybe you were the one that had to save somebody. Maybe you got a story of somebody that you know that needed to be saved. But I want to hear your favorite friend story that you got. Now, this was, of course, in the spirit of, and I should mention this, of course, every time. I just feel so comfortable. I get to stretch out here on In the Loop like I own the chair. But we're in for Reginald Atatula and John Lopez. Brandon Scott here with Chris Partee, Figgy Fig holding it down. But we want to hear from y'all, man. And this is inspired by President Trump hitting up the FIFA president and saying, hey, look, man, y'all know, and let's just be honest, too.
He said, say, man.
Say, man.
Say, bro.
Say, man. Hey, look.
Hey, big dog.
You know damn well that wasn't no red card. And don't be out here bull-coning us, having us out here without our best player in the World Cup going up against Belgium. That's clearly what he said, something to that effect. I'm pretty sure he would have used a much different accent and different language, but that's effectively what happened. Yeah. President Trump intervenes, and now the U.S. men's team is going to have its best player going up against Belgium tonight. I'm really excited about this match, but it inspired this question of the day. We do this every day. What is your favorite, best phone a friend story? Everybody's got to have one at this point.
Do you actually think Trump was watching the game?
Ooh,
do you actually think he was watching the game? Or it was brought to his attention and he decided to jump in?
If I had to bet, I would say he was not watching the game. Which is fine. I mean, you know, like,
because he probably would have been tweeting during the game.
I think I think he might have been watching.
You think so?
I just saw some a video like an hour ago talking about what happened. And I think he said in real time he was watching the game and he felt like that wasn't the red card.
Maybe he was.
He kind of sound like all of us.
To be fair, his social media now, he's not on Twitter. So like if he's live posting anything, I'm not going to see it because I'm not on that social media platform. I'm not familiar with it. I know that it's his social media platform. I'm just not on it. And so I'm not going to see his posts until after they get aggregated and shared with the rest of the world.
Yeah, so it was actually, I guess he addressed the media, and he said this: I saw the play, and I'm a person that loves sports. That wasn't a foul.
I agree with him.
Straight to the point.
I agree with him. At least this is the weird part. It's like you can make the case for why it was a foul and that's clearly what they did once they looked at the replay.
Yeah.
But in real time, I thought it looked unintentional. And even on replay, it just looks like a clumsy accident. Now, by me not being necessarily a soccer guru, I didn't know how much intent and it being an accident even factored into the whole calling of it. Like maybe it could just be a results-based thing. Intent didn't matter. I wasn't sure. But just looking at it, thinking that a guy could get suspended for what looked like a fairly normal, albeit clumsy play. Seemed outrageous to me. So I'm actually on Trump's side with this thing. I think he's on the right side of history. Well, dare I say
for this one,
for this specific topic, I think he's on the right side of history. I'm curious from y'all though, what is your phone a friend and flip the thing? Okay, it's not just the outrage, but the connection between Trump and the FIFA president.
It's when you dig a little deeper. It's when you dig a little deeper.
Got a little bit of a relationship here, man. So I want to know how have y'all leveraged y'all relationships to either get you out of a jam or to help a friend?
But I mean, ain't that what life is about? It's about relationships, right? You make these relationships.
Shout out to Tiger Woods. You call who?
Yeah,
President Trump.
Yeah,
in that situation.
Oh, yeah, he sure did.
He did do that.
Yeah,
he sure did.
It ain't
Sorry,
what you know.
I was on the phone with the president.
It ain't what you know, it's who you know.
It's definitely who you know. That's for real. Oh my Lord.
Man, I forgot about Tiger in that, bro.
Using his resources, man.
Yo. So this is the thing.
That's why you have them. You use them.
Hey, Trump's got the bat phone. He's got the bat phone
for real.
One way or another. All right, so I'll tell y'all mine. And this story is gonna need a little bit of editing because we are on a family-friendly show. But let's just say I was at a park after hours, okay? This was, let's call it about, 15 years ago, maybe. I was at a park after hours. My wife at the time, or I think we were dating at the time, but God rest her soul, right? We were at the park. We were running an errand for my parents, and we were coming back, stopped at the park just to chill. After hours, though, it's late. Police pull up and detain me.
Uh-oh.
All right? Let's just say I was detained by the arrested or charged or taken to jail or anything. But I was detained because they found a gun in the car. They found a 9mm pistol in the car. But I ended up having to phone a friend, in this case my dad, because it was not my 9mm pistol.
Okay.
I was in my father's vehicle. And my dad at the time.
And you didn't know it was in there. Did you know it was in there? Or you had the idea?
I think
It's a
I
little
did.
fuzzy.
I just didn't really,
think about it.
It's
Yeah,
my
yeah.
dad. It's his gun. We move like this, right?
He's a cop.
So it's never, seeing the gun was never strange to me, right? I just got in, went to Walmart, and went about my business and didn't really think much of it until the police showed up and started asking questions. And I'm like, oh, man, I didn't expect to have to talk about this or explain this gun. This gun was just supposed to be here. So long story short, the explanation for the gun was my father. I ended up having to have them call my dad. My dad shows up, lets them know this gun actually belongs to the department.
Yeah.
We're not going to arrest this kid because this turns out the said gun in evidence is our gun.
And I'm sure they were familiar with your father once you gave them the name.
Yeah, I don't think they were younger officers, and my dad was older.
Okay.
But once you know that it's an HPD officer, they're able to speak the same language.
Yeah.
And so they knew some of the same people, certainly.
Yeah, of course.
He comes up, gets me out of the deal, and of course drives the car back home. They tell him, keep your gun away from your kid, especially around the park after hours, like in the way that he was.
Oh, so it was after hours.
It was after.
That's why they approached you.
Yes. Yes, we'll say that.
We'll say that.
We'll say that.
I saw where your mind was going.
That's where it starts.
Yeah.
It starts with me being at the park.
You were
after hours.
already in the wrong.
Yes.
So now let me search the car, and now you're really in the wrong.
Now you double wrong.
Correct.
Wrong.
That is right. But it pays to have friends in high places.
It does. It does.
Because my old man was able to get me out of that.
Man.
Yeah.
It does. I have one that's almost kind of similar to that. So it was me. Now, obviously, y'all know I grew up in California from the Bay Area. It's me, a couple of my homeboys. We're coming back from like a night of partying, night of clubbing. We're on the highway, and we get pulled over in Oakland, going from San Francisco back to Oakland, get pulled over. And I did not help matters because the cops came. One cop came to the driver's side, my homeboy's driving. The other cop came to my side. Now, I didn't have my seatbelt on when they pulled us over. And they could see that I did not have my seatbelt on. They had the light on us and everything, pull over. I decided to double down, I guess, and attempt to convince the cop.
Double down, I guess.
Attempt to convince the cop that I actually did have my seatbelt on, because as they were walking to the car trying to slide it over and click it.
We know
That never worked.
Yeah,
obviously.
Because they can see it.
They had a commercial talking about that.
Now, we're like 21 at the time. So I'm just like, you know what? Screw them. I'm going to tell them what I want to tell them. So we go through this whole back and forth. The cop tries to give me a way out, and I'm just not going to take it. I'm just not going to take it. But so
young and dumb.
Just young, dumb, stupid, all that stuff. Luckily, my homeboy that's in the back seat, his mother at that time is a veteran of Oakland Police Department for like 25 years.
Man.
So while initially he back there trying to act like he sleep, like he don't know what's going on. I reach back, I smack him in the head. Wake up. Call Michelle. Call Michelle right now. He calls his mom. Eventually, we kind of worked through it. They knew who she was once we gave them the name. And I got out of that without any type of citation. Because I wasn't driving, but I was in the wrong since I didn't have a seatbelt on in the passenger seat. So, that was a time when, phoning a friend or phoning a friend's mama.
Okay.
It really came in, it helped us out in that situation because I was not helping the situation at all.
And so what we learning is is that it helps to have a friend in a local police department.
Oh yeah, definitely, most definitely.
That's got to be it. We don't have anyone that's like quite like this, where it's like a sport, like Seth's one in the crosstalk where his status with the football league was saved by his best friend's dad running the league. So we don't have those necessarily, but we definitely got ones where it helps to know somebody in the police department.
Know a cop.
Man,
I'll tell you that. Know a cop.
Salute to y'all, because I've been pulled over so many times. I even tried to act like I was calling a lawyer.
Now, how did that work out for you?
My phone died. My phone ended up dying.
Come on.
So, yeah, I had a BlackBerry. It just died.
Oh, so that was back in the day.
Yeah, it was back in the day. Yeah, but my story, it had nothing to do with cops. But I think I mentioned this story, one of my many hood stories I got. But I was on the wrong side of town. It was me and 4 other dudes. It was 5 of us. And we was in East Cleveland. This was back when I lived in Cleveland. We was in East Cleveland.
In the hood?
Yeah, which we had beef with in the past. And so we got word on the street that, we was going to squash everything. So we like, all right, we go over there. They had like a get-together at a bowling alley.
I don't like where this is going.
So we went in, and somebody saw us and tapped one of my homeboys on the shoulder like, hey, my boy want to fight you.
Damn.
And so we like, all right, what's up? So we been the corner, and you know how the bowling alley had like the little game area, the arcade area? Yeah. Like 50 dudes came from around that area. So we like, oh, bleep. So we started taking off all our jewelry. We started preparing, and I don't know what was going on. It seemed like a setup.
I was going to say that.
So now the security guard in the bowling alley, all of a sudden, he like, all right, everybody out. Damn. Everybody out. So he pushing everybody towards the front. So we stalling ass. We trying to be the last ones to go out, and they out there waiting on us.
Of course.
So one of my homeboys called somebody. I actually called this person. I called this person that was kind of cool with everybody.
Yeah.
He had no beef with nobody. I'm like, yo, man, you got to do something, man. It's only 550 them.
It's about to go down.
So by the grace of God, he went out there. I think he caused some type of little riot to make everybody run over there to the other side of the parking lot.
Yeah.
So that gave us a chance
to get away.
To run to my car.
Oh man.
So yeah, no, we were about to be toast.
Yeah, I was playing a bad numbers game.
Yeah. It felt like one of them little line dancing lines where you kind of like a double Dutch line.
Yeah.
It seemed like we were heading out the door. And I was just ready to just get a fist to the back of the head or something, man.
Yeah.
So we was sitting there like, man,
y'all got set up.
Yeah.
Y'all effectively got set up. Yeah, that's what it sounded.
It was clearly a set. I guess, or whoever it was, ain't get the memo that we were all supposed to be cool now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, who is we?
Yeah.
Who is we? And when did we start speaking French?
Shit, I still don't like them dudes.
He was like, y'all ain't from this side of town. My boy want to fight y'all.
Yeah.
And so we thinking like, damn, I thought it was a hood to hood connecting together.
Yeah.
I've always heard Cleveland was like that.
Yeah.
Like I've always heard Cleveland was hood like that.
Yeah.
Certain parts.
Believe it or not, it's getting worse.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn. Which is why I don't go back.
You was behind, Figgy was behind enemy lines, man, for sure.
For real.
Yeah.
And this was back in the day where, everybody ain't have a gun and nothing like it was just mainly fights and all that type of stuff.
I can deal with that.
It's even worse now, man.
Oh, man.
It's worse now.
They all got guns now, probably.
Yeah, but that cat, I wish I had his contact info because he saved us on that one.
Man.
Big time.
I'm glad too. Because who knows?
Right?
Who knows would have been if Figgy would have been?
50 on 5? Yeah, that wasn't good odds for y'all.
50 on 5.
That wasn't good odds, man.
Yeah.
Man, I love it. Y'all keep bringing them in. We want to hear y'all's your phone a friend stories, your favorite phone a friend stories. Text those into 713-572-4610. You can also leave your stories at Sports Radio 610 on YouTube. Check us out at 610 Houston on the Twitch as well. Chris Partee is in. Brandon Scott is in. Figgy Fig is in the loop. And y'all know what we do at the 11 o'clock hour. We go around the NFL. We'll do that next.
Sports Radio 610 listen. Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey, Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
B. Scott and Chris Partee in for John Lopez and Reg Adatula as we go around the NFL. And the top story, whether you like it or not, hate it or love it, all right? The top story in the NFL over the weekend, make no mistake about it, and let me just tell you.
Unfortunately.
It wasn't Rasul Douglas just signing with the Washington Commanders, let me tell you that.
It was not.
That was not the big NFL story over the weekend. The big story in the league was Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce getting married on Friday night at Madison Square Garden. They had Adam Sandler officiate the wedding.
Wow.
It was a star-studded event. Pretty much everybody that you can think of says that the bride and groom's outfits came from Christian Dior, because where else would they come from? Why wouldn't they? Of course, they wore Cartier jewelry, because what else kind of jewelry
What else would they wear?
Among the celebrities at this event? Bradley Cooper, Zoe Kravitz, Hugh Grant, Ethan Hawke, some more people that I haven't heard of, Chris Rock, Spielberg. How about this? Author Jenny, who is he? Who are even some of these people that showed up? Of course, Andy Reid was there.
Yeah.
Some of the NFL people that you care about, Cooper Kupp, Juju Smith-Schuster,
Matt Stafford,
Joe Buck, Matt Stafford. Apparently, Stephen A. Smith was there. So this was a who's who type of event. Kind of goes without saying.
Wedding of the decade.
The wedding of the decade.
I was about to say, is this probably the most famous wedding of all time? Like as
For
far
the
as,
NFL?
like it's just in general with guests there too.
Oh, no, there'd
not
have to
just
be
the
a-
celebrity, but just all the guests that's there, because this is complete. It's a lot of random names there, man.
I feel like a Kennedy wedding could probably rival this.
Yeah.
Any of the Kennedy weddings would probably be in there.
It's going a long way back.
Yeah, because when you think about it, you got Taylor Swift, who's probably the biggest pop star right now.
Yeah.
And you got Travis Kelce, who got all of his NFL sports buddies or sports people.
Yeah.
All into one wedding. On top of Adam Sandler being officiating the wedding.
Yeah, I mean, the Adam Sandler officiating and Chris Rock being there, right? You know, when you go from anywhere from at the top end, you got Adam Sandler, but you go all the way down to like Dean Blandino, the NFL ref guy, apparently was there too. So it's like, man, who wasn't at this wedding?
Tim
basically?
McGraw and Stevie Nicks performing.
Yeah,
They had a lot going on, man. It sound like.
Yeah.
It was at Madison Square Garden, right?
Yeah, Madison
MSG,
Square Garden, MSG.
Man.
I mean, that in and of itself tells you.
Yeah, exactly.
If you gotta have your wedding at the Garden,
MSG.
yeah. What a flex! I mean, I know they're already supremely famous and rich.
They already flexing.
But the wedding at the Garden right after the Knicks won the championship,
Yeah.
like, and of course they didn't even win it at the Garden because they won it on the road. So that's pretty cool.
Are they now the top celebrity power couple?
Yeah, I think they
Are
were there.
they?
I think they were there already.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
even past Jay-Z, Beyonce, like just.
not.
I'm talking about any genre. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about just celebrity.
See the thing.
Just celebrity.
See the thing with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. I feel like they're kind of open with everything. Like Jay-Z and Beyonce.
More than J and B.
Yeah, because J and B,
there.
they are so private.
Yeah.
Like they show you whatever they want you to see.
Yeah.
But they so
Which I understand.
Like you ain't see no wedding pictures or anything.
But
from
I understand
Jay-Z
that.
and Beyonce.
Yeah,
I get that though.
Well, they're private, but also Kelce and Swift are still newer.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
Like
Yeah.
we have quietly now had Jay-Z and Beyonce
for 20-something
years.
Yeah.
And so I think
Haven't seen a wedding picture from them.
haven't seen a
Really?
haven't seen a
think so.
wedding picture, but they've also already gone through the drama of relationships.
Well, they've gone through a lot of drama.
Like we're way past
Yeah.
affection and public displays
PDA.
or any of that. Like they're like it's almost even kind of like they're not stale, but as a couple, I feel like they're kind of stale.
Yeah.
At the
Okay,
point.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
As a looker on,
they got together. They had the chance to break up. They had the albums and everything. They had the elevator moment with Solange.
All the other drama.
Yeah, we've had it all.
Yeah.
And here they are still standing. I feel like there's not really as much to talk about. They've already had their children.
There's no story there.
There's no story there anymore.
There's a big story here.
We're waiting now. The public is going to be waiting on the Travis Kelce Taylor Swift baby.
I ain't going to lie.
That's going to be annoying.
Yeah. Now, I ain't going to lie.
Because I'm not here for that.
I didn't think they was going to make it to this. I'm just going to be honest with you. I did not think they were going to make it to marriage.
Well, they showed you.
They definitely showed me.
Showed you.
I thought it was going to be another one of those celebrity hookups where they last about a year and a half and they go their separate ways. I was wrong. My bad. I was wrong.
Hey, listen. If you were a male figure in Travis, if you're Jason Kelce or whatever their daddy's name is, if you somebody that is close to Travis Kelce, no way you was going to let him mess this up now, right?
Well, yeah, you tell him don't mess it up, but what did we talk about earlier with Brandon Ayuk?
Listen.
Some people don't listen. I'm not saying he don't. I'm not saying Travis didn't listen.
Come on now.
Because he obviously listened to somebody.
When I'm talking about eye on the prize, okay? This is better
His eye was on the prize for sure.
This is better than any contract that Brandon Ayuk could have ever signed in the NFL.
Anybody.
Attaching your wagon to Taylor Swift, brother?
Yeah.
Man,
he can't fumble the bag.
Do not fumble this bag. And I'm not saying like even just getting here, because I know you said you didn't think they would get this far.
Yeah.
Man, stay here, brother.
Well, he got going now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he got to keep it going.
And then Travis Kelce, I think he's already like a NFL Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Future Hall of Famer.
He is.
But this one is a step above. This is more than football at this point.
Yeah.
This is a celebrity icon.
Bruh, this is everything you've worked for.
This is what he worked for, huh?
Yeah,
I mean, whether he know it or not.
I don't even know if he worked and wanted to work for this. I think
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He don't know whether he know it or not. He worked to become the greatest tight end ever.
Of course.
He worked to win Super Bowls. He worked in football. This is the residuals, the part that he didn't know he was working for. Because how is he supposed to know that Taylor Swift might have an eye for him and that might work? Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that the most famous woman in the world might be interested in you?
Yeah.
This is what you work for. This is why you put yourself in positions like that to be what they call visible, bruh.
She went out. She found her man. She got him. Now she really got him. She got him locked up.
Man.
Now he just got to not mess it up, basically.
Don't screw this up, Trav. You're set for life.
For life.
And you don't have to ever touch your own probably ever again, brother.
Man.
Set for life. Got to be good.
Good on him.
Now, not to bring the vibes down as we go around the NFL, but ex-NFL player and current broadcaster of some kind, Marcellus Wiley, not on TV these days, but still
mostly
probably,
YouTube.
Still probably pops up on your feed.
YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, he says enough things on my feed, whether I follow him or not. And
Pretty regularly.
Yeah, and I actually don't follow him, but he talks enough to where I see him. Well, former NFL star Marcellus Wiley arrested in Florida over the weekend on a domestic battery charge and was being held without bond, which, brother, how bad must that be?
Yeah, that's
if you're being held without bond. But it says here that he spent part of the 4th of July behind bars in Florida after being taken into custody on this domestic battery charge. TMZ Sports was the first to report this, but they're saying that the 51-year-old was booked into the Orange County Jail, remained without bond, and that he allegedly, or that it was not disclosed who he allegedly clashed with, but again, he was held without bond, and that they had contacted him for a response. Hadn't heard back. But the big part about this is Marcellus Wiley is very quick to stand on the moral high ground and to do a lot of social media finger wagging and telling you this and telling you that. And he loves to go after ESPN media personalities, current or former.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how he has to play this on his own, when it's time to, when the rabbits got the gun, so to speak.
And then the other part of this is he had recently just had some essay accusations or thrown his
sexual
way.
assault. Okay, yeah, I didn't realize.
Recently, I believe. Yeah,
I
was
remember
it?
that. Yeah, because
that was recently. That was within like last couple months.
Actually addressed that.
He did
on his YouTube.
He did, yeah,
which was really bold.
Yeah, he did. He did that.
I think he might have denied everything and all that stuff, but he addressed it on his personal YouTube.
But even beyond that, I believe he had similar allegations years ago, as well.
Yeah.
So I mean,
it's kind of getting
it's
getting
like
a little
damn.
awkward.
It's like damn. Well, there's a lot of smoke here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of smoke here, man.
Yeah.
It's a lot of smoke. And now I know you mentioned in this story they don't name who I guess he allegedly battered, which could also be an issue for him because he's a married man, I believe. If it wasn't his wife.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's just a lot. I'm going to say allegedly, but yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on here that obviously we don't know about yet, but it seems like he could be in some trouble.
He do a lot of talking and pointing and finger waving.
He does.
Finger wagging and all that stuff for him to get in this situation too. He would have been doing a YouTube right now.
If it was somebody else.
If it was somebody else, yeah.
And I agree with y'all on that. I actually do like Marcellus Wiley. Now, I don't agree with all of his views.
Right.
I don't. But I do like him. I think he's pretty transparent in what he talks about and even talking about his own issues at times. But, again, it's the finger wagging at other people, and now you're in some of the same situations that they're in. That's tough.
Everybody got a stone that they should not throw.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a stone that they should not throw, and this is one of those very unfortunate, I would say, because it sounds like something went left here. So, best wishes to everybody that's involved, especially involved in this. But again, stones that you should not throw. A sad example of it right there. All right, I like this story though to kind of get the vibes back up. Caleb Williams, who thinks of himself as the Iceman. I refuse to go down there.
You ain't going there yet.
But Caleb, well, there's only one Iceman. We've already dealt with this on the show. We're on the record on this with this figure. I already know the show is. But Caleb Williams sent a signed jersey to the Chicago native Pope Leo, which you want to talk about being able to phone a friend or having somebody in a high place. I feel like this is pretty cool too for Caleb Williams to send a signed jersey to the Pope. Him being a Chicago native and presumably a Bears fan feels pretty good. I don't know if Caleb Williams is Catholic at all, but having a Pope on your side can't be bad.
It can't be too bad. And Pope Leo, is very well known. Like I mentioned earlier, I lived in Chicago, covered sports out there for a while. He's very well known as a White Sox fan. He grew up on the south side of Chicago.
Right.
So he's a White Sox fan, Bears fan, and he loves his sports. He definitely loves his sports. So, yeah, this is a pretty cool thing right here. Pretty cool moment for Pope Leo and Caleb Williams.
Yeah,
to
man.
be connected to the Pope like that.
Yeah, man. I look, if you can, especially at this age, you go from that rookie year that Caleb Williams had with Matt Eberflus as his head coach.
It was a little rough.
To the next year, now you got Ben Johnson. Y'all going to the playoffs.
Slanging that ball.
You slanging the ball in the playoffs. You know why y'all struggling, but then you the reason why y'all come back and win, so it's real dope. And now you got a relationship with the Pope. All of that seems pretty cool. So I like that for him. Now, we'll get out of here on this. We got to figure out, like, Brandon Ayuk, we talked about him in the toss. They were talking about him on the morning show before the end of it. You just tell me this. The headline is that he's throwing shots at Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels, who was also his college teammate at Arizona State back in the day. Brandon Ayuk, it seemed like, had plans on being dealt to the Commanders. I feel like he's talking his way out of the league, and that's not a hot take. It seems like his latest rant where he's throwing shots at Jaden Daniels and taking shots at John Lynch. I don't know who he hasn't taken shots at this point, but do you feel like this guy who plays in the city that you're from, or at least was playing in the city that you're from, do you feel like he's talked his way out of the league?
This dude don't want to play football. That's what this sounds like to me. He does not want. He doesn't genuinely want to come back and play football. I just don't think he does, because he's obviously talking himself or his way out of the league right now. I don't think there's a team. We talked about it. We touched on it a little bit earlier. I don't think there's a team that's going to touch him now.
Yeah.
I just don't. He's talked badly about too many people at this point.
Yeah. So if y'all haven't followed this story, Brandon Ayuk obviously fallen out of favor with the San Francisco 49ers, has talked badly about the general manager John Lynch, the head coach Kyle Shanahan, but his plan, it seemed like, was to at some point be dealt to the Washington Commanders, with them, wherever the case may be, to find his way with the Washington Commanders and reunite with his college teammate Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
And then the latest that we get from him is, this is Brandon Ayuk saying, Five gonna text me talking about you're on my team now, you follow my rules. Boy, I'm a grown ass man. You're gonna have to start running behind your mama, and I might believe what you're talking about. But until then, no.
So basically called him a mama's boy.
Called his former teammate and what was supposed to be his next quarterback a mama's boy. And he is a depreciated asset. He is not necessarily got folks beating down the door to want to play with him or sign him. Sounds like he's talking his way out of the league. So
but just that quote right there, that doesn't really sound like Jaden Daniels to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not saying, I don't know what happened with the conversation, but that conversation, that quote right there, now obviously there's probably more to it. It just doesn't sound like Jaden Daniels texted him and said all that.
That is, yeah, it's one of those weird things. But Brandon Ayuk, he's cooked. He's cooked at this point.
Yeah.
That is Around the NFL. He is Chris Partee. I am Brandon Scott. We are in for John Lopez and Reg Atatula. We still got Figgy Fig behind the glass handling everything on the ones and twos. And coming up next, we got to talk about this AFC South roundtable that ESPN had and who is going to turn heads at Texans training camp. We'll do that next here on In the Loop.
Texans training camp. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Who's going to stand out for the Texans at training camp? This is something that I feel like every Texans fan, especially this time of the month, this time of the year, before we actually get into the thick of training camp, every Texans fan almost has a different opinion about this. Usually at a point where there's some consensus on the one guy that everybody is going to be looking out for. Brandon Scott, Chris Partee, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop. B. Scott and Chris Partee in for John Lopez and Reg Atatula. They will be back with you later in the week, or at least Reg will. But this stood out to me. The AFC South reporters for ESPN.com did like an AFC South roundtable for the website. And this was pretty interesting to me, where they power rank the AFC South teams. Where would you guess, if you haven't seen it already, where would y'all guess they got the Texans ranked? And I don't think it's going to surprise anybody. Where y'all think they got them ranked?
Number uno?
Number one. So
that's not a shock.
Not a shock at all. ESPN.com officially predicting the Houston Texans to win the AFC South, or at least power ranking them as the top team in the AFC South. I will say this before we get into who we expect to stand out. You know what surprised me about this? Who would y'all guess is the worst team, the lowest ranked team in the AFC South? And maybe I just haven't given it enough thought until I looked at this list. But who would you guess, Fig?
The way you phrased it that way, I would probably say maybe they're not high on the Colts.
They're not high on the Colts, man.
Now initially, I would have said the Texans. I'm sorry, the Titans. The Titans. Yeah.
Titans.
Initially, the fake orders. I would have said the Titans initially. Yeah.
But now you just got to think about how the Colts have taken a nosedive. Like, they got one-legged Daniel Jones, and I swear, Chris and I were trying to figure out during the break feed, who's there? Did they go out and get a real backup quarterback? Do they have a real backup in Indy? And we was trying to figure out who it was, so I looked it up. And did you realize, Figgy, Anthony Richardson still exists? I completely forgot about him.
We had both really forgotten.
Yeah, I did too. The last thing I heard from him was they was trying to look for a trade.
Exactly. But you know what? That says it all. The fact that, would you say he was the number 4 overall pick, right?
No, yeah, 4th overall pick.
Right after CJ.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, right after, yeah,
or
that's
right,
right.
Yeah, right after Will. But
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. There you go, yeah. And what, 3-4 years later, he's not even an afterthought.
He was a non-thought.
We didn't even think about him.
I had to look it up just to be reminded that he was on the team. And not that he was on the team, that he existed.
B. Scott named Rodney Leonard first.
Yeah, I did. Because that was who the backup was.
That's who came in. Yeah.
I was like, man, they got Riley Leonard as their backup. So did they go out and get a real backup? And then we look it up and we're like, oh, they didn't, because they got Anthony Richardson. But who knew?
And I just said, okay. Yeah.
So just as of note, like the Titans have, they got a little shine on them with the Robert Saleh hire. They've done a couple of things, okay, and then it just seems like the Colts, especially in the public opinion at least, have taken a nosedive.
But I think for the Colts, most of that is Daniel Jones' injury status. I think that what most of that is for the Colts.
Because they by and large have a decent enough roster.
Yeah.
But they are where they've been for the last, let's call it 8 years now, since Andrew Luck retired. Just a team that's usually well constructed, but a quarterback away.
Ain't that rough?
Mm-hmm. That's who they are.
Yeah, you're right. Since Andrew Luck just up and said, "All right, I'm done."
Yeah,
they've struggled,
bro. I think we knew they weren't gonna just find another Andrew Luck, like just fall out the sky.
No, you're not gonna find an Andrew Luck.
But I don't think we could foresee that their quarterback purgatory situation would be as bad as it's been
for almost a decade now.
It's been atrocious. And they thought they found something in Daniel Jones last year until they started playing him out there on one leg and then made it even worse.
Yeah. And I think the thing is that kind of been messing them up. They weren't even bad enough to the point they can at least be in a running for the top quarterback in the draft.
And that's what
they just been in the middle.
Being in the middle is the worst. Being in the middle is the worst place. You either want to be really good to great, or you just want to be horrible.
They're stuck in the mud.
Just be horrible.
Yeah. Stuck in the mud.
Get you a top 5 pick, or just be a Super Bowl contender.
And then even
That's where you need to be.
And even their top 5 pick, they got the 3rd best quarterback in the draft.
Oh man, God,
it's so bad.
It just keeps getting worse.
All right, so another thing that they mentioned here was the players that are going to turn heads at training camp. So I want to ask y'all, before we get into what DJ Bieniemy of ESPN.com wrote for them, for ESPN.com, Chris, Fig, who's turning your head most at training camp? Like before, sight unseen, before you get out there, expecting to be the biggest head turner for you going in. It could be somebody could reveal themselves once we get there that we're not expecting. But going in, who are you expecting it to be?
I'm gonna say Jaden Higgins.
Okay.
I want to see him step up and be that number, like that legit, no question asked number 2.
I like it. Jaden Higgins going into year 2 as receiver number 2. I'm not mad at that. What about you, Fig?
Yeah, that was going to be my answer, but I got another one. I think I really want to see Woody Marks.
Okay.
I think he's very important. I know you got David Montgomery.
Yeah.
But that's all you got if you ain't got no
change of pace.
Yeah, you ain't got no good Woody Marks.
Yeah, change of pace back.
Then it could. I mean, they could be in trouble because I know they leaning on David Montgomery to be the bell cow, for lack of a better word. But man, if you have a good number 2, man, I think that's going to help David Montgomery out a lot because I know he had a dip in this play the last couple years, and honestly, it's probably because you got the better running back in Jahmyr Gibbs that's probably getting more of the carries and stuff like that. But David Montgomery is 29 years old. And so I'm not sure. I'm not banking on this being like the best running back right now. I do think you need a Woody Marks to kind of come in and change the pace a little bit. Yeah. So I will be looking at him.
So I like both of y'all answers, and I'll tell you why. Number one, because they're second-year players, and I think you could make a case for just about any of the second-year players as guys to watch. Jaden Higgins, who you mentioned, Chris. Obviously, you mentioned Woody Marks, Figgy. I think you could make the case for Jalen in that slot receiver role. And just Jalen Noel is somebody who felt like untapped potential last year, or like they left a little meat on the bone in terms of what he could offer the team. And so he was underutilized, it felt like. Are they going to properly utilize him? I like y'all's answers just for the second-year player aspect alone. I think Ariante Ursery could have been somebody once the pads come on. Maybe he's somebody that's under-discussed as like the franchise left tackle now. But I like y'all going with second-year guys. I love Figgy's logic of Woody Marks and the backup running back role. Fig, how long have we been watching this team not have more than one running back? Like they had Joe Mixon for a minute, but never really had a backup running back. They had rookie year Dameon Pierce several years back, but never had a backup running back. The next year when Motor Singletary takes over, he's supposed to be the backup running back, but Dameon Pierce couldn't play. And so then it ended up being all Singletary, kind of like last year it was all Marks. They can't never get, point being, they can't never get two running backs to play well at the same time or to have a decent enough pecking order.
It's been a struggle.
To have a depth chart at that position, where it seems like now between David Montgomery and Woody Marks, it seems like they can actually have that. So I like that answer too.
Yeah, and on top of that, man, injury, man, that kind of messed them up last year because you ain't have no what's his name? I forgot his name, but the guy that was out all year.
British Brooks.
No, not British Brooks.
You talking about Joe Mixon?
Joe Mixon.
I was gonna say, hey, I just so much forgot about Joe Mixon already. I'm looking at the players on the team.
I think everybody has.
Yeah, but you didn't have him last year. You had Nick Chubb. That was pretty much wasn't the same Nick Chubb.
But I think we kind of expected that a little bit, didn't we?
Yeah,
that he wasn't going to be the same.
But see, we wasn't expecting Joe Mixon to be out the whole damn year, knowing what the injury was.
That too. Yeah,
so I think it's very important to have that second running back. Just even if David Montgomery get nicked up a little bit.
Yeah.
That way, you can have Woody Marks come in and, you can still go. Because if David Montgomery ain't working out for whatever reason and you still got Woody Marks that didn't take the next step, then you kind of back to square one.
You in real trouble. And then also, having that running game established, the depth chart of the running back room, that only helps out your passing game.
Right.
When you're established like that in your backfield. So it all connects. It
And
all
you
works
need
together.
everything you can to help C.J. Stroud.
Yes, you do in the passing game.
Well, I'm glad y'all mentioned that. Because I love both of y'all answers. But even with that, I think I'm going to have to side with DJ Bieniemy and what he said on here. All right, this is DJ Bieniemy from ESPN.com on who's going to turn heads at Texans training camp. For better or worse, this is a quote from DJ Bieniemy. For better or worse, it's wide out Tank Dell. Whenever Dell participates in camp, it'll be the first time competing in 11-on-11 since his gruesome knee injury in 2024, which leads me back to a familiar question that I ask both on this show, any show that I appear on, my podcast, wherever, when it comes to Tank Dell. And this is why I'm going to be watching out for him. This is why this is going to be the main thing to turn my head at Texans training camp. When is Tank Dell ready for violence? And I don't know the answer.
No.
They might even try to protect him from it. I don't know how you prepare for violence if you don't expose yourself to it at some point. But that is a big question. We talk about opening things up for that passing game. I get it. The run game's going to have to be there.
Yeah.
But Tank Dell is like this wild card, whereas if he's right or anywhere close to right, we're going to have to talk about the Texans offense differently. So I'm with DJ on this. For better or worse, the head turner, I'll be watching all of it.
Of course.
Right? I'll be watching every bit of it. And the second-year players are definitely going to catch my eye on both sides of the ball, too. We didn't even mention the defensive backs that are second-year players as well. I want to watch them as well. But Tank Dell, that's going to be the one that'll turn my head the most. Just seeing how he's moving, what's he participating in, and when does the team expose him to violence.
Yeah, and I can see them kind of easing him along coming into training camp, but eventually you're going to have to ramp it up and see, like you said, is he ready for violence?
Yeah.
See how he does getting out there on that knee and just getting going.
He's Chris Barty. I am B. Scott. We are in for John Lopez and Reg Atatula of In the Loop. Fig is still with us, fortunately, though. On the other side, next, we got to talk about what's popping. England beat Mexico. Norway beat Brazil. USA's got a really big game tonight, and it sounds like their best player is going to be there. We'll talk about it on What's Popping. That's next.
The Drive with Stoerner. 281-222-2222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's popping here on In the Loop? Brandon Scott, Chris Partee in for John Lopez, and Reg Atatula. Figgy Fig is here with us. And the main thing that's popping right now, we got to just be real with it. It's soccer, baby.
Keep it a buck.
It is soccer, baby. So if y'all weren't watching yesterday, quite the day, Norway, I would call it an upset. I thought Brazil was going to win. Maybe y'all were better ball knowers than me, but I had Brazil winning that match yesterday. But Norway comes away with it 2-1 against Brazil. That was earlier in the day. And then England started putting on a beat down on Mexico early on. They got like 2 goals in a minute and a half on them. Really did their thing, man. England wins 3-2. And then today, the big news, of course, and we led with this. USA, Belgium. The first match is going to be Portugal, Spain. So we do want to shout them out.
Yeah.
But that's cute. That's cute and all.
That's cute.
And
you ain't feeling that.
I only mention it because they're going to play first.
Yeah.
So we just getting them out the way.
We got to give them a little bit of a shout out.
We got to save the best for last. USA, Belgium. And the big news, of course, is that Stoerner and Balogun is going to be available for the U.S. men's national team after his red card was suspended, something that apparently has not happened since the 60s. Basically does not. Red cards in the World Cup apparently just do not get suspended from what I was reading, unless you got friends in high places.
Hey.
Unless you know the right people.
Speak on it, player.
Unless your president is properly distracted. And in this case, it looks like the U.S. president just might be to where he phoned in a friend, the FIFA president, and got Balogun back on the pitch. And so y'all let me know, fellas, how y'all feeling about US of A against Belgium tonight?
USA. Hey,
this is a hilarious story to me.
It really is. It really is.
But both serious and nonsense.
Exactly. I mean, obviously, their chances just improve tenfold since we know that their guy, their ace, whatever you want to call him, is going to be on the field, on the pitch. Do they call it the pitch?
The pitch.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I look. You know what this made me think about, Fig? Like, man, what are some calls? I couldn't even think of any, but I'm going to actually do this as an exercise. Maybe I'll come back toward the end of the week with Reg and do this. But, like, man, and this could be because I'm not the biggest soccer fan. I was like, what are some calls where I wish the president of the United States could have intervened, right? You know, like I don't have one in my head, but I'm like, man, what's a bad make that a bonus question of the day from the audience. What is a call in your sports fandom, aside from this one, where you wish the president, and you could even make it your favorite president, whether it's Trump or somebody else, but you wish the president of the United States had intervened on your behalf or on your team's behalf in that moment? I'm pretty sure that plenty of people got.
I know a lot of Cowboy fans probably wish he would call in about that catch and no catch.
Yeah,
Dez caught it, and it was a catch. But you know,
I agree. I've always said that.
I got one for the Texans a couple of seasons ago when Azeez Al-Shaair got suspended after that hit.
Hey, that would have been a good one.
Is that not one where you wish what did he get suspended? 1 game, 2 games, or was it 3?
I think it was 3.
I think it was 3 games, right?
Games.
Now, do you not wish the president could have stepped in then?
I wouldn't have minded. That would have been an interesting pairing.
I'm just saying, like that's the first thing that came to my mind, tying it to the tech, tying it to the city. Yeah, that one came to my mind.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
that's a good one. I would say that one too. Too, actually, just off the top of my head. But yeah, man. Stoerner and Balogun is going to be playing tonight. Belgium, from what I understand, is appealing this decision. So I don't know. We could maybe even be watching out for breaking news if this thing flips back.
That ain't going nowhere.
But look,
that ain't going nowhere.
Hey,
Come on now.
The president of the United States and the president of FIFA is crew.
The presidents have spoken.
They partners. They partners. And FIFA over there holding up at Trump Tower in Manhattan. They paying Buddy rent. So,
hey, how would this look if, let's say, United States actually pull off this game? And I guess it's safe to say this would be an upset because I feel like imagine if USA did pull this off. How crazy would that be, man?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of what ifs. I mean, because
there might be rioting in Belgium.
Well, I mean, here's the thing that nobody's talking about is like, what if they had lost and this red card never gets rescinded or never gets suspended?
Doesn't matter.
And we're not even here to begin with. Man. So this only really happened because they won to begin with.
It's extending the storyline.
Yeah,
because we wouldn't be talking about this.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm here for it, man.
It's very intriguing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, this is a juicy.
It's a lot of drama, man.
juicy, fun story. Also, what's popping? Yordan Alvarez was named a starter for the American League, and the Astros won another series. This time against the Tampa Bay Rays, the top team in the American League. I said this earlier in the show, but any opportunity we can to give Yordan Alvarez his flowers for the MVP level season that he's been having, Chris, like just watching over the weekend, I could not believe that he had an opportunity to win the game at the end of the game on Saturday, that he even had that opportunity, especially considering the day before he had hit the guy pretty hard. I'm just like, do they not know who this guy is?
It's like, you going to pitch to him.
But they pitched to him anyway.
You going to pitch to him, okay.
And it's because, I think it's because, you know, Altuve getting on, put that pressure on, and made him do that. But I just got to acknowledge the season that Yordan is having. And for me as an Astros fan, the hope that they don't squander this opportunity that Yordan is basically giving them by kind of sort of helping keep them alive and keep them relevant through his play.
I mean, just say it, he's pretty much carrying the team right now.
Yeah, he is.
But for the most part, at least offensively, he's carrying the team right now. Dude is locked in. I mean, like, he's extremely locked in. Now you just hope, or you just wonder, like, how can we get the rest of the team locked in like this?
Yeah. Stay tuned. Yeah. We're definitely going to talk about the Astros here coming up in the noon hour, but that's what's popping right there with Yordan Alvarez being named an American League starter. Looks like he's the only Astros starter named, but the Astros do, again, win another series, this time against the Tampa Bay Rays. It is 6 out of their last 7 chances, and so you look up and the Astros are playing way better than the 500 baseball that I was giving them credit for earlier in the year. So shout out to them for that. You dropped this in here. Kevin Durant's name has been out there in trade rumors over the last few days. I don't know how much I really buy in to it or how much I trust the reporting, but it is interesting just to think about Kevin Durant on the trade block just 1 year after they traded for him and after the success that he had. But people are looking at the disappointment of the Rockets last season, the burner gate stuff, the Rockets not necessarily being as close as they thought they were.
Yeah.
Do you think that you all make sense, or even just the idea of trading Kevin Durant makes sense for the Rockets right now?
I think it's very premature to even the idea of them trading him right now. I think is very premature, but the trade that we were just talking about, there were multiple trade rumors out there about Durant, but the one that I dropped into the run sheet that we referring to here was an alleged or reported 3-team deal that the Rockets shut down. It would have involved the Pistons and the Celtics. Jaylen Brown would have come to Houston. Durant would have gone to Detroit, and Alperen Sengun would have gone to Boston.
This does not make sense.
Now that does, and I was telling you during the break that, you know, the person that, or the reporter that was actually talking about this trade, Brett Siegel for Clutch Points.
Yeah,
I actually kind of know him. I've talked to him before, not like best friends or anything, but I've talked to him in the past, and I was like, could be. He covered the he covered the Nets for quite a few years back. That's when I first met him. So I was like, it could have been something to it. But then, you know, I keep thinking about it. I'm like, that's a lot to give up for Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, well, especially once you find out on the back end that what Jaylen Brown ended up going for was a 36-year-old and 2 first-round picks, and some swaps, and just some side
second-round picks,
second-round picks. Like that's not it. So like if they You think an opportunity to get an all-star or an all-NBA caliber player, whether it have been Kevin Durant or Alperen Sengun that landed there, that they wouldn't have done that. Either you're getting Kevin Durant, who is a better old guy than Paul George is, or you're getting Alperen Sengun, who is at least a 25 or under all-star. So either one of those options would be better than winding up with Paul George, his age, and his money.
Exactly.
So like that, I just and then if you're the Rockets, you're trading both. That is the part that is not really realistic to me. They were never going to trade more than one of their top three guys. Okay, they say Amen Thompson is untouchable, but what they're really saying is, hey, we'll trade one of these big salaries for another one. We're not trading two of them.
But it says that the Rockets were the ones that turned the trade down.
Yeah.
The Rockets turned it down.
Yeah, I just can't even imagine that
even if it happened, even if it was out there.
Who would suggest that they get rid of both of their guys? But that would make sense that they would be the ones to turn it down.
But I can see Boston asking for that. All they can do is say no.
Yeah, fair enough.
If I'm Boston's GM, like I'm going to ask for it. They don't have to accept it. But I want Sengun and I want Durant.
Yeah.
You either win it or not.
If this is real, I will say this might be the best thing. The best thing that the Rockets front office did this offseason would be what they didn't do.
Exactly.
Which would be not buying into this. So that's what's popping. He's Chris Partee. I'm Brandon Scott. We're in for Reg in the loop. And coming up next, the Astros. Speaking of reports, they were linked to the best left-handed pitcher in the game over the weekend. Could they actually be in the mix to get him? We'll talk about that on the other side.
Sports Radio.
get it done.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
The Houston Astros should be buyers at the deadline. I think it is safe enough to say that they should be buyers. They are close enough. They are in the mix. I understand they're not a 500 baseball team, but how they've been playing over the last 6 weeks, I think it's pretty clear. They should be buyers. The question is, could they be in play for the top pitcher in baseball? Certainly the top available pitcher at the deadline. And if they're going to be buyers, what are they going to be buying with? How are they going to be buying? Because that is the problem.
You got some McDonald's money?
Well, yeah, exactly. You got.
That's the important question.
Well, we gonna get the dollar menu. You got dollar menu money? That's how they do you. And I don't know if the Astros have McDonald's money. They certainly don't have Five Guys money. Is what Tarek Skubal would actually be.
Yeah.
Like that would be that's Five Guys. That's that's Shake Shack.
I love me some Shake Shack.
That's what that is. That's not Dollar Menu. That's not Burger King.
Nah.
That's not McDonald's.
It's a couple
Wendy's.
steps above.
No, the kids are actually asking for a Shake Shack burger.
Exactly.
They're not even asking for a dollar burger
Right.
from McDonald's. I don't even know if they still have the dollar menu.
Ain't
like
nothing a dollar no more.
Yeah. They ain't even asking for that. They want a burger from Shake Shack.
Yeah, man. And so that is the question I feel like is the answer that the Astros are going to have to answer. Like, do they have Shake Shack money? Do they have Five Guys money? Do they have Tarek Skubal money? I mean, this is the guy who is at the top of the food chain, best left-handed pitcher in baseball, wasting his time out there in Detroit in a place that's not going to win, and certainly seems like they're not going to pay him. Now, to be clear, I don't think Houston will pay him his market value either, but they are not shy about doing this rental thing.
Nah.
They're not shy about doing this rental thing. And so here's what I thought about. When you look at ESPN's top 100 candidates, all right, we were looking at this earlier, Chris, their top 100 trade candidates with the deadline approaching, 3 of the top 100, actually 2 of the top 3, period, are the aforementioned Tarek Skubal, left-handed pitcher for the Detroit Tigers.
Highly coveted.
But also in that mix, let's just give all 3, because I think all of these have a potential Astros tie. Also in that mix, Byron Buxton, the veteran center fielder for the Minnesota Twins that I feel like a lot of Astros fans have had their eye on, not just this season, but for a while now. Looking back,
couple years
as a potential Astros trade target. And then what do you know? Right after Byron Buxton is your very own shortstop and 2022 World Series MVP, Jeremy Payne.
Probably didn't expect that.
Yeah.
To see him that high on this list.
Well, I think maybe you should, though.
Yeah.
Because it's just as much about his contract situation as it is where the Astros are. I think where the Astros are, kind of being stuck in the mud a little bit, exacerbates the problem. But this is very similar to the Kyle Tucker issue of like trying to decide, do you want to go ahead and sell and get rid of this player before you lose them for essentially nothing and try to get the most that you can get.
Yeah.
And to the Astros' credit, they end up flipping Kyle Tucker, who's not tearing it up with the Dodgers right now, and didn't necessarily tear it up with the Cubs last year either. They got a pretty good young prospect in Cam Smith, who we're still looking for him to kind of put it all together, but we're on this journey with Cam Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Isaac Paredes has been one of their better players when he plays, despite their infield influx. Of course, Carlos Ray ends up getting hurt and creates a spot for him. And then, of course, they get Hayden Wesneski, who ended up getting hurt. But they got 3, I think, valuable pieces from that trade. if you could do something similar with Jeremy Pena, it absolutely makes sense to try to do it if you're not going to be in the mix to re-sign him, which leads me to this place. Hey, man, do we just call up Detroit? We just text AJ, kind of how Trump just called up the FIFA president and was just like, hey, man, I need you to look at this, bro.
Hit the bat line.
Can we just get on the phone and be like, hey, man, Scooble for Pena, man. Who says no? Scooble for Pena, let's just do this thing. You know what I'm saying? Like these are two of the most coveted potential trade targets identified by ESPN, but also just like logically speaking, two of the best players that would be available. Yeah. Jeremy Pena, someone who again has won a World Series MVP, but is not about to get paid by the team that he's on. Scooble, one of the best pitchers in the game, in all of baseball, not about to get paid. Neither one of us wants to pay our guy.
Let's make a swap.
But either one of us could maybe use the other's guy as a building block, as a piece. Now, I guess the question for the Tigers to ask is if they don't want to pay Scooble, are they trying to pay Jeremy Pena and his inconsistent offensive profile, as great as he is defensively and as great as his power speed combination is? If you're not paying for the game, do you want one of the better defensive shortstops in the game, like at a similar market price? Is the question. But I'd be damned if I didn't give him the call, shoot the shot, right?
I mean, it feels like there would have to be, especially for the Tigers to even entertain this, there would have to be more going their way.
Yeah.
More than just Pena.
But that goes back to the point of not having McDonald's money.
Yeah.
Or only having McDonald's money.
Exactly.
Right? Because that's the issue. And this is the larger issue when it comes to the Astros. The only way they can really facilitate these really big trades, I'm not talking about something along the margins where they just kind of just add to the roster a little bit. I'm not talking about like the Nick Allen, Mauricio Dubon types of trades. I'm talking about like real big marquee trades
that can swing the pendulum.
They don't have the prospects to do it, man.
No.
It's got to be the Jeremy Penas of the world. Or as we talked about earlier in the show, Peter Lambert has found money.
He might have to be thrown in there.
Somebody that's really pitched well for them. He might have to be. And in this case, or in which case, are you prepared to part ways with the little bit of talent that you got to do what exactly?
Yeah. I mean,
to do what exactly?
Isaac Paredes is also on this list. He's number 18 on this list.
Yeah. So
he's also on here. I mean, we talked about Christian Walker's name might come back up as potential trade bait.
Yeah. Now, if you could flip any of those guys into Scooble, you do it, even as a rental. I think.
Yeah.
Like I
just go for it.
I think you go for it. Now, this is to me far-fetched. I know Bob Nightingale and Patrick Creighton have been talking about this, and this is sort of their thing. And just to be clear, the Astros need a few things. But they mostly need is an outfielder, and more specifically, hitting from the outfield.
Yeah.
So to even really be in on Scooble seems to be a little bit far-fetched, but because that's not even what they need. They've got a surplus of pitching.
Yeah.
They need to be getting rid of pitching, not necessarily adding it. This just happens to be one of the better ones in the game. But
if you have an opportunity to get to acquire, again, one of the best pitchers in the game right now, even if it's just a rental and you're already looking to move off of certain players, do you not at least, like you said, shoot your shot, at least try?
You absolutely shoot your shot.
Because pitching is what's going to ultimately carry you to a World Series.
Yeah, it's just, all I'm saying is just wild to me that their mind is even in that space because they've got so much. They got so much pitching, either healthy or unhealthy, and they're really lacking in this area. But yeah, it's kind of one of those
if he's available,
once in a lifetime,
and we can talk to him about
once in a decade, maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the report out there is that the Astros are showing strong interest in Mickey Moniak and Jake McCarthy of the Colorado Rockies. Top field needs and help. And we've seen them try this, right? They went out and got Lamont Wade. We've seen Taylor Trammell out there. We've seen the young guys out there. We saw the Zacks, the young Zacks, Cole and the Zenzo out there. So we've seen them all. Okay, Bryce Matthews has been out there. We've seen him basically a turnstile out there in the outfield. But it also says that they plan to be in the Skubal and Sonny Gray sweepstakes.
Sonny Gray, yeah.
So I'll say that you go a couple of weeks back and ask me this, I didn't think that the Astros should be even considering buying at the deadline. It should be a fire sale.
Yeah.
They needed to be selling Jeremy Pena.
Quickly, yeah.
They needed to be probably selling Hunter Brown because it's a similar situation where they're not going to pay him.
Yeah.
And I was reluctant to even have the Jordan conversation, but I thought they even needed to think about that.
Really?
Because I thought that they were that far away from really contending, and I thought they were going to really waste I thought they were going to waste the Jordan years.
Even in June, you thought they were so far out.
I was just trying to project based off of what they had.
Yeah.
And I couldn't make myself forget or not see how bad that outfield is and how bad of a job they've done trying to replace it.
Yeah.
And then these injuries, Chris, honestly, it's only but so long you can talk about injuries before that becomes like an organizational characteristic.
Yeah.
Before you can just be like, well, just can't wait back this guy back and the next guy back.
That's been the theme for a couple years.
It's like, it seems like
a few years. Yeah, not a couple, but a few. Yeah.
So I got to a point to where I was tired of hanging my hat on, well, wait until so-and-so gets healthy. Hey, Jordan is healthy now. Now, I've bagged up off of that because...
Of course, yeah.
And really the place that I came to was like, I'd much just rather watch Jordan play. I'd rather hold Jordan hostage than be the person that actually trades him. Okay? But
I don't think it's time to go there yet.
But now it's funny to see how far I've gone. I'm like, well, now I think that you should, if Scuba's out there, and if you can find you a mark in the Detroit Tigers, and I don't know, like I would assume that there are much better offers out there for Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, it could be.
But if there are not, or if you can dangle Jeremy Pena, an established, known entity, not these prospects, not these kids who you think are going to be good for you, but here's a young guy who's going to have to get paid pretty soon, but a young guy who can help you now. Maybe they buy into that. But I do like to see them aggressive and at least in the conversation.
Exactly.
In the mix.
And maybe add Lambert in there because I believe it's going to take more than just Pena. I really do. If they're having this conversation already, these conversations with Detroit already about Skubal, I think it may take more than just Jeremy Pena to get this deal done.
Yeah, I'm with Rob. Rob Torres in the chat on the YouTube says they'd have to give up Jordan. They don't have anything else.
It's rough, yeah.
If we're being real about it, like I'm trying to visualize this world.
Trying to finagle this, I'm trying to finesse it.
Well, Jeremy Pena could maybe be enough plus Lambert plus whatever else here's
be some prospects in there.
Here's Kaiway. Here's Tatsuya Imai. You know, but I mean, we got to be real.
Yeah, if we're going to be realistic, then that's not going to be enough.
I'm trying to figure out why. Like he had to have gotten this from somewhere, Bob Nightingale. So I'm not I'm not saying that he made it up, but I'm like, why would you even put this out there? Because you know they can't make no trade for Skubal.
I mean, he's someone.
You got me over here trying to do mental gymnastics to figure out how they can make that happen.
He's someone who's been around a long time, and he's talked to somebody. I have to believe that he's talked to someone that put this in his ear, that it could even be a possibility.
Yeah.
Now, if you put a percentage on it, I don't think he put a percentage on it, but it may not be a great possibility, but potentially a possibility.
Real quick, just to do the realistic thing, figure you can get in on this too. Y'all feel like they just need to go ahead and trade Jeremy Pena? Because they're not going to sign, dude. Like the Skubal part aside, do they need to go ahead
just
and
in general
sell him for parts, for prospects? That's their best shot at getting it.
If you're not going to sign him.
When is his contract up? Or like when is it up? Because I know didn't he just hire Scott Boras?
Yeah, they're either going to have to do this. It's either going to happen now or in December. One or the other.
Yeah, they might have to pull a Kyle Tucker and just...
It's exactly that situation.
Yeah, I mean, just knowing the history, I don't think he's going to take any type of discount or anything.
Not with Scott Boras.
Yeah, not with Scott Boras.
No way.
Yeah. So I think if they want to keep this going, I guess the best bet is to jump on there early, man.
Yeah. I mean, they do have another year. Like, so he's under control for another year, but you're basically kicking the can down the road, and you're sort of diminishing, I guess, the value and the return that you can get back. Like, you should probably go once you know that you're not going to be in the mix, that you're not going to pay.
Yeah,
you need to kind of get in on it early, so they could we could be here a year from now doing the same thing, but it'll look all the more dumb. It'll look dumber a year from now, having not done it yet by that point.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man. Them being competitive right now, I think definitely complicates things, but I think this is something that they're going to have to consider even while they are competitive. He's Chris Party. I'm B. Scott. We are in for John Lopez and Reg Atatula. Fortunately, Figgy Fig is here with us, and y'all know what we do at 12:20. It's Lunchtime Confessions. We'll do that next right here on In the Loop.
Texans training. Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Law 122-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It is Lunchtime Confessions. We do it every day, and I'm going to start it off with this, guys. And look, this is a safe space. Got to talk with y'all about this. By the way, Brandon Scott, Chris Partee in for John Lopez and Reg Atatula. My first confession is that there's something about when like an older male leaves your house, like comes to visit and leaves your house. Something about that with me makes me like more active at the house doing stuff.
Okay.
So like, for example, my girl's parents had a surprise visit yesterday, and you know her dad's walking through, kind of like looking around at the house.
He's inspecting,
looking at stuff that's around, stuff that either needs to be fixed or could be improved. You know, kind of inspecting basically. And so I get the notes, and I'm taking notes on everything he says.
Okay.
I'm taking notes on everything that he looks at, all of that. And by the end of it, by the time he leaves, I'm basically now doing stuff that's uncharacteristic of myself, right? I'm doing tasks that I wouldn't have been doing had he not shown up. So my confession is that sometimes it takes a real man to come to your house to make you step it up and be a real man yourself. That is the confession.
Hey, that's true, man.
I ain't scared to admit.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with, taking pointers, taking tips, taking advice from, the elder generation.
Elder statesman.
B. Scott was over there being a handyman after the fact.
Hey,
walking around with a hammer.
I'm telling you, being a handyman, I was
tool belt now.
I was caulking down some of the separators, and you know how the floor floor panel basically from let's say from the hardwood to the carpet. Right there, kind of separating the different tiles.
Yeah,
I'm laying that down. I'd actually done it before; it didn't come up again. So I'm like, man, maybe I need some stronger caulking or something like that.
Stronger adhesive,
some kind of stronger adhesive or something. I don't know. He over here telling me about my little barbecue. I burned up some chicken a couple of weeks ago because I was just really starting to get out there on the grill.
Man,
he's like, let me show you, man. You need the coals on this side, you need the meat on this side, and you need to let it do this and all of that. Like, man, I'm trying to figure it out myself. But gotta admit, man, this was beneficial. I could use the game. I appreciated it.
But now don't leave out that. Now you told me that earlier about the chicken.
Yeah.
But you bounced back the next week.
Yeah. So 2 weeks ago, burned up some chicken.
It was still edible though. Right?
Hey, look, it was still edible, at least to me. Didn't nobody else in the house really want to eat it, but I ate it because I ain't finna waste no good chicken. Burned a little bit. It was a little crispy. But over the weekend, 4th of July, we went out there again, did it again, threw some steaks on there. And we're just talking about a basic charcoal grill here. We're not talking about like kind of
Traeger and
not kind of pit master. We just throwing
just getting started.
Throwing some patties on the grill, throwing some sausages on the grill. We did that, and it was a success on Saturday. So shown incremental improvement.
Got to crawl for your walk now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I went through the same thing this weekend, actually yesterday, because I ended up grilling yesterday. And just like B. Scott, I ended up burning up the chicken. And this was the reason why. So I got a gas grill.
Oh.
And so I've been grilling for the last maybe 4 or 5 weeks straight.
Okay.
Cooking a really good steak, man. I feel like I got it right. I got it down pat. I kind of got my recipe down pat where I'm getting in the rhythm and all that stuff. And the lady told me to throw on some chicken wings. I seasoned it and all that good stuff. And I was paying attention, and all of a sudden, man, woof, just a big old fire just went up. And like, I don't know what happened. And it wasn't until after the fact, I'm like, oh, I actually need to clean the bottom of the grill out.
Yeah.
Because that could kind of cause a big fire, too.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, dang.
Also, you said it's a
gas grill.
Gas grill, yeah. So.
But at the bottom where all the stuff goes, you know, some of the I guess crumbs and, you know, just the fire, all that stuff goes at the bottom.
Yeah, it's flammable stuff down there, boy.
Yeah, so I it's time to clean that out. But I say that to say I done burnt the chicken wings, and I'm just like, damn, I was whole time like I was going out there every 2 minutes.
Now, how badly were they burnt? Like,
she said it was edible.
Okay.
But man, like I said, I've been doing this for the last 5 weeks, man. Like the steaks came out really good.
Okay. Yeah.
But the chicken wings, man, it was just crispy, man. So we had, and then the worst part about it was I wouldn't even the chicken wasn't done. So it was still, so I had to throw them in the oven.
Okay.
So I'm just like, damn, I was so disappointed
with that. You had
with that.
burnt, undone chicken.
That's the worst, man.
Man.
That's the worst part about it. It wasn't even done, man.
Yeah, mine was done, but it was definitely
just a little overdone.
A little overdone. Extra crispy. But I'm right there with you. My steaks turned out good.
Yeah.
That chicken I had to work some magic with.
Chicken can be tough sometimes.
Yeah. I bounced back though this week.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, man. You got to just stick with it, bro.
It's trial and error in practice, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
No doubt.
These are my confessions.
All right, I guess it's on me now.
Yeah.
Confession. All right, again, B. Scott, you said this is a safe space, right?
I thought so.
You thought so?
I thought so. I feel like I'm low key getting judged by the text line that I can't see right now, and probably by the YouTube chat. But it's all right.
It's all good. You know,
I'm securing my man.
We get judged all the time up here, right?
Good. I'm
It's
good.
all good. So I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I was not really a soccer guy at all.
Me neither.
Like, not at all. Couldn't have gave a damn less coming into this 2026 World Cup.
Okay.
But I believe part of it is because having it being close, being local, seeing the atmosphere, the vibes.
You're saying you've warmed up to it.
I'm warming up to it.
Okay.
I'm warming up to it. I ain't gonna say I watched every game that was on, but I am gonna watch tonight when the USA plays Belgium. Was it 7 o'clock tonight, I believe?
Yep, that's right.
Play at 7. I will be tuning in tonight. I've caught a few games here and there when I've had time to. And
I mean, Portugal, Spain, right when the show ends, is going to be pretty good. I'm not saying that you got to watch that, but I'm saying every match has actually had some kind of drama attached to it, and you don't have to be the necessarily
storylines. And I think that might be part of it.
Yeah.
Is that there are storylines, and now you add in the president and all his madness. That's just another storyline on top of everything.
Yeah.
And for us, storylines are everything for us and what we do.
Yeah.
It's everything in sports media. So I believe because of that, I'm becoming, more of a soccer guy. I'm not gonna say I'm, A1 aficionado, because obviously I'm not, but I care a little more now.
Yeah.
Than I did, I would say, even a month ago.
I can say for sure I care a lot more now than I did a month ago.
Yeah.
And I went into it like open-minded about watching the matches. I didn't really want to go, and I kind of regret that a little bit of like not being a part of the atmosphere. Yeah. But I looked at it almost of like the hometown nuisance. You're kind of annoyed by the tourists, and you're like, I want them to have a good time, but I'd rather just kind of be off to myself. Now, kind of looking back on it, I do wish I had at least gone to a match.
But it hasn't really been that bad. It hasn't been that bad.
It has not been as bad as I was expecting it to be.
Exactly. I thought it was just going to be miserable.
Yeah.
It has not been.
So the tourist experience has been not nearly as bad as I was expecting it to be. And the soccer itself has been even better than I was expecting it to be. It's been
exciting.
So I've got no notes. I gotta agree with you on this, man. I feel a lot better about it now than I did a month ago, certainly.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to confess, man. I'm kind of a little bit irritated with the Houston Texans right now.
All right,
and it's nothing to do with on the field or anything. I'm not sure who's running their campaigns and all this other stuff. But if you're subscribed to, I want to say, the newsletters from the Houston Texans, you probably got a little excited like I did. So I just got this email. And the subject line says new rivalry uniforms on the field November 19th. So I'm like, oh, they released what they look like? Went to it. It just said coming soon. They didn't show me anything, man.
Psych.
They said new rivalry looks is coming soon to H-Town. That's all they gave us.
So they sent you an email telling you something that you already knew.
Yes, pretty much saying get ready.
get ready for this thing that we're not telling you.
You just got this email during the show?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And I'll tell you the exact time. I want to say,
they ought to be ashamed.
12:02.
They ought to be. Wow, so within the last half an hour.
Recently, yeah. So
they ought to be ashamed.
Y'all sitting here talking about the Astros, and I'm like, yo, I was about to hit the breaking sound, man, because I think a lot of people are looking forward to these,
of course,
rivalry uniforms, and they've been dropping a lot of hints and stuff like that. The H-Town blue, and they've been doing it all off season. So
dragging it out.
Yeah. So I'm like, man, I thought they was about to release it right there.
Drama,
man. What are y'all doing, man?
Drama.
Y'all ticking me off, and I'm sure y'all ticking off everybody else too. So I'm actually excited to see what these uniforms look like. Heard nothing but good things about them. So, yeah, man, don't tease a brother like that, man.
Look at it like this. They're building anticipation.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But are y'all, you tell me, Figure, are you more anticipating this just for the gear or for the rivalry part? Because I'm going to be honest with you. I'm beyond bored with the back and forth with the Oilers.
Yeah.
Really?
You know, about that whole thing I said what I had to say about it like 3 years ago.
You done with it.
And I don't really need to talk about it no more.
Okay.
And so every time we go back to it, it's like we talking in circles. And I am beyond bored with the conversation. Like the Texans are the Texans. We have moved on. We doing our own thing. We're going to do whatever we want with the colors. We absolutely don't care what Tennessee thinks about the colors.
Yeah.
Because the colors are not just a Texans or Oilers or a franchise thing.
Yeah.
It's a city thing. Like you got to go back to the whole history of the city to really have that attachment. I told y'all earlier about my dad being a cop. Yeah. Like the cop cars from back then were that color, and that was a part of the history. Like it's a big city history thing. I'm just off the whole Tennessee part of it. So I just want to see the gear independent of the Titans of Tennessee got going on.
Yeah, that's where I'm kind of at with it. Like I'm not really worried about Tennessee at all. I just want to see how creative the Houston Texans are, man. Like what they gonna do, because when you hear rivalry uniforms, you kind of perk up a little bit. Like, ooh, I want to see what they do. And we know this franchise never really changed their uniforms like that until recently. I want to say the last couple years, or was it last year?
It's 2024.
Yeah, when they did it 2024.
Yeah.
So with a new uniform, like a rivalry edition, I want to see what they do. And they're really good with leaning into the city when it comes to anything, to be honest.
Yeah.
But with the uniforms, I want to see how much they lean into the city. And they probably are leaning way more into the city with more of the H-Town blue. And I just want to see what else they do.
I mean, let's just be real. The H-Town blue is the only jersey color that they're missing. They've got hints of it in the other uniforms, particularly the blue uniform that they have, or the, what do we call that one?
think was it the H-Town uniform?
H-Town, the H-Town blue uniforms. Yeah. But they don't have a blue. They don't have that blue.
Yeah.
And it would have to be a different shade. We already know the politics behind it. But that's the only thing that's missing. So the anticipation is that rivalry uniform is going to be that. Yes, we will have to wait and see. But those are your lunchtime confessions. We do it each and every day right around this time right here on In the Loop. And coming up next, we got to talk about the best and the worst of the weekend. We'll do that right here on Sports Radio 610.
222-2222. All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
John and Reggie are out today. You get B. Scott and Chris Partee. We're in with Figgy Fig, holding things down behind the glass. And we got to talk about the best and the worst of the weekend, fellas. It was a busy weekend, as we have already discussed here on the program. You got USA men's soccer with quite the momentum shift, if we must say, baby. Finding out that their best player is going to be available tonight against Belgium. And some really good soccer outside the U.S. that happened as well around the World Cup. Of course, the Houston Astros. We got a lot to discuss, best and worst of the weekend. So I'm going to start off with my best. All right. Good news, how we normally do it, Fig. Is that cool?
Yeah. Let's start with some good news.
Let's keep the vibes high. And I think that the best of the weekend for me, very easy, Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez ending it in walk-off fashion on Saturday, being named to his fourth All-Star appearance, his second as a starter, the second time that he's been voted as a starter. He went into that game on Saturday, it is worth noting, leading the majors in OPS, slugging percentage, on base percentage, total bases, and he was also leading the American League in home runs. So this guy is playing at an MVP level and gave you an MVP type of performance to beat what is right now the best team in the American League in the Tampa Bay Rays. I don't know, especially from a local standpoint, maybe some of the soccer could do it, but just from a local standpoint, it does not get much better than what you were able to get from Yordan Alvarez over the weekend. That's my best for the weekend.
Best for the weekend. All right, so my best for the weekend, I'm going to go, you already alluded to it, U.S. men's soccer team. Just to be able to have
they came up
that type of card pulled in your favor, that has got to be best. Now, obviously, they had to win the match.
Hey, pun intended too.
Right, exactly.
That
exactly.
card pulled in their favor.
Oh, pun was definitely intended right there. To have that by the president in your favor. Now, obviously, again, you had to win that match to even get to this point.
Yeah.
But it happened. You made it happen. Now you got your player back. You got your guy back. He'll be out there tonight. And we go from here. Yes, has it been controversial? Yes, it has been. Dramatic? Yes, very much so. But it was in your favor, so that has to be one of the best of the weekend.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that before we go to you, Figgy, for your best, because J.J. Watt, who y'all know is involved in the soccer world, right?
Mm-hmm.
This guy was, looks like somebody was kind of criticizing him for being happy about this decision that was made in favor of America.
Yeah.
And so J.J. Watt, I got to say, I kind of agree with J.J. He says here, you root for your country, and I think that the red card was wrong. You think, and this is him responding to somebody who I'm not going to read his whole tweet.
Yeah.
But he says, you think the appeal process was wrong. I would argue it shouldn't have needed one in the first place.
There you go.
We disagree. I am American, so I'm pleased that Flo gets to play. It will ultimately be decided on the field, and the ball don't lie.
There you go.
I mean,
there you go.
I kind of see it that way. I kind of see what he's saying.
You're on board with that, right?
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
You're on board with it.
I'm on board with that for sure. What about you, Fig? You got a best for the weekend?
Yeah, I got the best. I got to go. I'm going to keep it with FIFA World Cup. I got to go with Erling, Norway.
Yeah.
I think, look, I'm not the soccer expert, but I want to say Norway might have been the underdog. I don't know about how much.
Against Brazil?
Yeah.
I don't know about how much, but I would definitely say I was expecting Brazil to handle business against the Norwegians.
Yeah, but this cat, Erling Haaland, has been a dog, man. Like I never even heard of this guy until the World Cup. But man, this is a goal making machine, man. I'm telling you, man. This dude is out there on the soccer field or whatever you want to call it, the pitch.
The pitch, baby, the pitch.
He is out there looking like a Viking. He's out there looking like he should be on the front line of a war.
Getting it done, huh?
Yeah, he is not playing, and I think he knows it too.
Is it safe to say he got that dog in him?
Yeah, he do, man. He do, man. Like that brother was so good. I was looking up what soccer team he was on, man. Like I don't know if he's in the Premier League.
Okay, yeah.
I already played for Man City.
Yeah, you want to follow him beyond the cup.
Yeah. Like I'm like, man. I told my wife I might have to get a Norway jersey.
He got a new fan.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna go because I know Reggie. Shout out to Reggie. He's I guess Man City is his rival. He said we can't be cool if I root for Man City.
Damn.
Dang. So who is his team? I don't know what that means.
I'm not sure.
So who would that make his team if Man City is his rival?
Oh, you gonna find out.
I have no idea.
Biggie,
so
you gonna find out.
Let us know in the chat. Yeah, I'm sure y'all know.
I'm not. I don't know if I'm gonna go that far, but I think it's safe to say I will be down with getting a Norway jersey, a Holland Norway jersey, man. That dude, another level, man.
Yeah. It was different. It was different watching him. And it's like you say, we're not necessarily able to break it down for, like strategically the way necessarily that Reggie does. But you're like, Cole when you see it though.
Yeah, that's a bad MFer.
That's a bad
Nick Casario would like to say.
Same thing with England. Was like, man, I don't know what just happened, but I turned my head, put it down, and they just scored 2 goals just that quick.
What's that cat named? Jude something. It's a dude named Jude. I know that his first name is Jude, which is already like, wait a minute. Like, I mean, you from England and your name is Jude.
Yeah.
That brother scored 2 goals in a minute and 30 seconds.
Damn.
So I'm like, whoa, man.
And I was also I was like, man, he looks elder. He looks like
he's a veteran.
He's a veteran for sure.
That for real.
That haircut, I was like, this brother here.
And now, someone correct me if I'm wrong. It might be Man U who's the rival or one of the rivals. Manchester United.
Okay. So Reggie might be a Man U guy.
That's one of them that I'm seeing here.
Well, I thought you said that was his rival.
Man City.
Yeah. So
So
Holland played for Man City.
All right, I'm confused.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Reggie is a Man U.
Now, I'm sure someone on YouTube or the text line will correct me on that.
I'm gonna have to text Reggie. Yeah. What's up?
My bad. See, I'm already gonna have to punt.
Yeah, there's a Man City and a Man U.
See, I
knew that already.
Lad, man, I ain't trying to jump in and be a Michigan fan and people hate. I don't want to get to all that rivalry stuff. So I think I'm gonna just play it safe and get the Norway jersey.
Get the Norway.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That's wild. That's wild. All right, so I got to go to the worst. And they're actually related for me because my best and my worst. Because as much as I wanted to give Yordan Alvarez his flowers and acknowledge Yordan Alvarez for his MVP type of play that he's been giving you lately, I don't know what the Tampa Bay Rays were doing on Saturday when they pitched to him in the 9th inning. I don't understand it. Like, I would have much rather have risked. I would have even, and this wasn't the situation, but even if it was, I would have rather brought in a run.
Yeah.
Like almost, like I would almost rather just like, and I know it's tied at that point. And so like you can't, to me, you can't just let Yordan Alvarez hit, right? You've got an extra spot. It's not that complicated, okay? I understand that Jose Altuve walks right before Yordan Alvarez, but I don't feel like you're letting Yordan Alvarez hit a 2-run shot to win the game. I'd almost rather anybody else behind Yordan Alvarez to be the one that to beat me.
To beat us, yeah.
I'm hoping for a double play, basically anything. And this guy, in for Craig Kimbrell, the pitcher, had just thrown or just been the hardest hit against Yordan all season the night before. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Did y'all tell me? Because this to me was the worst. And I was glad for the Astros and on the Astros' behalf, but I was thinking when I was watching the game, no way they're going to actually allow this thing to happen where this legitimate MVP candidate, and they're showing the graphics. There's not a pitch. There's not a type of pitcher. So it doesn't matter left-handed, right-handed, off-speed, fastball, breaking ball.
Don't matter.
Does not matter what it is. This dude don't really have no weaknesses.
He's hitting it.
That don't mean you can't get him out.
Yeah.
He can be had, of course.
Yeah.
But it ain't because of your strategy.
Yeah.
It's just going to be because he was off on that at bat. So why would you risk it? I didn't understand that from an organization like the Tampa Bay Rays that prides itself on being super intelligent and into the analytics and into the numbers. I'm like, they don't see all the numbers here that say that Jordan is about to send this bad boy to center field.
Sometimes you gamble.
Thought that was wild.
Sometimes you gamble, and then obviously sometimes you lose when you gamble.
Well, that was my worst of the week.
They lost.
That was my worst.
They lost.
Because it felt like you didn't need to be all that smart to know. You didn't need to be as smart as the Rays supposedly are.
Yeah.
To know not to pitch to Jordan in that situation. Y'all tell me if y'all think I'm wrong. Was anybody else not surprised that Jordan was even put in that situation where he was able to win that game? Shout out to them for doing it. Because it made 4th of July even, all the more entertaining. But I didn't feel like that was necessary.
It made it all the more entertaining.
It did make it more entertaining.
All right, so we're on worst now. Worst of the weekend. There's a few different ways I could go here. I started to go with the Lakers and what they're doing with their roster out there in LA.
They're a candidate.
But I'm not even going. I'm not going to go there with the Lakers right now. I'm going to go Brandon Ayuk. We talked about him earlier. The fact that this man has literally just talked himself out of so much money. It is just.
That's a good one.
It is just absolutely flabbergasting to me that just with his mouth and his words, he's at the point to where I don't believe, and I think you both agreed with this earlier, that any team is going to touch him at this point.
I mean, why would you?
Why would you? Why would you take on that headache?
How desperate of a team would you have to be
You
to
would have
add
to
him
be
into
really.
the mix?
You have to be really, really desperate.
That was my thing about the Texans earlier. I'm
Really?
like, man, look, I know they got questions to answer
They're not that
offensively,
desperate.
but they're not that damn desperate.
I don't think the Texans are that desperate. No.
Can't be. It cannot be that.
There are some promising young receivers. Now, obviously, we're talking about outside of Nico Collins. He's the man. We know that.
Right.
But there are some promising young receivers in that receiver room here in Houston.
Yeah.
They're not that desperate. You would have to be really just on your last legs, really just about have zero talent in your receiver room to go after this guy at this point, especially when you would have to trade for him right now.
Yeah. Y'all think he plays another down in the NFL? He might, but to me, it just feels a little explosive.
If you tell me I got to go one way or the other, I would say no.
Yeah, I would say no.
Yeah, I'll say no.
Yeah. Talk yourself out of a job.
Yeah.
For what?
Out of multi-millions.
I did say
Don't
this.
make sense.
Like, I don't know, bro, but I did say just based off of, and I'm not no kind of mental health expert either, but he seems borderline manic or something. I need somebody with an expertise in this field to be like, I'm not trying to diagnose him from Instagram, but don't see, you know how you can look at something and be like, man, something ain't right. Something is not right with that.
Yeah.
Kind of like with my guy Jaden Ivey with the and look, I believe in God and everything, you know. So I was kind of with the religious part about it, but I'm like,
but there was other stuff in there too.
Even as a religious guy, I'm looking at it like this ain't
right.
This ain't it. This ain't it, brother. This ain't it. I pray for you, but this ain't it.
I pray for you
at all. Yeah, man. This kind of have a similar vibe, not the religious part, but
and it's unfortunate.
Something ain't right.
It's unfortunate. We don't like to see this. I just wish someone could talk to this guy.
Yeah.
Someone. And for all we know, someone has tried to talk to him, and maybe he just ain't following, he don't want to follow script. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe haven't gotten through.
Yeah.
But definitely seemed like he's talking his way out of the league. All right, so that is the best and the worst of the weekend. He is Chris Barty. I am B. Scott. We are in for Reg and John Lopez. Figgy. Fig is still here with us. We want to talk about these Rockets, man. What can the Rockets do this offseason to make it right? We'll talk about that next.
All right, let's get you feeling better, fellas.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
What can the Rockets do to actually make this offseason worthwhile? Well, maybe you already think it is. Got a hard time imagining
I was going to say, really?
Do. Got a
Who
hard
thinks
time.
that?
Some people will.
So we got Marcus Smart. We got Marcus Smart.
Bruh. If y'all are going to bring that kind of energy to this program,
stay at home.
Hey, or at least Warner Brother. Warn me and
got
let
a
me
point
know.
guard in the second round.
Because I'm asking this question with on the premise of you ain't keeping up
at all.
It's not. It's fine, but it's not enough.
It's not nearly enough.
It is not enough. It is not. It would be one thing if, say, you just won a championship or something like that, or you just went to the conference finals,
had a deep run,
and you just trying to add along the margins a little bit, kind of just pepper it a little bit, dot a couple I's, cross a couple T's, that type of thing.
I thought I was tripping when I saw that they signed Marcus Smart, brought in Marcus Smart.
Ain't nothing wrong with bringing in Marcus
Smart. That ain't be your big move.
It can't be your big move. So we're going to talk about that. Talk about what the Rockets got going on, kind of break down what they have been so far this offseason. But a bit of breaking news. We did not get to this in the last segment because I just saw it during the break come through my email. But as y'all know, the FIFA made the decision to suspend the red card for Stoerner Balogun. Okay, the best player on the U.S. team, their goal leader, all right? And so Belgium, of course, they mad. Of course, they pressed about it. They like, well, wait a minute.
Heated.
Don't nobody get red cards suspended. That ain't happened in 50, 60 years or so.
Damn.
Well, where they do that at? That's however they would say that in Belgium. All right. So that was their response, right? So they appealed this, and we just find out over the last, let's call it 15, 20 minutes or so, that FIFA has dismissed Belgium's challenge over the eligibility of Stoerner Balogun after the World Soccer's governing body, as we mentioned, decided to suspend the red card that he got against Bosnia several days back. So, and of course, the interesting backstory of this, like, okay, so you say that they never do this. Why did they do it this time? What's different? What changed to allow FIFA? What brought this about to where FIFA is now suspending red cards in the World Cup, something that apparently they haven't done since the 60s? Well, I'm not sure if the FIFA president and the U.S. president or the president of any country where the red card was in question were as thick and as tight as these two cats apparently are.
Thick as thieves.
And so it just goes to show you, forget your political persuasion for just a second. Let's just assume that you are Team USA and that you want the Americans to beat Belgium tonight. All right?
Of course you do.
Then
you're American.
Then it pays to have friends in high places.
Oh, man.
All right?
Talk about, I mean, like I said earlier, get out of jail free card. That was cashed in.
Yeah.
That was definitely cashed in for that red card.
Essentially.
Yeah, that's what that was.
All right, so that's the news. Let's go over this Rockets offseason. Y'all tell me what this looks like or how this sounds to y'all, okay? Y'all let me know if I'm tripping. This is essentially what the Rockets have done this offseason. They signed Marcus Smart to a 2-year, $13 million deal. They signed Bogdanovic to what looks like a vet minimum type of deal.
Most likely.
They brought back Tari Eason, who was a restricted free agent, but they brought him back on a 5-year, $81.5 million deal. But that's not really an addition since he's already been on the team. Yeah. All right. And then the next noteworthy things that they did, aside from maybe shutting down that bogus trade that we were talking about earlier in the show, that finds both.
Might have been the biggest thing they did.
Hopefully, if that actually was proposed, then that's the biggest thing that they did or didn't do. But they get Dorian Finney-Smith out of here, but it cost them a handful of second-round picks, 3 second-round picks to be exact. So that's not great.
Just to get rid of a dude.
It cost them
to get rid of a dude.
3 second-round picks just to get off somebody's salary.
That's crazy.
And then it did stand out to me that Josh Okogie, somebody who is not noteworthy in most places, but did start a few games for the Rockets this past year, and I thought did really well in his role and what they asked of him.
Yeah.
I had no qualms with Josh Okogie, just other than that he had an outsized role. I feel like they ended up relying on him more than I would prefer. But he signs a 2-year, $12 million deal with the Utah Jazz. And so, effectively, you've brought in Marcus Smart and Bogdan Bogdanović. You've sent out DFS and Josh Okogie. You retain Tari Eason. You also find out that Fred VanVleet's contract is now usable and tradable and is an asset, which is important because you also find out, and maybe the Rockets themselves already knew this, but we as the public found out recently that his knee exploded. That it wasn't just a torn ACL, but there was some meniscus damage in there as well.
Multiple ligaments.
That we were probably gaslit throughout the season with the whole idea that
he was going to come back.
Man, they were playing in our face.
Definitely gaslit.
So there's that. And we got serious questions, no matter how you feel about serious questions about what is he going forward, and can you rely on him the way you were thinking that you might, even when the season ended. Like I remember when the season ended in an embarrassing and disappointing fashion when they get outplayed by Marcus Smart and Luke Kennard and DeAndre Ayton and 137-year-old LeBron James with his son on the team playing real minutes, right? Like after that happened, I was like, I fixed my mouth to say, well, you know what? At least Fred VanVleet's coming back, gonna be their point guard next year.
That's what we all thought.
In retrospect, that sounds so silly and ridiculous. So I apologize for that. But that was what I was thinking. I don't even think that no more, dog. I'm worried about and I love Fred. Like I'm not as down on Fred as a lot of people are. I do think it's frustrating. I get the frustration in kind of viewing him or leaning on him like he's maybe a little bit more of a valuable player and a better player than he actually is. But to be sure, he is a valuable player. Just having a point guard, I think we learned this past year, having a real and true point guard, or at least somebody that can get you in and out of your sets and keep you organized and keep you on track, is valuable. But I am super, super, super concerned about this team going forward, man.
I think there's a reason why they went out. Or I don't think it's a coincidence, I should say, that they went out and got Marcus Smart. I think he's a similar type point guard to a Fred VanVleet.
At least from Fred is more of a traditional point guard and a setup guy, but from the savviness and consistency,
veteran leadership,
I can see that.
And especially defensively with Marcus. Now, he's a little older now. I get that with Marcus Smart, but for me, this, like, when you were reeling off, I guess, those 4 or 5 moves that the Rockets made, I kept in my head, I'm like, okay, what else?
Yeah.
Like, what else?
It felt like those two moves or those two things are related. The Fred VanVleet question and the Marcus Smart acquisition feel related.
They do.
And I'm afraid that they might be. I don't know that they are, but they feel related.
It just sounds like
they might be.
It just sounds like it. And I'm just like, okay, well, this is not enough. It's not enough. This is not enough if this team thinks they're going to be a contender in 2026, 2027.
Yeah.
It's not enough. They got to go out and, I mean, there's still a few free agents out there that are available. Now, a couple of them are restricted, so, it's going to be more than just going to sign someone.
Yeah.
And there's probably going to be another, a trade involved, actually, as we see in the NBA with restricted free agents. But there's a couple guys still out there. I just don't know if the Rockets are going to go get any of them.
I think that as a Rockets public, and this is what I'm preparing myself for, Vic, get ready for this, man. I think as a Rockets public, we need to prepare ourselves to have already seen the best of this era.
Wow.
Yeah.
Already?
Already.
Damn.
And look.
You throwing in the towel already?
I tell you what, though. You get to decide what that best. I feel like the Rockets in this current iteration has plateaued. I'm afraid that they have plateaued. Now, if you could give me the team that they were trying to put together last year with a healthy Fred VanVleet, with a healthy Steven Adams, I don't hate that team. I don't hate that team, and I feel like that's a competitive basketball team. Are they winning the championship? Are they beating San Antonio? Are they beating the Thunder? I don't know. I'm not sure. But do I like their chances? Do I like those matchups? If they're fully healthy, if they're fully intact, yes. That ain't what happened. Yeah. All right? And you don't get to put the toothpaste back in the tube and make Fred VanVleet be the healthy Fred VanVleet that you were hoping he'd be last year. You don't get to make Steven Adams be a year young. They don't get younger, right?
No, they don't.
And so you might not get this utopia that you were looking for, that you were hoping to get last year. It might just be fleeting, and you might have missed that window. So I'm saying that I think Rockets fans got to prepare themselves for 2 years ago as a number 2 seed, unexpected number 2 seed with a young core, perhaps being the plateau. Or if you want to look at last year when Kevin Durant had an all-NBA season at age 37 and the idea that you could compete with Kevin Durant. But I think this is about somewhere between what last year was and the year before is about as good as it's going to get. Like, do you look at this squad that they're putting together and say, oh, that's a team that's going to win a playoff round?
No.
Does it not give seed first round exit vibes?
I'll be honest. Back in March, I questioned going into this playoff run. I said it multiple times on these airwaves. This looks like a first round and out team.
Feels like a 6-7 seed.
Yeah.
Play.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think the scary part about this is even outside of the Rockets doing as far as like trying to build this roster around and trade for whoever, it seemed like the NBA, it seemed like the Western Conference specifically is just moving fast, man.
And it's too deep.
Because just think about when they were the second seed a couple years or 2 seasons ago.
Yep.
You know, we was kind of like, okay, so if they get Kevin Durant, then, you know, NBA Finals type vibes. But then, you know, you got OKC that you was going to have to go against. And then San Antonio just
they
were like a year ahead of schedule.
Yeah, it feels like it. Let me ask y'all this real quick. Is there a move out there that can still be made to kind of salvage this offseason? I have a list here. I'm going to go to break soon, but I have a list of some available free agents still.
Yeah, no, I want to hear from you. I got 2 players in mind that I think could salvage the offseason, but I don't think that they're going to happen. One is more likely than the other, but I don't think either one is going to happen. Kyrie Irving.
I've heard that rumor out there.
Make a trade for Kyrie Irving. I don't know why the Mavs would want to do it, other than maybe Masai Ujiri, who's running the Mavs now, has a affinity for Fred VanVleet, who he won a championship with in Toronto several years back, or back in 2019. That I got a tough time imagining that. But if you go get Kyrie Irving, we're completely changing this conversation.
But do you think even at this point, coming off the injury, he hasn't played in a while?
That's a risk I'd be willing to take.
Okay.
No, do I have the answer to that question?
Obviously,
no.
I'd rather roll with that over Fred VanVleet coming off the injury.
Bingo. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Exactly that. And look, the idea that he could be healthy with Kevin Durant, they tried to do that before, it didn't work out. Hopefully the world doesn't shut down again with some kind of global disease that makes people want to get vaccinated, and we know Kyrie's not doing that.
He ain't with it.
Like as long as that doesn't happen,
he ain't with it.
I'm actually okay.
He okay?
You know, no mandatory vaccinations. Bring me Kyrie Irving. It could be that one or the Trey Murphy piece that's been out there.
Ooh, okay.
Trey Murphy from New Orleans. What you think?
Yeah, I would go.
You said you had some moves written down.
Yeah, I got some lists of free agents here. I got a list. Jalen Duren is still out there. He's a restricted free agent.
Right.
Obviously, LeBron's not going to make a decision on anything until September or October.
I don't think he's coming here.
He ain't coming here. James Harden is still out there.
Yeah.
Some people wanted James Harden to come back last season.
To
Houston.
Yeah,
I would pass on that.
I pass on that. But can I be on the record and say this, because I've said it in other places? The idea that because Ime Udoka is the coach, that LeBron James, that you wouldn't sign LeBron James, I would drive Ime Udoka to the airport, run every light. We stop traffic, getting Ime Udoka out of here to bring in LeBron James for the price. Not if LeBron still costs $1 gajillion. Price is gonna get dude. I know it's not happening, but I just want to be on the record. I fired Ime Udoka yesterday.
Damn.
Yesterday. I sent him on a battleship out of here to get LeBron in here. Just for the record.
Jonathan Kuminga is the last one.
Nah, he needs the ball. He's kind of a man without a country.
He is right now.
Because he can't really play team ball. And as good and as talented as he is, he's not quite good enough to be like the guy that gets the ball every time. You know what I mean?
The number one guy. He's not quite a number one, yeah.
Yeah, he will probably have to come off the bench here.
And he didn't want to come off the bench in Golden State.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it'll work out because if he come here, he probably had to start.
Yeah. Well,
in his eyes, he would have to start.
In his eyes,
that's what I'm saying.
But he could be such a microwave scorer, like just let him cook. Do like
Vinny Johnson.
Hey, here's 6
microwave.
Here's 6 minutes of just Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, he can do that.
Yeah, I think that's what they're hoping.
He's that instant energy.
I think that's what they're hoping Reed Shepard turns into. Honestly, so yeah. Biggie, what you got coming up on the mixtape, dog?
Yeah, so imagine if Houston, the city of Houston, had their own Batman. So I got a crazy story that happened on a certain country that got their own Batman. And I want to know what a H-Town Batman would look like. 713-572-4610.
I'm intrigued. We'll do it next.
Texans training camp is 3 Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Hurt in the accident? Injured? Don't wait. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Monday to everyone out there. I got to give a shout out straight off the top before we get into why we need a Batman here in the city of Houston. Shout out to Aubrey the Donkey. And y'all probably wondering, who is this?
Aubrey the Donkey.
Yeah, so shout out to my good friend Matt, who is, he be out there tailgating, super diehard Texans fan. He has a daughter by the name of Aubrey the Donkey. And I was a little skeptical of this because she, like I don't want to call him. And he was just like, no, that's her nickname because she's on a softball team.
Okay.
So shout out to the Texas Shock. And I heard she's pretty damn good too, man.
Out there balling.
Go out there and act a donkey then.
Yeah.
Show your donkey.
I'll be a little nervous when it comes to nicknames, especially when it's a little nickname like that. Because remember, B. Scott, Sean hit me and you up saying, "Hey, it's a guy named Cornelius that work at this bar. They call him Corny or whatever the word was.
Yeah, corn dog.
Corn dog.
Like
and
that.
I was like, hold on,
I ain't finna call this man no corn dog.
Yeah,
I don't know
man,
him
like those fighting words.
Yeah.
Somebody called me a corn dog.
Corn dog.
But that's his name. That's the name he's rolling with. So
and donkey, obviously, that's not ideal.
Nah.
Yeah.
But if everybody's cool, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call her by whatever mama calls her.
Yeah.
What your mama name you?
Yeah.
All right, that's what I'm gonna
I had to ask her, like, hey, are you cool with this nickname?
Yeah.
Like, I could just call you Aubrey.
Yeah, this
like,
might
I'm totally
be
fine with that.
Yeah, this
but-
might be a mama named Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay type of situation.
Yeah, but shout out to Aubrey the Donkey and keep balling out there. As I continue on the mixtape in the Lou Sports Radio 610 presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers. So I think we need some type of H-Town Batman. So we all know crime can be a little crazy around here to the point where the smaller crimes kind of get overlooked. So like when you think about breaking into cars and all that stuff, it's usually a hassle trying to get a cop there, find out who did it, and most likely,
Tell me about it.
Yeah, most likely you'll never find your stuff back. They'll never find the person do it, or just stealing things out of yards and stuff like that. Just smaller crimes like this. But maybe it wouldn't happen if you actually had a H-Town Batman that would do all of this type of stuff. And see, here's where I'm going with it. Here is a story, and shout out to my guy by the name of Super Dollar. Speaking of nicknames.
Okay. I like that one.
Yeah, that's not a bad one.
I like that.
So Super Dollar on Twitter, he actually sent this to me, and this is a story about somebody they're calling the Mexican Batman. And he's out here solving crime.
One of the most dangerous countries on earth is Mexico. They have numerous cities that are heavily associated with serious cartel crime violence. Earlier this month, in Lagos de Moreno, a city in Mexico, apparently a Mexican Batman has spawned into the server, who's been solving crimes during the night. I'm not even kidding, look at this. They have a bike theft issue, and the police don't really do anything about it. It feels like they have more serious things to attend to than stolen bicycles. So this Mexican Batman probably had his bike stolen or something, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. But he's been finding the culprits who have been stealing the bikes, duct taping them to poles with their mouths taped, and some of them had marker drawings on their face, like mustaches, whiskers, text written on their foreheads that say rata, which is rat in Spanish. So this Mexican Batman would leave the stolen bikes next to the culprits while they're taped to the pole, being like, okay, here's the bike, here's the culprit, you guys figure out. Shout out to Mexican Batman, you're doing God's work.
That's wild.
So this kind of got me thinking, and I'm going to open the text line up or YouTube or all that stuff. 713-572-4610. What would a H-Town Batman look like?
Just to be clear, though, before we even open that up, we should acknowledge, Fig, that the H-Town Batman could look a lot like the Mexican Batman.
It could.
Right?
It's like if we just being real about it.
It could, man. Test in, like, what do you see an H-Town Batman look like,
Could
man?
be the same guy.
Yeah, so the first thing I thought about was this H-Town Batman got to have a grill. Got to have some type of gold grill, right?
Vigilante grill.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
I can see this Batman.
Grill.
I can see this Batman with a double cup. God knows what inside of this cup.
I thought you were going to say if you know what.
Yeah. Mud in the cup.
Yeah.
Mud in the
Might
cup.
be some mud in the cup. I can see him with some jewelry on. I can see the theme song being Mo City Don. So when he pull up, you hear Mo City Don playing.
Or Southside.
Yeah.
I was thinking Southside.
Yep. I can see it. I don't know. Maybe B Scott, you can help me with this one. Are guys still out there wearing tall tees, or I heard that was the North Side thing?
Yeah, so it's coming back. It went
It's
away.
coming back?
It went away, and it seemed like it's coming back.
Man.
And we're at that age too now. Where like we remember when a thing was cool. We remember when it stopped being cool, and then it comes back.
Yeah.
But I feel like tall
So
tees.
the tall tees coming
I
back?
feel like they're on a. Like there's kind of a little bit of a resurgence from what I'm seeing.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing in the Bay Area back in like the early tall.
It was a thing everywhere. We all
Yeah.
wore tall tees back in the day. But I don't feel like they're as tall, though. I don't feel like they're going. You remember we were out here with some 4X.
Down to your knees.
You might be a large and you got on a 3X.
Yeah.
Or 4X.
Yep.
I don't think it's that big.
And you rocking like 3 T-shirts under it. You got the beater under there. You got another T-shirt on top of the tall tee.
Then you got a wristband on.
Yep. Yeah.
Remember the wristband?
Headband.
Yep. And then it's
Not the headband.
I ain't do the headband.
With the wave cap?
You know what I'm saying? Hey, a headband with the wave cap.
the do-rag.
What was wrong with us? Why were
I have no idea.
Why were we like that?
I have no idea.
It was a wild time during
Too
that
much
time.
hip hop.
We did participate.
Yeah.
It was too much.
Yeah. So you got the H-Town Batman, and you wondering what is he gonna pull off in?
Oh,
I'm guessing maybe a Cadillac, a caddy
Yeah.
with some elbows
It's
on
got
it.
to be a slab.
Yeah, some type of slab pulling off on that. And I decided to come up with a little something. Maybe this is how it would sound if it was a H-Town Batman roaming the streets and he's out here trying to stop crime. Hey, give me back my purse. Stop it. Not a chance, lady. Somebody help me. He's trying to take my purse.
Say man. In H-Town, we don't play that. Hand it over, you'll be chopped and screwed.
Oh no, it's H-Town Batman. I gotta get out of here. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much.
Stay trill, man.
Slow light and banging all in my trunk full of funk.
Bruh.
Love it.
Imagine if that was a real H-Town Batman.
I love it.
I don't think I've ever really heard or noticed my accent as much as I did in that video or in that audio clip.
Oh,
but
man.
yeah, no, I would love it. He got to come in, candy paint, slab, cup mudded up.
Oh man, that was good.
Jeans starched in iron with a crease in them. All of that.
I agree, man. Maybe we could get a H-Town Batman sometime soon, man. That would be cool if they had something like that at the Texans game. You know, a lot of fans dress up as whoever. It would be cool if they make their own, like, H-Town Batman or something like that.
H-Town, is he gonna have a cape or anything like that? Like, what's the rest of the
gotta
uniform
have a
looking
cape.
like?
Gotta have
what's
a
the
cape.
rest? Or is the cape just gonna be the do rag
The cape.
with the long? You know,
Or is the tall tee so damn big that it
that
looks
is
like
the
a cape? Yeah. I can see that.
That would be fun, man. I would really, really enjoy that.
Yeah, man. I'm into it.
It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. I got a random question for y'all. So, do you think somebody that has like a foot phobia, do you think they actually wash their feet?
Well, a foot phobia, not a fetish, but a phobia.
A phobia.
Okay,
Like scared of feet.
All right, I got to get on track here now.
I mean, I don't see how being afraid. How you gonna be afraid of your own foot?
Yeah. I mean,
with your own foot.
So you do probably have people out there that have just a phobia of looking at feet. They don't like the way feet look and all that. And I bring this up because it was a news anchor on WGN up in Chicago.
Yeah, shout out to WGN.
Right.
Yeah, legendary station.
Very familiar.
Yeah, and they were talking to Marlon Wayans. I think he was doing like a little press run for Scary Movie 6. And I guess somebody must have told him that one of their anchors had a phobia of feet.
Oh, damn.
And he decided to test that theory out.
Oh, Lord.
And put his big-ass feet on the news desk, and this is what it sounded like.
And speaking of getting feet done, can you please get your daddy a pedicure? It's time. My God. Thank you. Why y'all make that noise? Jesus
They're
Christ.
beautiful. She has feet. Do you not know that?
I got the bunion. I got rid of the bunion.
This is Scary Movie 7.
That is my Scary Movie 7.
You scared of feet?
I have a phobia.
Yes. Do you wash your own feet?
I do, but I don't look.
So how does that go? No wonder you're scared of feet. Yeah. Don't ever bring feet around her, please.
Oh, I have got a lot of issues.
So when there's something on feet, news about feet, you're like, you'll take this one.
I seriously can't. I'm not joking. I have a mental case.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what did the foot do to her?
Right? Yeah. So I wanted to ask
her in the mouth.
I don't look.
So if y'all heard that in the clip. She said she do wash her feet, but she don't look. Y'all think
she full of it?
Ain't no way you that scared of feet.
Washing your feet, you don't look
to
at
the
them.
point you can't even see your own feet. It's one thing to look at other people's feet, but maybe you could tolerate yours.
Man, she putting on, man.
She said
gotta be putting on.
She said she washed her feet, but she don't look.
Yeah, I don't
You
believe
think she
that
doing all that?
I don't believe you're washing nothing blindly, right? Like you taking a look to see what you're scrubbing at. I do believe that. And also, like, does she not, like, you know how you get comfortable? What do we say we love to do once we get home? Sit up, rub them feet together, man.
Yep,
no matter how good or ugly your feet are, once you get home and you're in the confines of your own house, everybody like to rub their feet together,
man,
and relax. Does she not know
maybe she don't look at it
the
then
beautiful
either.
feeling of relaxation and rubbing your feet together at the end of a night?
That's a hell of a phobia to have. You scared of your own feet, too.
Your own feet.
Not just everybody else's feet, but your own feet.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm like, how you rub them together if you're scared of them?
Yeah, and I think she ain't spending that much time like, you know what, let me wash my feet that I'm not going to look at.
Yeah, she probably got eagle claws going on.
And look, let's be real, it's a lot of people that probably don't wash their feet, and they're not scared
Yeah,
of feet.
that's true.
They
That's
probably
true.
just let the water run down, and that's it.
I was going to say,
No soap.
I bet you she's letting the soap hit the feet, or she's taking a bath and just stepping into the tub.
Yeah,
but she ain't getting.
She
in
ain't
between
scrubbing
them,
no feet.
She ain't getting in
And them
between them
toes,
toes.
that toe jam.
Them toe jams is there, buddy.
Yeah,
because she too scared.
I'm feeling
to
bad.
get real with
feeling bad for her significant other right now if she got one. Feeling bad for
he
her.
know what time it is.
I wonder if she.
He might be into that though.
And look, I'm not a feet. Look,
not there.
I'm not a feet person. I wonder if she has some good looking feet or it's just like awful feet.
They gotta be gnarly. They gotta be eagle claws.
Yeah, because she definitely ain't getting no pedicures, right? She can't get no pedicures if she's scared of feet.
If she don't want to look at her own feet, how she gonna have somebody else look at them, touch them?
At this point, she's doing too much. If she's trying to do her best to not look at feet by going to a nail salon or something.
No pedicure, no foot rub, none of that. Ain't happening.
This don't seem like the way to live.
It's not the way to live.
Yeah. I do wonder about the significant other piece of it.
Yeah,
though.
that's what I'm thinking.
Because we understand the gender dynamics. You a girl, you a woman. You got to at least get your toes done.
Yeah.
You wear sandals.
Keep them nice. You got to keep them nice.
Yeah.
You go to the beach, I imagine, at some point.
You got to keep them, nice.
Yeah, she going to the beach in some boots and socks.
Yeah.
And even at that
Timbos.
point, why would you go? Because you're going to see everybody else's feet.
Yeah, can you have a foot phobia and foot care at the same time? I don't know if these things can coexist. Kind of to the point of the question here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can have them both at the same time.
Yeah, I want to find out who
So
this
many
is.
questions.
I want to have her call in on the show. I got tons of questions.
So many questions.
Yeah, she probably going to be super uncomfortable with that, so that probably ain't going to happen.
Man,
Wow.
That'd be a nice interview to get, though. That'd be a good one.
The foot lady.
The foot lady.
The foot doctor. That is Figgy's mixtape, man. That was actually really fun. That was a really good one. I appreciate it, man. So coming up next, we're going to find out what the guys on the drive got going on. Crosstalk presented to you by Lisa. We're going to do all of that on the other side right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Final segment here on In the Loop, having a good time. B. Scott, Chris Partee in for John Lopez and Reginald Atatula. Glad to have Figgy Fig with us as well. Hope y'all enjoyed the mixtape. Just got done talking about what if H-Town had a Batman, some kind of vigilante justice. It's funny that you even did that, Fig, because I'm actually in the middle of watching Daredevil. Not the one that just came out, but the one that they've been did that was on Netflix.
The original one on Netflix.
I never finished it.
Okay.
It was. I think they did 3 seasons, and I had only gotten through like the first like midway through the first 2 seasons.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I needed half the second season and all of the third season to finish before I could go on to the next one.
Did you just start it all the way over, or did you just pick up where you left off?
I picked up where I left off. I was pretty familiar and locked in, tapped into the story. So I'm almost through the third season, and then I'm gonna finally get to the new Daredevil that they just started last year. So yeah. No, you got me thinking about Daredevil. But another thing that I was thinking about was the Houston Texans. They are about to start training camp at the end of the month, basically, right? And before you know it, that time is gonna come. The Athletic did a real interesting piece just a little while ago. This dropped. And they're looking at the most intriguing newcomer for each team. And so I'm curious to see what the rest of the audience, how they feel about the Texans themselves. Who do you think is the Texans' most intriguing newcomer as you head into training camp? If you just sit right here right now and talk about it. Now, this could change. This answer could change over time. Maybe the most intriguing newcomer is not who you're expecting. Maybe somebody else emerges. But if y'all had to say, who do you feel like is the most intriguing newcomer to the Houston Texans? 713-572-4610. And we'll get the afternoon guys in on this conversation as well. Clint Stoerner, the drive, is going to be in just a minute. But what y'all think about, when you think about the players that the Texans have added, who would you say is the most intriguing?
I will probably say, to be honest, Reed Blankenship, man.
Yeah,
because that's
a good one.
Because I know we really was set on the defense already. Like, they're gonna be good. They were elite last year, and I didn't think they was gonna go out and sign another starter who was on the Philadelphia Eagles, and pretty damn good, man. So I'm really I already know they're on another level, but I'm really intrigued to see how far this defense can really go, man. Like, it's kind of like the rich getting richer with that. So I'm really intrigued to see how that's going to go on top of the other second gear defensive back. You got the J-Rock, as they like to call him, Jalen Smith. I just want to see how all of that goes. But Reed Blankenship will probably be my greedy answer.
Yeah.
I think Reed Blankenship is a great answer. I would have gone, even before I knew what was in there, I would go David Montgomery.
Yeah.
I would go David Montgomery just based on what we talked about. No more Joe Mixon. Got to see what they're going to do at the running back position and if they can get that depth going there. So I would have gone David Montgomery there.
All right, so the Athletic does go with David Montgomery, and they say this is what they say. And shout out to Adam Coleman, who is an NFL editor over at The Athletic, but he and I used to work together right here in this market way back in the Gap. Okay. So shout out to Adam Coleman doing big things. But he writes here, perhaps Montgomery has more power to change the Texans' offensive shortcomings than most realize. They ranked 30th in EPA per rush and tied for the second fewest rushing touchdowns in the NFL last season. Too often during C.J. Stroud's tenure, the Texans have played behind the chains and asked their passing game to make up the difference, which is very true, by the way. Houston views Montgomery as a legitimate 3-down back. The question is, can the 29-year-old fix those? There remains some doubt, but even a modest improvement in the run game could do wonders for the entire offense and a team with high expectations. That's Adam Coleman at The Athletic, writing about David Montgomery as the most intriguing newcomer. And I could see that. And I think I think he could be the answer just because he's the most well-known newcomer on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
And the offensive side of the ball is where they have the greatest question marks, the biggest question marks.
Most deficiencies.
The most deficiencies, yeah, the most unproven. In this particular area that we're talking about with the run game, I think there was a desperation there to kind of fix it. So David Montgomery's a fine answer. That's the Athletics answer.
I like that.
That's Chris Partie's answer. But, man, I can't help but go with the rookie offensive lineman that they moved up to draft, Keelan Rutledge. And here's why. I feel like I know what I'm going to get out of David Montgomery, or at least I know what his player profile is. I know what he provides an NFL team. I remember him with the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've seen him most recently with the Detroit Lions.
Yep.
I expect him to bring something very similar in terms of player profile to the Texans. I fully expect that. I don't know what to expect at this center position, and it's not the sexiest topic. That's why maybe it's not the most intriguing, but it's the most intriguing for me when I look at the Texans because I'm thinking about the quarterback. I'm thinking about the turnstile that he's had at all of those interior offensive line positions, and position being one of the most problematic. It's like it's like C.J. Stroud averages 2 centers a year, much less having the same one year after year.
Rough.
And then they go out and make an aggressive move to draft a guy who we assume is going to play center, especially based off of what we've seen early on at OTAs and minicamp. And they talked about the cross-training, and we've seen the cross-training. But they move up to draft a guy to do it who's never even done it in college. Buddy's never even done it in college. Some emergency snaps here and there, but nothing on a consistent, regular basis. Have you seen Keelan Rutledge show an ability to snap the ball or play that position even in college?
Man, sounds like a gamble.
Sounds like a gamble.
A big gamble.
And now this is how you're going to fix your run game? The guy that touches the ball first and snaps it to the quarterback is going to be someone who ain't never done it before in a pivotal year like this?
And now he's going to do it his rookie season in the NFL?
His rookie season?
And be good at it?
Yo, in a year where you got all of these questions surrounding, I know that's all narrative stuff. They're just going to go out there and play ball. But all of this is happening at the same time. It seems very, very risky. I'm not saying that he can't do it. And I love the tape that he's shown at right guard.
Yeah.
I think he's built of the right stuff and has like the right presentation and the right traits and characteristics. But I can't say I'm not intrigued very, very, very by how they move forward potentially with a rookie center.
And on top of that, we just don't know what to expect from him at the position. It's like it's the fear of the unknown.
It would be hard enough if he was playing his actual position as a rookie.
Because he's a rookie.
Now you're talking about cross-training at a position as a rookie.
Yeah.
And doing it not for the team, not in a position of strength. Like the other rookie, for example. Caden McDonald is going to come in there playing for this defensive line that don't really have a ton of weaknesses, if any at all.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's asked to come in and be the savior, right? Or to help fix this thing that's broken.
Yeah.
On the other side, it's a little bit different. So yeah, very, very intrigued to see what the fellas of the drive are thinking about this. Glad to see you fellas also, by the way. We got Sean Bijani in for Ron the Show Hughley and Clint Stoerner.
What's up, fellas?
Back in the saddle.
What's going on?
Man, I know we finna talk some ball today, man. We got
you know that.
We got some bald heads.
Got a lot going on.
Not bald heads, but some bald heads right here. So I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. So let me first of all, good to see y'all. But I do want to ask y'all this question as guys who follow the game as closely as y'all do. Who is the most intriguing Texans newcomer to y'all? So I'm talking a player that's on the team now that wasn't on the team last year. He can be a rookie. He can be a vet. He could be a free agent. It could be a trade. I don't care. He's new to the team. Most intriguing player that wasn't on the team last year.
New to the team. Oh, yep. It's easy for me. Keelan Rutledge.
That's where I went.
Yeah.
That's why to the team.
I mean, new to the team. That's even over David Montgomery, all the other offensive linemen that have been mentioned. The Keelan Rutledge thing is going to be all across the NFL. I think across the NFL landscape, with all of everybody knows how bad the the Texans' offensive line has been. In fact, I would say that nationally they're made out to be worse than they really were, if that's possible, right? So I think the offensive line has gotten the brunt of the last few years, and really the OC, the quarterback. There's a lot that goes into that issue of offensive line. So I think nationally, man, that could be a huge story.
Yeah.
Now, if it's a buzzkill and he just ends up being a backup guard and maybe a backup center, and then it'll all be for none. But if he becomes a starting center for this team and plays well, and Wyatt Tellers and Braden Smiths play well, he's going to get a lot of credit.
Yeah.
And so I got to go with Keelan Rutledge. I mean, being a first-round pick, being maybe a little bit of a reach. So a lot of folks maybe thought it was a little bit of a reach. For that to work out for such a major problem over multiple years for what most people believe should be a contender, that's I got to go with Keelan Rutledge.
Well, I'm not going to be boring and say the same guy. I mean, I would say honorable mention should probably be David Montgomery, because if you look at over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, his time in Detroit, obviously a really good player. He's been pretty durable, but his usage has gone down in the last 3 years since playing with Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yep.
And that's not a bad thing. I mean, this might be the freshest, 30-year-old running back in the NFL.
That's a good way to look at it.
Out of anybody this year. And who needed that kind of a guy more than the Houston Texans? I heard you say, B. Scott, earlier that, man, the Texans, they ain't had a good backup running back in a while.
Yeah,
and
for a long time.
when they've had one, they've absolutely needed that guy. Like you needed Woody Marks last year. You needed Devin Singletary a few years ago to be that dude. And if David Montgomery works out, I mean, he solves a huge problem working in conjunction with an offensive line that you hope isn't asked this year. But he solves a huge problem for you, for a team that has not been able to put 6 on the board inside the 20-yard line very much over the course of the last 3 years.
Yeah, I think any answer that speaks to the Texans' run game, so and you and I both went with Keelan Rutledge, Clint, you just went with David Montgomery. The Athletic is going with David Montgomery.
Oh.
But any combination that includes getting this run game right, and I do think it starts at the center position, but David Montgomery's a fine honorable mention. He's a fine pick. Any combination of that, to me, makes sense.
Well,
that's the wild card.
I'm telling you, the Wyatt Teller play would have been a good one here, too, because the interior offensive line has always been critical to being able to run the football downhill, especially with a guy like David Montgomery. But I would argue, B. Scott, you and I have talked about this a lot over the years. I would argue since the emergence of the D tackle just wrecking shop, and I know we've had guys in the history of the game that just absolutely dominated from inside, but now, I believe that's the biggest force on the defensive side of the football. In my opinion, it's not an edge rusher. It's not. I think I'm talking about the elite of the elite. I'm talking about the Chris Jones. I'm talking about the Aaron Donalds. I'm talking about the Simmons. I'm talking about the monsters inside. That guy, the way that he can impact, you have to double him in the run game to get any kind of movement. And if you're a penetrator, if you're able to rush the passer from in there, you have to double him in pass protection. That eliminates any kind of help outside. It eliminates really a lot of slide protections. So that interior offensive lineman, I'm going to tell you how big the D tackle is, and then try to that Wyatt Teller piece. That Wyatt Teller piece could be a play in this conversation that we're talking about too, because we talk about Ed Ingram, and Ed had a good year last year, but we ain't real sure he ain't as long in the tooth as what Wyatt Teller is.
Right.
So that interior piece at that left guard spot could be huge.
You are listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. And we want to shout out D&M Auto Leasing for bringing us Crosstalk. Fellas, what y'all got on the show today, man? What's the vibes like? Because there's a lot going on.
Man, what do we not got, man? We got a monster game tonight. We got the president stepping in and making it happen.
How about
Big shout out to
biggest
Trump.
Damn story in this country, in the world of sports today. I mean, how awesome is that?
Honestly, I said this earlier. I said I think that is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, sports story of the year. The president of the United States, of any country, but our country, and the president of FIFA, boys, kicking it. Hey, man, take a look at that for me, man. What you think about that?
there announcing there was no turning it over. There was no avenue to make it happen. My man stepped in there and made it happen. So that obviously is a huge story, and then it's going to play out tonight. What if Balogun goes out there and has scores 2 or 3 goals? It's even going to get louder, right?
Yeah.
So good to be an American right now in the World Cup and get your star back. Because I'll be honest with you, as a casual fanboys, I was
worried.
The wind was out of my sails.
Yeah.
I was just getting in. I mean, it was just getting good. I mean, it was one of them like, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna get hyped up about it. I'm gonna let my emotions be moved by a game that I don't even know the rules of.
Yeah.
And then that happened. I was like, good, what a buzzkill that is.
And the buzzkill too was that now we got to talk about strategy and scheme and stuff like how they gonna work around not having Buddy. And it's like I don't even want to think about that. I want them to have all the good players.
I get it. Like the hardos, the soccer, guys that know absolutely what they're watching at all times. I'm with Clint. I'm a very casual. I don't get into this stuff until every 4 years rolls around. But I'll say this. I was more locked in thinking that this guy Flo was not going to play because of the way that they looked, the 30 minutes after he'd gotten booted last game. That was kind of a galvanizing moment and experience. And they even talked about it. A lot of the players did after they'd secured that victory a few days ago. In that, they felt the pressure and they felt even more of the onus to get this done because what does America do? Kind of like what Houston does. We kind of, we're the underdog. We rise from the dead. We rise to the occasion, right? Yeah. And so I was looking at it's going to be another galvanizing moment coming in to tonight's game against Belgium, being one of your best players down. Why not? Hell, you were one of your best players down without Christian Pulisic, the first, 2 of the first 3 games of the season or of this World Cup tournament. So. Right. That's how I looked at it. And now you get your dog back.
Well,
and
let's change
game
that.
on.
Let's change that. How you gonna look at it tonight, baby? Let's change it.
I didn't want to flirt with fate right there, baby. I understand what you said. That actually, from that angle, I actually like where your head is at. But man, the ball don't lie. Let's go out there and settle it on the pitch.
Hey man, U.S. has got the trump card now. They got the trump card. Ain't nothing. Nobody can take him down now. Trump would be sending some damn snipers. If they're getting too close to scoring goals, he's gonna put the hit in.
Y'all remember the Buffalo Wild Wings commercials where it's like, hey, we want overtime. They stop in the middle of the thing.
Easy button.
This felt like that kind of a little bit.
So we got to finish answering your question, B. Scott. Obviously, we got that. These Astros look like they got a real shot, and when you got a player like Yordan Alvarez, I think you got a real shot. Now they need some pieces to come together and the trade deadline to go their way and all that. But when you got Yordan doing what he's doing, you got a real shot. The TNT wedding in New York, I'm disgusted. I stole one of your. I did steal one of your topic ideas, which. The presidential if you could make one call to change you messed around and put it out there and then didn't use it. I said I got him. So what do you wish the president would have made a call?
See, I put that
and change before it happened.
I put that out on the text line and realized that I didn't have access to the text line. I can confess that this can be an extra confession now that the show is over with. I'll put that out there for y'all.
On the way out.
So hopefully y'all got plenty of material left over from that because I am very intrigued to see what people got to say.
We got some good ones. And, of course, weekend's best, weekend's worst that we always hit. T-Mills on the 1s and 2s, so you never know what he's going to come up with. We got his T-Mills best bets at the end of the show. So we got a full slate, man. It was a hell of a weekend. America had a birthday, baby, and we had a good time. So, yeah, man, we got a show lined up for you.
It sounds like a show. I cannot wait to listen. Chris Partee, man, this was fun, brother.
Definitely appreciate you.
Always enjoy it. I am Brandon Scott for Figgy Fig. This has been In the Loop. But right now, The Drive is live.
You damn right, The Drive is live. And we got a monster day. You heard the voice. You've heard the voice. You know it if you've been around Sports Radio 610 any amount of time. That's Sean Bijani. He is in for Ron the Show Hughley. And here's the deal. Just a little explanation. My man Reggie and my man Ron were both out today. They worked hard. They worked long on Friday, long hours, guys, 6A to 6P on Friday. So they took their July 4th vacation day today. So that's why those two guys are not here enjoying a little time with their family.
Some of that tea and honey.
Yeah. I got some of that for you. So, but I want to start this thing off right. I'm going to mention it multiple times today. Big shout out to Ron. on the show, Reginald Atatula, for the successful, like uber successful radiothon benefiting the Houston Food Bank. $23,000 plus goes a long way. It goes a long way. And, so many times, I'm guilty. We're all guilty. So many times we let folks like Ron and Reggie do something as big as they did on Friday, and then we just sweep it under the rug and we keep this thing moving. We ain't doing that today, man. Hey, I'm proud to be associated with them boys for what they do, and that's not just a one-day, 12-hour radio deal. Those guys put time and effort into it to put it all together, to get all the auction items, the sponsorships, the lineup, and get everybody dialed in. And this year was made even more difficult on those guys because it was July 4th weekend, the Friday before July 4th weekend. And so I want to start this thing off, Bijani, by giving them fellas, a couple of our teammates, a big shout-out for giving back in a successful Friday afternoon, man. So big shout-out to them boys. They'll be back. I believe I'll be back on air tomorrow. If you out there, the listener, right, if you want to get involved in the show to open, Sean Bijani is all eyes. We might open them phone lines, too, here a few times on today's show. We'll see. You can also follow along on YouTube and Twitch. The chat rooms are open. So tune in with us. We got a big show lined up for you. And we got to start right there where the crosstalk started when we sat down. The USA plays Belgium tonight in a round of World Cup game. The U.S., correct me if I'm wrong, Bijani, but the U.S. has never won a World Cup game in this round. Is that correct?
Nah, everything they've done to get to this point is a first for a World Cup team. The USA, and it's from right here, you feel like it's kind of like icing on the cake. I think if you would have said, "Hey, U.S. is going to make it to the round of 16 this year," you tell us that 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, you're like, "Yeah, icing on the cake the rest of the way through. It'll be fun." But now that you've seen these dudes play, and you know what lies ahead of them, it's going to be a tough road, with Belgium being a top 10 ranked squad in the tournament this year. France is going to be out there. Portugal and Spain are playing right now, so you're going to get a badass team come from the winner of this game. I think you've got expectations now for the U.S. Like, keep this thing going. But I don't know that disappointment can actually be a word unless there's some sort of heartbreaking loss here that we're going to be using, lose or draw at the end of tonight.
Yeah, but the reason this is a monster story isn't just because it's a round of 16 knockout game, and if the USA wins, it'll be a monster win, not just for the season, but not just for this year, but in our World Cup history. But the way this thing has all gone down has been absolutely fascinating. So this is a big day for all of us casual fans and the super invested fanaticals in the game of soccer. To have a game tonight of this magnitude. What's fascinating is kind of what's all unfolded since the U.S. was able to win against Bosnia-Herzegovina in that round of 32 to get here where we are today. What many believe what was the United States best player. Everybody I've talked to has said that he was definitely one of the top two players. Flo Balogun, he was given a red card, missed 30 minutes of the Bosnia-Herzegovina game, which was pretty much in hand. I think the U.S. dominated. I thought the U.S. dominated that game a lot more than even the commentators thought.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, it's 1-0 at the time when you lose them, right? Yeah, but you never felt like that game was in danger of being lost.
Well, I was even like even when Bosnia, they did have a couple of shots, and it was just one of those where defensively we were just smothering them. And so it was just one of those where I just didn't ever feel threatened. And late in that game, one of our best players, one of our best offensive weapons, striker Flo Balogun, got his feet tangled up, was no call in regulation. They go to review it. They throw the red card, which means he's out that game, and he's out the next game, right? And then what follows is what's very, very interesting. Right? FIFA execs immediately after the game made it clear to reporters that there was no avenue for the U.S. to appeal the red card. So Balogun, they were going to play in the round of 16 with no Balogun. U.S. soccer even into appeal unless unless there was the suspension was extended beyond one game, then they would appeal it. Well, it was never extended beyond one game. So the thought was, and we did segments on it last week.
Yeah.
I mean, I was hot. I don't even know the rules of soccer, and I was hot. Like, I felt cheated at this point in time, right? But then there was some goings on behind the scenes. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, made a phone call, and all of a sudden, FIFA did the right thing. Not only did they review what the hell happened in the game and how it was taken from a no call to a red card, and not only did they review it, but they have suspended the one-game ban, not banned, not banned. There's no D on ban, by the way, for U.S. striker Flo Balogun for World Cup round of 16 versus Belgium tonight. Belgium then appealed FIFA's decision, which was dismissed this morning, which means, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our full team. America is whole in round of 16 versus Belgium. We were already the favorite with Balogun out. Is that right, Tyler? We were the betting favorite anyway, were we not?
I believe so. I believe so. Yes, sir.
And so now we've got our striker back. We've got one of our best players back. The outcome of all of this is huge of how it all went down. But I'm telling you, it's fascinating that the President of the United States could step in, basically force a review. America whole, and we got a much better chance of winning this game in round of 16. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, DraftKings moved U.S. from minus 115 favorites to minus 140 favorites. That was after the Balogun red card reprieve. So, I think a lot of people probably looked at U.S. as like, wow, they're going up against Belgium and they're still favored. I think a lot of that is because of momentum and the way that they've played, how they've gotten here. And I don't think it's that crazy to have favored U.S. They're riding more momentum now than they had maybe ever before, to be honest with you. I don't remember this country being this hot, the vibe being this real, at least, in my adult lifetime in World Cup soccer for Team USA.
Well, it just got more hype with the president getting involved. Here's Donald Trump talking about his reasoning behind making the call.
All I did, I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was two great athletes that crashed into each other and got entangled. That was not a guy punching somebody in the face or anything that, would be different. And I think it's a terrible, if they wouldn't allow, a top player, maybe the best, maybe among the best players on the team to play, I think it would have had a big stain. And I related just that feel. I didn't tell him what to do. I can't tell him what to do. And I don't believe he made the decision. I think it was a committee that made the decision. And they made the right decision because, number one, it wasn't a foul. And you want to see a game with your best player.
Absolutely. This isn't the New York Knicks, right? This isn't the Dallas Cowboys. This isn't the New York Yankees. This isn't some pro team in a league that exists here in the United States, and he just happened to be a fan of. This is the team that's representing our country. So if the president of our country has the power to make a phone call and make a difference, especially in a situation like that, because I couldn't agree more, by the way.
Going to be a great NFL player.
Yeah. But the thought that a player could literally miss this opportunity, forget about us as a fan, but the thought that a player that's worked his whole life to get to where he's at today, and they've got an opportunity in round of 16 to do something that's never been done in U.S. history, and he has to miss a game because of that.
Yeah,
I agree. I think real soccer fans that just go. And Reg is one of them. I think they're crazy. When you watch that and you go, "Oh, that's just soccer." If what we were fixing to be victims of, if that doesn't move you emotionally, then something's wrong with you, with you and the sport.
We don't have to worry about it now.
Good call.
It's done.
Fair.
Flo's going to play. It's going to be all good. But here's my problem. It took the freaking president of the United States to make a phone call to say, "Hey, this needs to be looked at again. We need to do something about this because what happened was not right." And he's right. We all saw it. Most of us, at least, have seen the play. What would have happened? What would have happened if the president doesn't make the phone call? Like, who else is making that phone call? Who else has got the pull, the influence to make sure that this doesn't happen. This does not continue to be the case, and U.S. goes in shorthanded.
Also, tip the cap to FIFA. I mean, they get a lot of crap because of kind of how flyby.
Because of how crooked they are?
Well, the crookedness is one thing, but there's and trust me, I'm just doing my due diligence. It appears that this is kind of making decisions like that as you go along and not being afraid to just use some common sense and not be we're going to stick to our guns. This is like, I tip my cap to them for being willing to make this adjustment. And now again, to Trump's point, it would have been different if somebody would have walked up and punched somebody or kicked somebody or blew somebody's knee out with a dirty move. That was clearly an accident. There was no intention to injure anybody there. I tipped the cap to Trump for making the call. Ron, the show Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in. We got a full squad tonight. I believe they kick off at 7. I'll be able to get home in time for that game. So mark your calendars right there. Set your reminder, 7 o'clock, and let's see if the United States men's team can't do something in the World Cup that they've never done before. That is tonight. T-Mills on the 1s and 2s. We got a good show lined up for you, so stay plugged in. Again, 713-572-4610. You can text in at any point in time. Also, catch up at on YouTube and Twitch. Monster weekend, not just for Balogun, not just for the U.S. men's team, but a monster weekend, y'all. Should they be buyers at the trade deadline? That's next.
We're putting safety first.
The national pastime.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron the Show Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in. Tyler Milner's on him. Steve Luke Morrow calls it. Love that, by the way. 1s and 2s is pretty slick, but the steel wheels is where it's at. Steel wheels. Oh, T-Mill on the steel wheels, baby. That's
that's even sexier.
That sounds like a late night kind of maybe a little edgy talk show. Maybe you may throw a porn star or two in from time to time as a guest.
Remember? Go ahead, Bijani.
You got a good idea for a podcast.
Yeah, no, I might just steal that. Remember when I was starting out with you guys, Clint? Like, I'm talking the very first times I was running this show with you guys, we had a listener start texting in who listened every day with his mom, and he said his mom thought I sounded like one of them 1-800 number voices, like on a sex talk radio show or something.
Mom was trying to hit
I was like, damn, I didn't know I was putting that on because I'm slick with it.
Yeah, I tell you what, we didn't know. We didn't know that these Astros were going to put off what they're putting off either. I don't know what that mama was interested in, but I know these. I don't know what she looked like, but I know these Astros are hot right now. I know that. It didn't take them long, Sean. They won 5 straight series. Then they had a little bit of a slide there, and then they come back. Didn't take them long to get back on that series winning side of things. They take 2 of 3 from the Rays, who the Rays were not only an extremely hot team. They snap a 9-game win streak, I think it was.
The Astros started that series with the Rays having won 8. Then, of course, they won that first game, so it was 9.
Yep.
And Astros take the last 2.
The Astros, they break that streak with the Rays. The Rays, I believe, were the best team in the American League.
Yep.
I believe. I'm not sure where they sit now after dropping 2 or 3. Still there, okay. But the Astros are hot, winning 6 of the last 7 series. That's correct? That's right. 6 of the last 7 series, including I think the 2 that stick out there is the Guardians were hot and above 500 at least when the Astros took 2 of 3 from them, and then obviously the Rays this weekend. They're 27-19 since May 15. They've been one of the hotter teams in baseball over the last handful of weeks. 45-47 overall, 2.5 games back the Mariners in the division, and 1 game back in the wild card race. It was a big weekend, I think, for several reasons. We saw some good, we saw some bad. Spencer Arrighetti rebounded. Obviously needed a good outing. He had a pretty good outing and it lost in game 1, but it was a good outing. It wasn't the pitching that was a problem in that game. And then we don't see this much, but Hunter Brown in game 2, I believe it was, the wheels came off, and he had an uncharacteristically bad outing. But Yordan Alvarez was able to put an exclamation point on that thing in the bottom of 9 when he walked it off. And then that damn Peter Lambert, man. That damn Peter Lambert, boys, he just keeps doing his thing. I think I heard B. Scott talking about his last 8 starts. He's 5-1 or something like that. I mean, he is the sample size is getting bigger with Peter Lambert, and it's becoming more and more convincing, obviously, as we go along here. You talk about a great story coming out of, I guess, Japan last year into the bigs. What a good story. He's pitching so well. But you can't talk about the Astros right now, Sean, without talking about the big fella.
Yeah.
What Yordan Alvarez is doing right now, he was 3 for 4 with 6 RBIs on July 4th. Happy birthday, America. And that's the game that hit the home run to walk it off. Obviously in the MVP conversations right now, and deservedly so. But boy, as long as he's in this lineup, Sean, the Astros have to be taken seriously moving forward.
There ain't no doubt about that. I mean, it's one of those things where Yordan has reached that point that we've seen him hit a few times over the years. He's gotten that Barry Bonds-esque treatment.
Yeah.
When you've got protection behind him, when Walker's going good, they bat Pena there for a little bit when he was healthy in that 3 spot, and it worked. They needed that to kind of get Yordan back on track, who was 0 for 16 for a couple of series ago in a little bit of a slide. But you don't see this kind of production and treatment from a guy but once every decade or so. I grew up with it, watching Barry Bonds get this kind of treatment.
That's right.
To some other degree, Ken Griffey Jr., when he was healthy and rolling with the Seattle Mariners in his early days with the Cincinnati Reds, saw that because they were a rival of the Houston Astros in the NL Central. But this is just different level type stuff, and I don't think it's out of bounds. I don't think it's too much to say that is absolutely the reason why the Astros remain, a team to look out for. They are not here without him because of everything that they'd gone through. The one constant this year has been Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's just been so good. How good has Yordan Alvarez been? Well, here's his current statistics. Right, he's currently leading all of baseball in OPS, on base percentage, slugging, RBIs, total bases. He ranks first in the American League in extra base hits, first in homers with 29, first in hits with 104, first in runs 62. He's second in batting average and fourth in walks. I mean, in a day and age where players are doing everything they can, including striking out more often, changing their swings mechanically to hit the long ball, Yordan Alvarez has the ability to really hit any pitch that he can reach out of the park, as well as hit for average. I ask y'all this: which, and I know before I ask it, Bijani, I know if you win one, you're probably going to win both. Or you got a really good chance. If you were a hitter, would you rather have an MVP or a Triple Crown?
As a hitter,
by the way, Triple Crown, you lead. That would mean you lead Major League Baseball in average, home runs, and RBIs. That's your Triple Crown in Major League Baseball.
I mean, I guess individually, I would be more impressed. Like, hopefully, it would be recognized. Triple Crown. Hopefully, it's recognized
right.
with an MVP.
Well,
so I know what you mean.
If he gets a Triple Crown, he's probably going to get, unless the Astros just. I mean,
and damn man, he might very well get the Triple Crown. He's 1 percentage point entering today behind Yandy Diaz for batting average. Diaz hitting 321, Yordan's at 320, and so he might very well get that at season's end. But from an individual standpoint, like an accomplishment, like. Yeah, it's the average, the power, and the run production. That is the trifecta. If you're able to accomplish that as an individual, that just speaks to, one, your well-roundedness as a hitter.
Yeah.
It also speaks to probably the success of your baseball club because you're getting on base and you're driving in guys that are getting on base ahead of you, and you're doing it with efficiency, hence the average, which nobody cares about anymore. But I still think that's absolutely ludicrous. Yordan is having one of those very, very special, complete, well-rounded baseball seasons for a hitter.
Cross our fingers that he can stay healthy and keep up this tear. Even just keep it up enough to have that the topic of conversation, right? Stay right there in the average, keep the home runs up to where it's something that we as fans can follow. It would be really cool if he could accomplish it, obviously, but even if he falls a tad bit short, it's going to be hella fun to, as an Astros fan, to follow it and obviously cover it. So the Astros are rocking and rolling. We got a little bit more to dig into with the Stros. There is some talk out there may be awfully aggressive. I mean, really aggressive at the trade deadline. I got to get with Sean and find out, is that really a possibility? And if so, what does that look like? We'll discuss that as the show moves on here. But before we do that, man, look, talking about NFL superstars, we got one new beginning and we got one crashing out, y'all. We'll tell you who that is, and we'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell y'all about Orchard. Look, if you're thinking about selling,
281-222-2222. If you don't win, you don't pay. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hughley is out. Bijani is in. T-Mills on the ones and twos. And we got to talk about a little, you can call it sports. You can call it entertainment. You can call it sports entertainment. Either way it goes, I find it interesting. I hope Bijani finds it interesting. The world finds it interesting. We have one new beginning, and we have one crash-out ending. And both situations, if you will, have to do with NFL players. We can start with the positive one. Taylor Swift and Travis tied the knot in Madison Square Garden. And I'm gonna be honest with you boys, man. I'm disgusted. Coming from a man that got married later in life, and so it probably meant a little bit more to me than it would to my 42-year-old self, or what was I? What am I now? 43-year-old self than it would had I got married in my mid-30s, or maybe had I got married early on. But I'll be honest with you. I'm disgusted with their shenanigans at their wedding. I mean, have you guys paid close attention to this? And I'll be honest, I think this started with teeny bopper Taylor at the Knicks whatever game she went to, game 5 or game 4, whatever it was that she went to, and it was like 2 little schoolgirls on the sideline, 3 actually, little schoolgirls on the sideline in matching outfits, kind of jumping around and giggling and watching each other celebrate instead of like legitimately being into the game. Mm-hmm. And I know the NCIS girl that was with her or whoever the hell she was. I know she's legitimately a Knicks fan, but like it was just odd to me. Like every time the game was on, you could see them 3 standing up on the sideline, like awkwardly, uncomfortably.
They stuck out like a sore thumb.
Right. It was a weird. So I'll be honest. Some of this stems from that, but like you go from that to the wedding being in Madison Square Garden and it being so highly publicized and it being having 1,000 guests at this thing, and it is a star of guests. Like I feel like a wedding, y'all. I feel like a wedding should be a little bit more intimate and a little bit more family oriented, right? And now look, I can't relate to a star the degree of Taylor Swift, because maybe she doesn't have any friends. You know, maybe she doesn't have any family that she's trusted and could be that close to. But when you start reading off the names of people that were at her wedding, it's like there's just no way in hell that she was friends with all these people, like close enough friends with all these people to have them at her wedding. I mean, I guess it's cool that you're a star and these people want to come to your wedding, but
are they not having like another smaller, more intimate?
I don't know how true it is, but what I heard was that they were already married, and this was just more of
this was more the put on.
A show, right?
Okay,
yeah. But it just like I just feel like a wedding is something that shouldn't be played with. I've always respected that the In the Loop guys were talking about, like Beyonce and Jay-Z. Whether you're a fan of them or not is irrelevant. I mean, it was as high profile a couple as we've had, and like their ability to keep their marriage and their kids and everything kind of
insulated.
Yeah, insulated is to me, I don't know. I think that there's just certain things in life that come and go, and to make a spectacle of one of those, which is marriage, especially an older marriage like this, and it's not 19-year-old kid, doing it. It just it shouldn't be played with. And I'll be honest, I know I use a strong word. I'm disgusted with it.
Really?
Yeah. I don't even mind the Adam Sandler, doing the wedding. Well, that's cool. And then you've got some musicians, some big name musicians that played. Yeah, that's cool. Whatever. I mean, that's cool. But for your wedding party to be in New York City and people are the paparazzi's following other actors around that are attending your wedding, like you as a musician, as hard as she works, she cannot be legitimately friends with that many people. Who wants random ass people at their wedding?
But it's an event, I think, even for them. You know, whether their real wedding happened before or it's going to happen after, like that's more intimate with the family.
Yeah.
That is an event. That kind of like Princess Diana's wedding from back in the day, like whenever I was a little kid. We still got that thing on VHS. It's like portion of a Super Bowl and then boom, the rest of it, Princess Diana's wedding. That was a thing. That's just kind of what they do. That's royalty. Well, this is kind of like American royalty. I mean, it's Taylor Swift, the biggest star in the world, and one of the better football players, right, in this country that we've seen in the last decade, right? And so I think from their perspective, this is all entertainment and an event and a star-studded one as well, just as if like they were going to go to the Golden Globes, Academy Awards, or Oscars or whatever. That's all that it is, and you have to take it for what it is.
I mean, I get it. I get it. I get your explanation. It's
a wedding.
To me, I just think that is something that is party somewhere afterwards and couch it as a party. And hey, we're not going to we're going to have a big ass reception for all of our everybody that's in our Rolodex that's famous, and we want to make this thing. We want to make something out of it. Cool. We want to televise. We want to make a documentary out of it. What do we want to do? Cool. I just believe, to me, in my opinion, again, I'm taking it from a man that got married late. I ran from it for a while. It just seems a little bit fake to me. It's something that not fake isn't the right word. It's just it's something that shouldn't be played with.
Did you outpace me, by the way, running from marriage? I got married whenever I was.
I'm older.
How old am I? I'm 43.
I got married at 41 or 42. I don't know how old.
Yeah, you got me.
I got married at 42. I think.
Damn, when did I get married? Holy crap! All right, 2013.
You should probably know this, bro.
Pressure.
Hopefully, wife, you ain't listening.
6, 7, 6. I did it on purpose, and it doesn't work out mentally. It was 6, 7, 13. 6 plus 7, 13. It's supposed to make sense to me, and it never does. So 2013. I was born in 82. How old am I?
Outpaced you.
31. Yeah.
I outpaced you.
Yeah, by a lot.
42. Come on now.
Good job by you.
10 years, man. Yeah, I ran.
I felt pretty good about.
I was always a try hard. I damn sure would run hard, hustle. Tyler, what about you? You feel you picking up what I'm putting down, or am I crazy?
In what way?
I mean, just the whole Taylor Swift, like that. Your wedding involving. I mean, we're talking about. I just had it pulled up. We're talking about Tom Hanks. You're talking about Jennifer Lopez, Fergie, Wayne Gretzky, Selena Gomez.
The fact that Adam Sandler
Steven
was officiating is pretty gimmicky.
Well, I mean, to me, that part of it's pretty cool. If you are close enough to one actor like Adam Sandler and you've developed a relationship with him over time, to have him actually officiate the wedding would be cool. Like musicians, like I had Joe Nichols, a country music artist, he's been a friend of mine for a long time. He was going to play at our kind of like just do a little acoustic set at our. It wasn't even a reception. It was more. I mean, it was a reception, but it was a brunch wedding, so it was kind of on a deck, and it was just going to be play 5 or 6 songs and keep it moving. But I've known Joe for 15 years.
Yeah, that's
right.
Cool.
So that was like a cool touch. Now, this to me, I don't know. I look at a wedding like this ain't no place for this. So
they went all out on it for sure. I don't know that I had too much of like a grinding my gears annoyance with it for me personally, but I can tell you this: if I was a patron of New York City or of that area, and it, effed up my day, if not couple of days, I'd be pissed. I would be pissed.
That's fair.
I wonder if they kept that AC below 78 up there.
Yeah, right.
I wonder if they were allowed to turn that thermostat down during that deal. Boy, that's bad. But that is the new beginning. For what it's worth, I do wish Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. I do wish them a healthy, happy marriage and future.
A texter gives it 7 months. By the way,
7 months. My mom gave it a year. Astro Granny gave it a year on the way home. We were listening in the loop and they were talking about it. So Granny gave him a year. All right, the crash out ending. Look, Brandon Ayuk, I think we're all familiar with him, or most sports fans are. I mean, my man crash out. We can paint this to be. Now, I've seen some recent reports that some of these messages that are going back and forth on social media, some people are kind of painting them. Oh, they're pulling each other's leg. It's two friends joking. I just can't take it that way. Every time I see Brandon Ayuk, whether it's every video, whether it's on Instagram or Twitter, I think this guy has no chance. This guy doesn't get it. Nobody is going to take a chance on him. Look, the guy that would have to trade him if he were going to be traded or release him in a friendly way to let him move on in his career. He's already made a video, hammering him. So he's burning bridges left and right. And now, there's a video out there, him talking about Jaden Daniels. Here's the audio from that video.
Probably gonna text me talking about something. You on my team now. You follow my rules. Boy, I'm a grown-ass man, boy. You gonna have to start running behind your mama, and I might believe what you talking about. But until then,
I don't know if it's wild. I don't know if it's real or not, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been in a lot of locker rooms, y'all. This guy strikes me as a guy that's crashing out.
I mean, every video that he's done over the course of the last couple of weeks, like the one in the closet where he's making it, throwing money on the floor and stuff.
Yes, it's all crash out.
They're crashed out ultimately, but they're all contrived. Like, he's thought about that and how to do this, what message he wants to portray. And this one, like, for a dude that has been saying, I'm going to be a commander, just waiting on the 49ers to get off their ass and release me. Why would you, the team that you want to go play with, why would you talk crap about the quarterback for that team?
To be fair, a lot of folks now are saying that they're both going back and forth, and they're just buddies that know each other, and it's not that serious. I have a hard time to look at it, knowing what Brandon Ayuk has been up to and kind of what comes with him at this point. Yeah. I don't know that sipping on what appears to be a glass of wine, and to your point, because I don't hear that as calling him a mama's boy either. By the way, I mean if that is real, I would find that disrespectful. I'm a mama's boy. You can call me a mama's boy all you want, but if you make it sound like I can't do nothing without my mama, now you're questioning my manhood. So I don't know. We'll see where this thing goes. I'll be honest with you. I would bet a big chunk of money that we've got crash out broke on our hands with Brandon Ayuk before we see him playing again. We'll find out. Stay plugged in, and if anything pops on the Brandon Ayuk front, we'll have it for you.
Did you see what Jaden Daniels posted on Instagram and then deleted?
No, what was it?
Enjoy retirement, pal.
There you go. Yeah, them jokes between Arizona State teammates that were reportedly really good friends. Seems like they're getting awfully sharp, right? We'll see. All right, y'all, Texans training camp cranks up in 3 weeks. We're 3 weeks from it, boys. We got a team meeting, I think, on the 20th to get lined up for it, so it's right around the corner. What Texans need to break out the most? Break out the most, right? You can pick anybody you want that hadn't broke out. Can't name Nick, can't name Dale Hunter or Will Anderson. Somebody that ain't broke out yet. Somebody that's kind of off the radar. Somebody that needs to have a monster year. We'll tell you who that is, and we'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in. Tyler Milner's on the ones and twos. And I want to start this thing off. Every hour on the hour, baby. I want to give credit where credit is due. Ron the Show Hughley and Reginald Atatula. Big shout out to them boys, our teammates, for putting that radiothon together where they each together. They did 12 hours of radio, 6A to 6P. They did it on the Friday before July 4th. They raised $23,000+ for the Houston Food Bank. Y'all, that's over $50,000 raised in 2 years by them two cats with just an idea. The idea, the legwork, they put it together. They did it. They put it all together. They schedule it. And we just chip in where we can. And you, the people, all of our listeners on Sports Radio 610, come to the table and spend your money and support. And we greatly appreciate it from our perspective, just the listeners being involved. But big shout out to Ron and Reggie for making that happen, man. That's one thing with our station. We can be really good at what we do. We can have a lot of fun up here. We can cover sports day in, day out. But we take it that next step when guys like Ron and Reggie actually give back to the community. So I want to give them a big shout out. They're off today because they gave up their Friday before July 4th. And so I hope them two boys are out there having a good time with their family. And see them tomorrow. But in the meantime, my man Sean Bijani is in for Ron the Show Hughley. Also, real quick World Cup update. Portugal, Spain going on right now in Dallas. They are tied up at the half, 0-0. That's the first game today. And then USA, Belgium in Seattle. They'll kick at 7 p.m. tonight. And if you hadn't heard the news, it is official. Flo Balogun, one of our best players that we were thought to have going to have to play without in this round, it is no more. He will be on the team. America will be whole. And Belgium ain't real happy about it, but we're going to get our entire team, and we're going to have our entire team as strong as we can be in this round of 16 in World Cup play. Again, that kicks at 7 tonight. We'll be covering all of that as we move along in today's show. We got a good one lined up for you. If you want to get involved, 713-572-4610. Go ahead and shoot a text. If you want to get involved on Twitch and YouTube, please do so. The chat rooms are wide open there as well. And Bijani's got a close eye on all of the above. So 713-572-4610. You are listening to Houston's Sports Leader. Make sure you stay plugged in and get involved any way that you can. The Texans go to training camp in about 3 weeks. I can't believe we're that close, fellas.
I know.
I cannot believe that we're that close. Seems like yesterday our hearts were broken that in that loss to New England in the playoffs, and when looked like there was going to be a once in a lifetime opportunity with the likes of Lamar Jackson and Pat Mahomes and Burrow, and heck, I think maybe even at that point Josh Allen was at home. But all the big quarterbacks in the AFC were out. Thought we had us an opportunity there, and we lost. Boy, our hearts were broken. Here we go, boom! You blink an eye, and we're 3 weeks away from training camp cranking up. And here's the question I got: we talk a lot about how good this defense is, and about what this offense needs to accomplish. All the main players. The ESPN put out a roundtable. A bunch of writers got together, and our local guy here, DJ Bijani, great dude, great follow on social media, puts out a lot of great content. They had a roundtable, AFC South roundtable. Who comes out on top? And as a team, they had the Texans winning the division, and they took it a step further and talked about breakout players. And DJ Bijani went with One thing, I'll be honest, it surprises me. I hope he's right, though. He went with Tank Dell. Tank Dell, coming off these injuries, yes, as a breakout player. And, that's a pretty good one given the injuries that he's dealt with. But for me, I think there's a handful of guys, and I think it's got to be on the offensive side of the ball for me, Sean, because the defense is great. There's some guys that may have breakout type years on the defense, but I don't know how much they actually change the production of the defense. Tremendous as is. So I think it's got to be offensively. And I put probably more thought than I'd like to admit into this. So, of course, I'm going to take it a little bit deeper and make it a little more complicated than just the surface, right?
I like it.
Well, I think it's, as I'm thinking about it, there's two different avenues here, two different points of view. One, how likely is it to happen? So I want to give something here there's at least a puncher's chance that it's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
And then number two, is that player does he truly change the offense if he has that quote unquote breakout year?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the popular pick is Jaden Higgins playing opposite Nico Collins, but I'm gonna move off of that. We talked about him last week. I'm gonna go with Brevin Jordan.
Man, let's go.
Did I steal it from you?
No, you didn't steal it, but he was on my candidate list.
Okay.
I knew you wanted to talk about this, so in my mind, I made my own candidate list. Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, Marlon Klein, Cade Stover, Brevin Jordan. I mean, to me, those are the only and obvious choices player-wise offensively. And I've been on the Brevin Jordan train for a few years now.
Yeah.
And I thought that was the guy that Nick Caley was looking at. Every coach has to do this. When they're taking a job or thinking about taking a job, they're going to be there's a handful of look at. They're like, man, I can't wait to work with that guy.
Yeah.
Jordan being a Swiss Army knife, kind of a tight end, him being a tight end coach, and Caley, I thought Jordan was that guy for him, and hell, he never got off the runway last year because of the injury.
Yeah, well, I mean, you mentioned injury. Other than injuries, I think he's going to be given every opportunity under the sun, and I think he is. So I think the opportunity piece, that box is going to be checked. I can't. The injury piece of it, there's nothing I can do about it. So I didn't even consider that. But the reality of it is, for me, Sean, that this offense just lacks speed. This offense just lacks change of direction. This offense lacks twitch. When you start talking about explosiveness and twitch, the fact that Tank Dell comes up so quickly in that conversation, given what we know about Tank Dell right now and what he's been through, I think that speaks volumes, right? That tells you how there's a void of that twitch, explosion, speed dynamic on this offense.
Yeah.
And so I think the guy that's going to be given every opportunity under the sun is Brevin Jordan. I think he's a guy that, if he can stay healthy, just brings to his position, I think he brings more of what I just mentioned, the explosiveness, the speed, the twitch. He brings more to his position than any other player does to their position on this offense.
Wouldn't you say because Brevin Jordan in the position that he plays and the multiple different ways you can utilize that position in a Caley offense, that in and of itself, it not just brings more to his position, but maybe brings more to the offense. You can do offense, spread it out, condense it. You can give multiple looks.
That's such a, you're hitting the nail on the head, because you can line up him in a three-point stance in a fullback position in a goal line type situation.
Yeah,
you can put him at the end of the line of scrimmage with his hand in the dirt attached to the tackle. You can put him in a flank position outside another tight end. You can put him out in the slot. Hell, you can put him out wide and push everybody else over and run routes on a safety or run routes on a linebacker, try to get some kind of mismatch, right? So you can do a lot with Brevin Jordan, and he changes the offense in a big way. So I think breakout year, and I'm not talking about a breakout in Houston, because like I think everybody here in Houston knows who Brevin Jordan is. If you've watched a game, and if you cover the Texans or you're a fan of the Texans, you've seen Brevin Jordan run away from folks.
Yeah,
right. He's the one guy on this team. Now we think Woody Marks can. Although we didn't, I'm a big Woody Marks guy, but I'm not convinced that he's that guy. This guy, we know Nico can to a certain degree, but You want to talk about a guy that you get the ball in his hands and he can hit a crease?
Mm-hmm.
And guys with good angles on him, he can still outrun them.
Yeah.
Brevin Jordan's that guy.
Or run through their ass.
Yeah. So I'm going to go with Brevin Jordan for those reasons. If he needs to have a breakout year. Personally, he needs to have a breakout year before they just punt on the Brevin Jordan project.
Yep.
But not only that, I think he changes this offense. Not to mention, by the way, our offensive coordinator was a tight ends coach for 42 years, it seems like, and more people talk about it. So he should be able to get the most out of that position group more so than any.
I got one.
All right.
I said I liked your line of thinking. You said you were going to go a little bit deeper than this and, maybe a beaten path. I said I liked it for a reason because I'm doing exactly that. I took this as never mind a breakout player, but just a breakout member of this team on the offensive side of the ball.
Okay.
Nick Caley. It's got to be Nick Caley. And here's why. We are about to be 3 seasons removed from the last time an offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans was in a very, I think, similar situation to that of what Nick Caley is in right now. You remember year 2 of Bobby Slowick. What did he all of a sudden have at his disposal that we got really super excited about? You insert Stephon Diggs, and you're thinking, holy crap. You got Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Steph Diggs, Joe Mixon, Dalton Schultz. This offense is going to be stupid.
I think Brevin was around then too, wasn't he?
Brevin was around, but then, it happens.
Yeah.
And look at what you have now if you're Nick Caley at his disposal. You're thinking, boy, Nico Collins, Tank Dell's coming back. David Montgomery, we just got him. We got a brand new offensive line that we've overhauled again. Dalton Schultz is back. I've got a couple of young receivers, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll. You have so many other options right now if you're Nick Caley. And I think his biggest problem last year, Caley's was that he came in thinking that he's going to have all this at his disposal. And then everybody got hurt.
Yeah.
And the offensive line sucked. And so he had to pivot. And there was really nothing that you could, solidly pivot to. So it was kind of, let's throw it up against the board and see what happens. Couldn't make it work his second year. He treated that situation like he wanted to make everybody happy. I got to make Diggs happy. Got to make Nico happy. Got to make Tank happy. He never seemed to get on a solid footing with any one of those guys, and then they didn't even allow him to because Tank got hurt, Diggs got hurt. There were so many injuries. Caley's got that very same situation that he's faced with in his year 2. Never mind just making sure that this offense progresses. I think this offense is going to look vastly different than what it did last year because of everything at his disposal. And never mind the questions at quarterback. To me, there's just as many, if not more, questions about if this guy can actually coordinate an offense and call plays for it.
Absolutely. That's a good one. Couple of breakout candidates that have been mentioned. Brevin Jordan, obviously. Player-wise, Jaden Higgins was one we talked about last week. I think Jaden Higgins absolutely changes the offense. Bijani, if he you're talking about 2 guys sitting at 6'4", roughly 215, 220, maybe even a little bit bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, those are big targets, man. And you talk about red zone threats. You talk about man beaters. When you got Nico Collins and a guy, if Jaden Higgins can actually break out. Last year was a good rookie year for Jaden Higgins. Some would say a great rookie year. But it seemed, as I went back and watched some of the big plays, it seemed like a lot of it just kind of came within the offense, right? And so was there much like Nico after the catch, hard to tackle, breaking tackles? Not really. Was there much go up and make 50-50 ball for a touchdown? But was there a lot of it where you were convinced? Not really. Was there him showing speed and just running by somebody? There was a blown coverage. I can't remember when him and Jalen Knoll did it early, maybe Jacksonville, or I can't remember who it was. But there was a couple of those. But there was not enough of just like convincing man beater, one-on-one beater to go, yeah, this dude is it. But he is one that has all the tools to make it happen this year. Jalen Knoll is the other one. I think this offense is, if you look at the history of that New England Patriots offense, there was always a slot receiver that had played a prominent role in this offense. Can Jalen Knoll be that guy? A lot of folks think the Texans would go out and get a veteran, more chemistry type guy that you know what you're getting to play that position. But do they have trust in Jalen Knoll to be that guy? I know he's got the ability. Do they have trust that he's ready to be that guy. It's a big role in this offense.
For what you said earlier about how this team doesn't have that twitchiness, that speed, that agility, that could be Jalen Noel. He might be the darkest of dark horses coming into this season because he does possess those traits, but can he show them within this offense? And ultimately, yes, that's an individual question that he's got to answer, but it's also this offense. Can Nick Caley utilize these players at his disposal that you could kill at multiple levels? With Nico, with Tank, with Jalen, with the tight end situation that you have, David Montgomery in your backfield, God knows how they plan on or end up using Woody Marks, but you can attack the opponent at so many multiple to short, intermediate, and deep. It comes down to me for Nick Caley. Can you trust this guy with his quarterback to find these guys and put them in position to succeed, just like your head coach, defensive coordinator's done for the last 3 years?
That's Sean Bijani. He is in for Ron the Show Hughley. You listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Biggest story on the map right now. Our president made a phone call. FIFA made a change. Flo Balogun will play tonight in round of 16. With that in mind, let's bring it on home. What Houston sports decision do you wish the president would have called and reversed before it happened, before we had to watch it unfold? We got a few of those next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, wow, for a second
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron, the show. Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in. Tyler's on the ones and twos. The biggest story in sports today, rightfully so, is the U.S. men's team that plays tonight against Belgium. Kicks off at 7 o'clock Central. They're in Seattle, but it's a 7 o'clock Central kick. We will have one of our better players that we thought was going to have to serve a one-game ban, one-game suspension. Flo Bow's going to play tonight, and the story that makes this thing such a national story right now is that Donald Trump, President of the United States, he called FIFA President Gianni Infantino and asked that they review the red card and the process of which led to Balogun being suspended, and FIFA reviewed and came to the point where they reinstated it. Is that the right way to put it, Sean? Reinstated, or they just
I wouldn't say reinstated, but
reverse their decision.
Reversed. There you go. Reversed the decision, and Balogun's going to play tonight versus Belgium. Not good for Belgium. Great for us Americans. And by the way, all you folks out there that are now mad at some folks going as far to say go Belgium because our best player got reinstated. Probably you feel that way because the President of the United States is involved in it. I mean, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah,
you got to be kidding. If you're an American and you would root for Belgium for any reason, something's wrong with you, man.
I agree. Did you happen to see, by the way, J.J. Watt's response to all of this?
I didn't see it. No.
So he's catching a lot of hell for it as well.
Sure.
On Twitter because of what his stance is, and so upon the breaking news earlier this month, he basically tweeted out a GIF. And it's it's that character from Rudy, the janitor who's just doing the slow clap.
Slow clap, yeah.
Right? Yeah, good. And then people are like, oh, really, JJ? Come on. The country overrules of the game and blah, blah, blah. JJ had a really interesting response because he's got a very unique and interesting perspective on this.
Yeah, he's an owner, right?
He's an owner of a soccer team. And it's a very lengthy response, but I'll read you just the nuts and bolts of it. He goes, you root for your country. I think the red card was wrong. You think the appeal process was wrong. In parentheses, I would argue it should have not needed one. We disagree. I am American, so I'm pleased Flo can play. It will ultimately be decided on the field. Ball don't lie. And he tells a little bit of a story about how he's been on appeal calls, as an owner in the Premier League and with both the NFL during his career. And he says, trust me, there are times you're likely fighting a losing battle, but you fight it anyway because that's what you do for your team. Yada, yada, yada. There's a lot more there. But I thought that's a very interesting perspective and way to look at it for somebody that has been on multiple sides of the table as both an NFL player and as a soccer owner.
Look, there's absolutely nothing that would make me root against the Americans, number one. But number two, if you watched it at all and you're not just a keyboard warrior and you realize how egregious the call actually was, I think if you still choose to root against America because the president made the call, or you're that I guess that big of a soccer rules guy, then boy, I mean, you need to grab you a cold beer and just watch America Tonight and chant USA a few times for me if you don't mind. But
let's go.
In the spirit of Trump calling the president and getting the Balogun suspension suspended, if you will, I thought we'd have a little fun here, boys. What in Houston sports history, and this isn't a happening on the field, these are decisions that decisions that were made. What decision in Houston sports history do you wish you could have rang up the president and said, hey, man, make this call and make this go away. What decision in Houston sports history do you wish you could have called the current president, whoever the president was at the time, and they would have put a call in and said, no, we're going to reverse that call? I'll start this thing off. It's easy for me, boys. I was young during the Oilers days. I was playing elsewhere in the early Texans days. And so my whether it's covering the team or rooting for the team, my passion that I expend for this team has been short-lived. It's not been the entirety of the history.
Mm-hmm.
And since I've been really a sports fan at all, I've never seen anything like the Jack Easterby situation. So I'm going to go with Jack Easterby. If the president of the United States, could have called Mr. McNair, as he was really liking Jack Easterby, if the president of the United States could have called Cal and Hannah and said, "Don't do it," it would have changed the trajectory of this organization.
Nobody can disagree with that.
I mean,
no.
Now,
nobody.
I don't know that we wouldn't have been the dreaded 500 for a couple of years in the Bill O'Brien exit and kind of trying to find the next guy. But I know we damn sure wouldn't have been the laughing stock of the NFL for a handful of years. So,
yeah,
boys, it's easy for me, man. If we could have, who was president when that happened? That had to be Trump the first time or Biden? One of the two, early Biden or Trump?
Question. Yeah, somewhere in there.
Well, Trump was first elected, right? In 16?
It had to be Trump.
18,
it had to be the end of Trump.
Then you had Biden, and then you had Trump again. So, yeah, that was Trump.
It had to, so, yeah, we can say the same president. I wish Trump would have picked the phone up and said, Cal, don't do it. Cal, just don't do it. Let Easterby be, man. Send him back to South Carolina. Let him go to A&M with Tyler's basketball team up there where he ended up after here.
He sure as hell did.
That would be the one for me, boys, is just that was a – I stick to my guns. There will be a documentary at some point written about what was going on with Jack Easterby and the Houston Texans. Unfortunately, I think it's going to make a lot of folks look bad that I like, but it's I think that is going to be done. So I'm going with the Jack Easterby.
I think that's a great call. I think Trump's response back in the day probably would have been the same if he actually had a say over the Easterby. I saw the hire. It was a bad hire. The guy's been crooked and, done some crazy things before. Talk to Callahan, and they're going to undo the hire, and they're going to let Bill O'Brien, Mr. Butchin, handle the rest of the work from here on out. Glad I could be of help. It would probably sound something like that. I've got a few. I don't know which one I'm going to rest on, but the Rockets. 2018 Game 7 Western Conference Finals, Golden State Warriors, 0 for 27 on the threes at one stretch.
Oh.
So if Donald Trump could have picked up the phone and pressed the easy button, and there would have been some sort of tripwire that would have gone across the court and disallowed Trevor Ariza, Eric Gordon, or James Harden from ever shooting another three in that game during that third quarter stretch.
The decision to stay the course and do what your identity is and just keep jacking threes even though you're cold, right?
Yeah.
Which is not good enough.
You've got to stop shooting threes. Attack the basket, please.
I'm a sports fan. I knew this.
I think that would have been one. Astros signing Jose Abreu in 2022. That would have been another one of mine.
Yeah, some folks still have PTSD. I do not, but some folks do.
And then I'm going to represent the OGs, even though this was 3 years before I was even thought of. The Renfro catch. I think if a president could have called up and said, you got to look at this again, you got it wrong, that would have been the first instant replay during that era of NFL, and I think it probably would have been put to best use in the minds of Houston Oiler fans back then and made that a catch.
T, what do you got, man?
Man, I got to go with the one particular baseball game here in the Astros that kept that squad, the golden era, from becoming a true dynasty. If you remember Game 7 Nationals in town over at the time Minute Maid Park, Greinke getting the start. Game 7 for all the marbles. Who's hoisting the trophy? World Series. And it didn't go well. 6-2, I believe, was the final score. Nationals won that World Series. And on the way to that final, manager A.J. Hinch made two very, very critical mistakes, in my view, that I will never forgive A.J. for, and that is starter Zach Greinke coming out of the game at only 80 pitches, This is your last game of the season, bro. You do not pull Zach Greinke at that stage at 80 pitches. You spin him up, especially with the state of the bullpen for the Astros at that time.
Oh, he was rolling, too.
Yeah, and then to follow up pulling Greinke too early for Hinch, you don't put in the fellow who became a representative of himself. Of course, talking about Garrett Cole, one of the inspirations for the turd list, which will return this Thursday, by the way.
Let's go.
But yeah, I got to go with that Game 7 in 2019. Just so many things maddening about that one as the Astros lost, and then we saw Garrett Cole turn to the turd.
I would have partially won some money there on Tyler.
I was at this game, by the way, too.
If we're talking about one decision, hey, we need a president to call as this is going on and say don't do it. The Garrett Cole it would be a decision that wasn't made. I guess it was made in a different direction. Yeah. But the Prez would have needed to call and say, hey, man, go Garrett Cole here. Now, what was it, Will Smith?
Was it Will Harris?
Will Harris.
Yeah, Will Harris.
Yeah, that
I mean, I spent
that's really stuck in Tyler's
absurd money to be at that Game 7. I was sitting right behind our bullpen on the front row for Game 7 that day, and I saw Garrett Cole get up, stand up, and act like he might, loosen up, start warming up in the pen. Sure enough.
Yeah, because he thought the obvious decision was going to be made, too. If you had the easy button to press at that point in time, like sprinkler head pops up out of the field as Harris is jogging and boom, he trips, tears his Achilles. Here comes Garrett Cole.
Here comes the Secret Service escorting Cole out onto the field.
Yeah. Hey, that's
it covered, Houston, don't worry.
First time in 25 years they've used the bullpen cards.
AJ wasn't going to do it, but I stepped in. I knew what I was doing.
Boy, you guys I didn't realize y'all had such good Trump voices. That's
you were.
I don't really know why I decided to go Trump there in that situation.
That's good. That's good.
It's a good conversation, man.
All right. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. Got a lot to pick from. It was a big weekend. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Texans training camp is 3 weeks away.
ones who get it done.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
You are fake news.
The world of sports doesn't stop just because it's everyone else's weekend. Don't worry, H-Town. Clint, Ron, and T-Mill will get you up to speed. It's Weekend's Best and Weekend's Worst on The Drive.
Weekend's Best, Weekend's Worst. We had a weekend, y'all. We had a weekend. 4th of July fireworks wasn't the only fireworks happening. It was a lot going on. And although Weekend's Best, Weekend's Worst, it may venture off the field, it may venture off the pitch, it may venture off the diamond. You never know. Today, we're going to start with the worst. Bijani, I like to get the bad news out of the way immediately. I believe in just punching them in the nose. I don't want to sugarcoat them. I don't want to pat you on the ass. I don't want to make you feel good and then just push you off the cliff. I want to punch you square in the nose and then apologize, all right, with something good. So let's start with the weekend's worst, man. What you got? Weekend's worst.
Am I going first?
You're going first, Bijani.
I mean, can it get any worse than Brandon Ayuk calling out his at least potential, future teammate in Jaden Daniels, telling him to stop running behind his mama and that he doesn't believe anything that he's putting down? If you have not heard it, this is, again, how at least one of the latest Brandon Ayuk clips on social media sounded about Jaden Daniels.
Probably gonna text me talking about something. You on my team now. You follow my rules. Boy, I'm a grown-ass man, boy. You gonna have to start running behind your mama, and I might believe what you talking about. But until then,
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Brandon Ayuk is still technically a San Francisco 49er.
Yeah.
He's not yet been released.
He's got some things he needs to settle, I believe, before they're able to release him. But they're really not going to do him a favor by releasing him early either.
No, but whose team is he on?
Right.
You're on my team, he says. What the hell is going on here? If I'm the Washington Commanders, I'm looking twice at this dude from here on out. Out. Bye. We do not need you. I mean, you're trying to, build something there. You got a new OC, your quarterback's coming back healthy. You don't need these problems in your life if you're anybody associated with the Commanders.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Any coach that looks at that and goes, yeah, bring that to my team, and I'm not talking about just that video. I'm talking about the totality of what Brandon Ayuk is today. Anybody that says, yeah, I want some of that right there is desperate.
And put him on the same team, by the way, as Laramie Tunsil.
I mean, this is not even a guy, in my opinion, that you add. If you got a champ like New England, the New England Patriots needed a wide receiver, and it's one of the, now they don't, obviously, with A.J. Brown, but they were in like obvious need of wide receiver. I would say that the Texans were in need, maybe not obvious, but in need of an established wide receiver, kind of like when you got Diggs to come over.
Yeah.
This guy is poison. I would stay as far away from him as I possibly can, man. The totality of it, going after the GM now, even if it's tongue in cheek, going after the quarterback in this way, which I don't think it's tongue in cheek given the text message that you highlighted earlier from Jaden Daniels. It's now been deleted.
Enjoy retirement.
I mean, it just seems like he's on another planet, man. It just seems like there's no leading this guy. Clearly, he's not a leader, but he don't even know how to follow. So, yeah, man, I would stay as far away from him as I can. So, I agree. I don't know if we can get any worse than Brandon Ayuk. However, the approach that I'm going to take with my weekend's worst is a pretty simple one. I'm going to go this route, one, because he was bad, but two, because I don't know that I'll ever get a chance to make him my weekend's worst ever again. Guy's a pretty good baseball player.
I hope not.
And he's one of my favorite, and he's here in Houston. I got to go weekend's worst. I got to go Hunter Brown. We lose game one versus the Rays in a series where I think we all agree it was kind of a litmus test of what the Astros are going to be capable of doing. The Rays were hot. We're on an 8-game win streak, 9-game win streak by the time we got to Hunter Brown after beating the Astros in game one of the series. It was America's 250, big day, July 4th, Hunter Brown on the bump. We need a hell of a performance, see if we can't get game two so that we can still win the series. and the wheels completely come off Hunter Brown. Now, thanks to our other superstar, Yordan Alvarez, we were able to win that game. I think he had 6 RBIs in that game, 3 for 4, 6 RBIs.
Yeah.
Hit a walk-off bomb in the bottom of 9. So we did get the victory, but it had nothing to do with Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown lasted 4 innings, gave up 7 runs, 6 of which were earned runs. He walked 4 hitters, struck out only 3, and gave up 2 home runs. So I'm going to go my weekend's worst, Bijani. Again, not to pick on him, not to pile on him, but I just don't know that I'm going to get the opportunity to do it again. So I'm going to go with Houston ace Hunter Brown.
I think it's a really good one. It may be the obvious choice, to be honest with you, at least if you localize it, because not too much else went poorly. That was a stinker.
One thing to take the sting out of my weekend's worst is, as I mentioned, Yordan Alvarez had turned around and had what should be the weekend's best here.
He's my best.
Is he? Well, hell, take it over. You got it. This is my weekend. Why my weekend's worst didn't sting that much.
He was my best. If you want it, you can have it. I do have an honorable mention for best.
No, go ahead. You go ahead and run with it, man. I got mine.
Alvarez, as you mentioned, for the Astros on Saturday as part of that 10-8 victory. You know, you've said it, Yordan Alvarez, maybe single-handedly the reason why the Astros are even positioned the way that they are right now in the wild card and in their division. And hell, in the span of 2 series, they could be very well back to 500, and they might be in the damn lead in this division going into the All-Star break, and it's because of Yordan Alvarez, who on Saturday hit 2 dingers, his 28th and 29th of the season. He's 1 percentage point behind Yandy Diaz of the Tampa Bay Rays for the best batting average in the American League, which would give him the triple crown at the halfway mark, and he still might get it. If you missed it, here's how Yordan ended everybody's Saturday at Daikin.
Straightaway center. Did he do it? Did he do it? Yes, he did! Start the fireworks!
He does it every single time. And Yordan, we absolutely trust.
The MVP chant started tonight for the first time, and Yordan delivered a 6 RBI, 2 home run night.
If anybody gets to climb out of their own skin, it is Yordan Alvarez. I mean, he made Todd's voice crack right there. That was awesome.
Yeah,
and he's made a few of those calls in the last week alone.
Well, we're lucky to have this cat, man. Just from a fan's perspective, just from a entertainment value perspective, to have this guy at the plate every night. I said it earlier. We'll talk about it again later in the show. I mean, I just think the Astros are going to strike fear in any opponent if they can play well enough, which it looks like they're going to right now at least. If they can play well enough to get into the playoffs some way, shape, or form, I think they're going to scare the hell out of whoever their opponent is one way or another, because you've got this guy right here that pitchers are going to have to face. Managers are going to have to decide: do you pitch around him and not give him anything to hit, or do you give him a chance to change the game every time he comes to the plate? So he's on a historic run. Hopefully he can keep this thing up and really challenge for a triple crown and MVP. We shall see. Again, it's hard to one-up that best right there, especially here in Houston. But I'm going to go with that World Cup match last night. I haven't watched a ton of soccer in my time. I haven't watched a ton of World Cup soccer in my time. But I tell you now, if you're just a casual fan or if you just like sports, now's the time to start tuning in to the World Cup, because all of these games moving forward are going to be, obviously they're win or go home, but they are some hellacious matches. England at Mexico last night. England wins 3-2, which by the way, it's only the 3rd competitive for Mexico in Azteca Stadium, which Azteca Stadium was built in I can't read that, 66 or 56. Anyway, long ass time.
Yeah.
It's only the 3rd loss that Mexico's had in that stadium. But England goes to Mexico in I believe that's Mexico City, and Azteca Stadium beats Mexico and advances to the next round. So tip the cap to England, tip the cap to Mexico. The environment that was created down there was a really, really cool environment, man. It was one that, I mean, you're talking AFC Championship, Super Bowl type environment for the fans down there. So I got to go with weekend's best was that England-Mexico match last night.
Great one. Yeah, that's a great one. If I can put a cherry on top of the best of the weekend, Major League Baseball recognizing the best of the weekend in Yordan Alvarez. Okay. He was just named American League Player of the Week. Yordan, 10 for 23, a 435 average, 4 dingers, 11 ribs. If we could put this in further perspective, the National League Player of the Week, Otto Lopez, he went 14 for 28, so hit 500 with 8 extra base hits and 7 RBIs. If you would have taken the 6 RBIs and the 2 dingers away from Saturday's performance alone for Yordan,
right,
I think he still has a better week than the National League Player of the Week and Otto Lopez. The guy is just white, stinking hot. Yordan Alvarez, man. Yours. He is yours for now, the city of Houston's. Awesome.
Yep, that's it with that big fella in the middle of the lineup. Like I said, you've got you got a chance to make this thing dance a little bit. It's going to be fun watching them move forward to see if they can stay hot.
I did say I had an honorable mention, by the way.
Who'd you got?
If you don't mind. The honorable mention for the best of the weekend, it very well is Astros-centric, or at least could be down the road, because you got rid of, at least at the end of this Major League Baseball season, 3 of the stinkers at the bottom of the barrel in terms of umpires. C.B. Buckner, Laz Diaz, Brian Anora. 85th, 83rd, and 91st ranked respectively, according to being the worst at their jobs in Major League Baseball umpiring. They will accept buyouts at the end of the season and will retire. Will not be responsible for making horse bleep calls against your team anymore. So there you go.
Yeah, the
ABS wins, baby.
Yeah,
Let's
right.
Go.
that is. Look, I got a lot of respect for umpires and how and referees and how often they are right. But you're right. I mean, I'm a big fan of ABS, but you are right, boy. It exposes some. Yeah. It exposes some of these cats, unfortunately.
Maybe
but
nobody more than Buckner and Diaz over the last few years.
Right. Well, it's going to be better for the game if you get them cats up out of here. So we'll see. All right, we got an Astros starting lineup. Out with next on Dirty's Daily, but I got to give a big shout out to a local establishment that didn't pull the trigger on old Astro Granny's rig this weekend, and I need some help. I need kid-friendly vacations. I know this is going to come across as negative because I somehow poo-pooed Destin as a beach destination, but my July 4th vacation destinations have to change, y'all. Destinations have to change. 713-572-4610. I want you to get involved in this. Kid-friendly vacations. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I could draw a Ninja Turtle.
I bet you could.
Garfield, too.
Garfield.
prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Video games are the devil.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm coming up with a list, Tyler. You reminded me right there. Video games will forever be at the top. What objects, what things in the world are the devil? The video games are number one, no question about it. Number two, I'm going with loud pipes on trucks or motorcycles. The devil.
Oh, the old fart cannons.
The devil. I mean, I was jogging. I was getting a little jog run in on my vacay here, which is a big time accomplishment for your boy, given what the last 3 or 4 months how lazy I've been. I got noise canceling earbuds in, and a motorcycle, one of them crotch rockets blows by me, revving his engine, and scared the absolute hell out of me.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
I was hot.
Those things are crazy.
I grew up around the corner from a Harley Davidson shop. And so they would test drive their Harley Davidson around our block. And so all day, every day, it was them loud-ass pipes. And they were actually revving them for a reason because they were trying to see if the bike was running right. So but that has forever scarred me. Video games, loud pipes on trucks and motorcycles, the devil.
We need a top three. We need a strong number three.
I'm putting something together. I was talking to somebody this weekend, and it reminded me that at one point the reason I have 1 and 2 so entrenched in my mind is because I was putting it together at some point and let it fall by the wayside. But it's coming back, boys. It's coming back because that is we're going to come up with one. I know that Tyler's always amused by that, but damn it, I'm dead serious.
I just never met a fella with so much passion and hate for video games.
Well,
I like it.
It only grew with the smartphone because now you don't even have to go buy the console now, right? I mean, it's like you can do most of it right there on your phone, and you can just. I mean, you've got hell. I don't blame. I mean, half the setups that you see, I don't blame people for sitting in the dark all damn day long.
I think that's probably, correct me if I'm wrong, because you do work with the youth in coaching quarterbacks, right? And so you can understand and see the distractions that those things bring, right? And it contributes to the ADD.
Well, we don't have time to get into it right now, but it's definitely a segment at some point.
I felt the same way whenever I was coaching.
But man, today's Dirty's Daily is powered by Andretti Indoor Karting and Games over in Katy on the west side. Astro Granny wasn't able to get over here to work when I left for vacation on Thursday after the show.
Yeah,
and so I told Granny just to meet me on the west side over there. She parked in Andretti's parking lot, and
oh yeah.
I mean, she voiced her frustration this weekend. Wasn't happy about it. Thought the car was going to be gone. We wheeled into that parking lot today, boy. Her old gray mare, old gray Ford pickup truck sitting over there right where we left it.
Chilling.
Big appreciate y'all not towing that vehicle, man. Granny, I mean, one, I would have had to pay for it, but more importantly, Granny would have never let me hear the end of it.
Or stripping it down.
Oh,
man.
Well, no, I don't know that she would have minded if they'd have just stripped it down. She doesn't have any rims or anything on it. So if they'd have been desperate if they'd have stripped the old gray mare down. Now, I'm gonna tell you that was. I've come out and found my Tahoe sitting on blocks before in Nashville of all places. Of all the places that I lived playing ball, all over arena ball, all over the place. The one place where I walk outside of my truck sitting on blocks is Nashville. Too.
Well, it is the place, but it's like the car, right? So would you say you had a Tahoe?
I had a Tahoe on 22s before 22s were cool.
But those Chevy Tahoes, the GMCs, like if you got a Sierra, Denali, Tahoe, doesn't matter, Suburban.
Forget about it.
For some reason, yeah, they like those rims. They're really popular. I got in a wreck.
This wasn't factory. This was I got these from Galloway. He was fixing to trade a truck in with him. I said, JG, I got to have him.
That's even more understandable.
Yeah.
The hell, I had stock stuff, and I got in a wreck, and I took it to one of these collision places. It didn't last 24 hours before I got a call. Yep, somebody broke in and stole all your tires. I was like, what?
Bijani, mine wasn't even sitting on blocks. They took time. Mine was sitting on them chicken feet. Them little red three-legged jacks.
Oh, no way.
4 jacks. I had a Tahoe, big body Tahoe sitting on them little bitty old chicken feet. Boy, it looked like a pregnant hen sitting up there. I said, oh, man, they got me. I went back to bed and went and called my boy that owned the scrapyard, not scrapyard, but yeah, I guess it's a scrapyard. What do you call it? Junkyard?
Pick
where take all the cars when somebody tows? Tow yard. He owned a tow company.
Yeah.
I said, hey, man, I need you to send somebody over to Nashville and bring me some rims. He said, what you got? He said, I got some 24s. This is 24s, but this was, god dang, this was 18 years ago. This was 24s had just come out.
Oh, yeah.
He put me some shiny 24s on that Tahoe, got me back to Arkansas, baby. I greatly appreciate that. All right, 713-572-4610. I'm going to tell you, boys, I feel like I don't mind, as everybody knows listening to this show, I don't mind being the negative Nancy. I don't mind having a negative conversation. I think friction is fine. It's healthy. But I feel like following up my Destin take, Tyler, my I guess realization that the beach just isn't for me.
Going where the weather suits my clothes.
Yeah, and poo and Destin. Following that up with what I'm fixing to do, especially if people know how much I love the Hill Country, I may send them over the edge, man, with my negativity. I need some help, man. I need kid-friendly vacations. 7 Acre Ranch in Wimberley, Texas. I've been going. My dad went when he was little, and so growing up, we went every single year. The Blanco River is damn near dried up. I mean it's bad. And somebody bought 7 Acre Ranch and bought it from a Seekus family. Seekus family used to own it, and they did a hell of a job. They had a little something going on to entertain kids and family-friendly entertainment every night that you were there. Every night of the week there was something going on. The conductor on this little train that drives around, about a 15-minute train ride, had this story that he told, and it involved, all kind of hill country stuff and Native Indian stories and it was great deal, very entertaining, big part of my childhood. Whoever bought it has done away with every bit of that. So now that the river is about dried up and you can't go down there all day long, the uptown 7 Acre Ranch part is an absolute mess. I need some help. 572-4610. This is vacation time. It's vacation time of the year. Everybody out there listening is going on vacation somewhere. I'm not picking the beach unless my wife and my baby girls pick the beach. I'm not picking the beach anymore. And I love the Hill Country. I can go down there. I can go anywhere. I need family-friendly locations in the Hill Country, really anywhere. Recommendations to take the family on vacation. You got Tyler. I know you got a dog-friendly one, so I know. But you do enough. Them deep pockets you got. You do enough vacation. You'll be able to give me some spots.
We're in money.
There you go. What do you got? You got anything for me, Bijani?
I do. It's in the Hill Country.
Okay.
We went.
Doesn't have to be in the Hill Country, by the way. Well, I will venture out other places, but the Hill Country is a spot if I can find the right place. It's sexy now. I'm
on my father-in-law to go back, and he's on the whole beach thing and likes the beach houses and stuff like that. I don't like them. I like a lake. And we went to a place right off of Lake Travis called Lakeway Resort and Spa.
Okay.
And we went there, I bet you, for 5-6 straight years. Never wanted to come off it. He just wanted to change the pace. But that is the best, in my opinion, because it's kind of unto itself. It's in Lakeway, Texas, which is, kind of exploded like everything else. But that's on the main drag. You got to go deep into the neighborhood where there's a golf course, there's a spa, there's a resort, there's a marina, there's 3 on-site restaurants, and I mean they are, 4 out of 4 or 5 out of 5 stars, man. They're awesome. I love that place. Kid friendly. The pool's great for them. You can get a boat. They got a party boat with a slide, you can tube, jet ski, whatever you want. And I've never been there where it's been like super congested and I just felt like people were on top of me.
Yeah.
So I would say Lakeway Resort.
Lakeway Resort, and what lake is that on? Lake Travis?
Yeah, Lake Travis.
Okay, better pack better bring my wallet. Better invite Tyler to make sure he can pick up half of it.
You just said the Blanco River's like way down. Like we've gone at times in Lake Travis, the water had been way down. Like
it's fed by all those rivers up there. So they're unless the river is like the Comal is spring fed, so you get it maintains its level better than others. And it's dry too, but it maintains its level better than others. Obviously, the Guadalupe is fed by Canyon. At least the south, the Guadalupe South is fed by Canyon Lake, and so that's hit or miss. When Canyon Lake is really low, the river's low, but you can find spots. You can find spots. We've done Camp Finfo in the Hill Country. Mm-hmm. Now they're proud of them little tiny homes they got up there. They're real proud of them, but that's kid friendly. Getting that a lot on the text line. It looks like I may have to resort. I've been there. I've taken the kids there once before, so I may have to go out there. Tyler, you got any vacation spots around that you'd recommend?
Man, we don't have any go to that.
I know you do Aruba and Cancun and stuff. I'm talking about something.
Turks and Caicos, whatever.
Yeah, no big deal. That's big money. You can't hide it.
I mean, it's not going to go with you in the grave, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So
that's right. Wifey can make more of it.
Yes, that's absolutely fact, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. I got a shook. That is 100% fact. But no, I don't have one specific go-to. But man, anytime me and the wife have gone up to the Fredericksburg area up there in wine country,
yeah,
and we usually stay somewhere that's like an adults-only type of vibe. So sorry about the kiddos on that. It's not going to help you. But there's a lot of good places up there, and I love the wine country and the hill country for Texas. There's some good stuff.
Fredericksburg is coming. Did y'all know that the Texas wine country is the second most traveled wine country, only second to Napa? It's more.
Did not know that.
More folks visit there than Sonoma.
Huh.
How about that? I think Napa is the only one that is not ranked, but I guess slots higher in terms of visitors. I did not know that.
I wonder if there's a little something behind that, just because of how populated this area is and how close Fredericksburg actually is to heavily populated areas like Houston, Dallas. I think that probably has something to do with it. I've never been, so I can't speak to if it's good or not. You got a ton of recommendations on the text line, though. Waterloo on Lake Travis, Coach T from the 713 says. Horseshoe Bay outside of Marble Falls.
Okay.
Leisure Resort on the San Marcos. Says it's about 10 miles north of Luling. Great for the kids.
I tell you, I've speaking of that, I feel like I'm definitely a river rat, and I feel like I frequent the hill country more than most folks that I know, whether it was before I got married or now. I have really slept on the San Marcos River.
Yeah.
I mean, really slept river. It runs through Southwest. I guess what is it? Southwest Texas, Texas State now. It used to be Southwest Texas. They changed the name. It runs through the campus, and so I was always jealous of. My wife's got some friends that went there, and they would literally wear their bathing suits to class, and then afterwards go lay by the river, jump in the river. I mean, that would be heaven on earth. I would have gone to school there if I wouldn't have played ball. That was where I was headed if football wouldn't have worked out. But that's all I ever knew of the San Marcos River. But if you now with social media, with Instagram, everything, all these people that are documenting everything, you see all these different pockets and how it's the water level stays up. You can float it. There's decks sitting over the top of it with restaurants. I've really slept on the San Marcos River. I got to get down there.
Well, you better get after it. Now, you said it didn't have to be hill country or anything like that, right?
Didn't have to be. It didn't have to be. I would prefer it be something I can put my kids and my wife in the car and go. So it does need to be somewhere within inside of 4 hours is really good.
Y'all should go check out the Great Wolf Lodge, bro. Heard a lot of kiddos go there. I went there as a kid.
Is that they got one in Galveston or is that Dallas?
No, it's in Webster, right off of 45 South.
Oh, yeah, there's a newer one. It's not new, but yeah, that's not the one I went to as a kid. But yeah, that'd be your best bet,
well,
too.
713-572-4610. Keep them coming in. I greatly appreciate it. I'm going to we got to branch out and we go to the hill country a little bit, man. We wear out our welcome at my in-laws' house, and then 7 Acre Ranch just doesn't have. It was my brother, Hank, rest in peace. It was my brother's favorite place on earth, but it is but it's gotten, I can't handle it anymore. A little World Cup update. Americans USA, Team USA plays tonight. 7 o'clock kickoff in Seattle. 7 o'clock our time. 8 o'clock East Coast time, but 7 o'clock our time is that monster game. But this the first game today was Portugal-Spain, and it looks like it's over. Looks like Spain beat Portugal. Is that right? No, It's still rolling. No.
It's over. These are highlights now.
Okay, these are just highlights. Good gosh.
Ronaldo is eliminated.
The TV. I thought I saw him walking down back to the locker room a while ago, but I looked up and I saw that +6. I thought, oh hell! But Spain 1, Portugal 0. So Spain advances. Portugal goes home. I believe that was being played in Dallas.
Yes.
And so USA up next. USA is up next. Also, there is a report out of the president of FIFA has said he's heard the noise, and I'll find it and really break this thing down as we move forward. But the FIFA president is saying that basically, I'm paraphrasing here, he heard the noise, but he does want to let everybody know that there was an independent. It's an independent board ultimately that makes a decision on Balogun, the fact that he can play tonight, in them dismissing the appeal and allowing him to play tonight after saying that there was no avenue to make it happen. They found a way after the president called. There's a little bit of a follow-up of him just responding to a lot of the noise around the country.
It's pretty lengthy.
It's lengthy. So I don't want to read it. The gist of it is that he's not responsible for making the decision. It's an independent board that he doesn't have anything to do with that ultimately makes and made the decision, which I don't think anybody that saw it is blown away with the fact that it was dismissed. Given the kind of foul it was, I think what's sticking in some folks' craw is the fact that it should have, according to FIFA, immediately following the game, and U.S. Soccer immediately following the game, there was really no avenue for it to be appealed. And then the president calls, FIFA president gets involved, they appeal it, and it gets overturned. And so that's what's sticking in a lot of folks' craw. But nonetheless, I'm an American. I greatly appreciate the president making the phone call. I greatly appreciate the FIFA president picking up the phone and taking the call. And I love the fact that we're going to get to find out what this young, up-and-coming American United States team is all about and in World Cup. And we're not going to have to hope they can win shorthanded.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it.
Here's the real quick, the most important thing for me in this whole matter.
Yep, I couldn't read it while I was doing it, so tell me what you got.
It was actually addressed by the FIFA president. I asked you earlier, it was like, what would have been done if there was not a phone call placed by the president to the FIFA president? This is part of the response. Quote, during our conversation, I explained that there was an ongoing legal process involving FIFA's independent judicial bodies and that the case would be decided by the competent bodies. That is how FIFA's system works, and it is a principle that I will always uphold. That's just the brief part. And so that's the part that I was curious about, is if, Trump's going to take credit for this because he said he made a call, blah, 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 and it got overturned. Okay, if you wouldn't have made the call, what would have happened? Because I wasn't hearing anything that this thing was still being looked at and there was a decision to either uphold or reverse. Now it ultimately doesn't matter, and if you're one of those that, you don't want to do it like this, they should have just let the rule be what it was. Well, the FIFA president is literally telling you they were still going to look at it, and a decision was going to be made whether or not the president would have called.
As people know that listen, I just completely disagree. I mean, common sense at some point has to take over, and there's no way that you can cost a country. In this situation, a player of that caliber, any caliber, but that caliber in the World Cup. And you absolutely cannot, in my opinion, if you look at it from a personal perspective, hold that guy accountable for a bull jive penalty like that and cost him a game and a half in a World Cup. Chance of a lifetime, man. This guy, this is a chance of a lifetime. So I'm glad they reviewed it. It should have been reviewed. I think it was a bogus call from jump. Even more bogus when it was a no call on the field and then a red card in slow motion. So I'm here for it, man. Appreciate you, Prez, for making that phone call and making it happen. All right, the Astros, they are hot on the field. There's no doubt about that. Has it changed nearing the trade deadline? Recent report says it has. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, wow. For a second straight year, you
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Astros are hot, really hot of late, winning 6 of the last 7 series and putting themselves right back into the thick of things, at least in the American League. Couple games under 500 at this point. Game back, the wild card, couple games back in the division of the Mariners. I believe they're behind the Mariners and the Rangers, if memory serves me. But boy, they are hot right now. They just won a series versus the Rays, which is a many believe to be a litmus test, kind of where the Astros can land. Or are they just beating up on bad teams, or are they a team that could really make noise amongst the best that the American League has to offer? Well, they've made some noise. They, in this run of winning 6 of the last 7 series, one of those series was against the Guardians, who were hot at the time, and at least above 500. And the Rays were the hottest team, I believe, in the American League on a 8-game win streak when the series started. 1 game won versus the Astros, 9-game win streak. I believe they were the best team in the American League at the time, and the Astros took care of business. They dropped game 1, which was a low-scoring duel. Spencer Arrighetti needed a good outing and got a good outing. They lost that game, I believe. What was it, 3-1?
3-1.
It was a 1-1 ball game when I turned it on late, and then it kind of came unraveled in that late in the game. I believe they gave up a home run and then kind of a careless couple of runs. Lost 3. Arrighetti. Hunter Brown, then comes his start in the rotation, and the wheels come off of him after 4 innings. Gives up 7 runs, 6 earned. But the Astros bats came to play. Yordan Alvarez hits a bomb in the bottom of 9 to walk this thing off. Yordan Alvarez had 6 RBIs on America's birthday. Happy birthday, America, from Yordan Alvarez. He is having an unbelievable season, obviously. And then
Peter Lambert, baby.
Peter Lambert, man. He goes out and in Peter Lambert fashion pitches a jewel, pitches a gem, and it ends up Astros end up winning the series, taking 2 of 3. They're 27-19 since May 15. They're hot right now. They are back in the thick of things. And as I mentioned in the tease, Bijani, and nobody knows this better than you. I know you're up on it and you're on top of it. The Astros are hot. They've got back to, at least they're relevant at this point in time. And the trade deadline, we're inside a month of the trade deadline. So this is what we've talked about for a couple of weeks now, is good or bad. Let's hope the Astros go one direction where it's clear. Not talking about the boy band, Tyler. I'm talking about they go one direction or the other.
Nah, they suck, bro. I'm all in sync all day.
My bad. I didn't mean to disrespect
real ones.
you.
Oh, my gosh.
I didn't mean to disrespect
Innuendo
you.
with the boy bands.
Being dead serious, too.
But we asked the Astros go one direction or the other to give us a little bit of clarity on what the approach to the trade deadline should be, and they've done that, man. Like I said, they've 27-19 since 15, got back to relevance here in the American League, here definitely in the division. Sean, I think the big question is here now, and there are reports out there that, about how aggressive the Astros might or might not be at the trade deadline. But there are recent reports out there that they could be interested in a couple of big-time starters that are believed to be available at the trade deadline.
Tarek Skubals, the cream of the crop.
Yeah.
And Sonny Gray. I feel like Sonny Gray, who's like 36, 37 years old now, I believe. I feel like the Astros have been tied to him about 5 different times over the course of the last decade in his career. But he's 10-1 with a bad baseball team this year in the Boston Red Sox. 2.61 ERA. Sonny Gray's really good, and that one is actually one of the ones that make more sense to me. But ultimately, like, it's far less about Okay, who are the Astros potentially being linked to here? Skubal, Gray, Sandy Alcantara, like whoever. I don't care. We know the Astros need better starting pitching. We know they need help in the outfield, and we know we'd like to get another high leverage arm in the bullpen. I don't know that the Astros are going to get all three, but if you had to only get two, you'd probably choose starting pitching and a pertinent bat in the outfield. Ultimately, the question is, what is it going to take to make that happen?
Yeah, I mean, is any of this stuff you're talking about even doable for the Astros?
And that's the part that I don't know. You know, the conversation that I've heard the last couple of weeks and even had with Patrick at night on Area 45, it's wide-ranging. But here recently, when you throw Skubal's name out, right, that is, one, a rental. If you're the Astros, what are you giving up for an elite arm in the front of your rotation that is a rental, that is going to be here for 12, 13, 14 starts and beyond, maybe in the postseason? Who knows? What are you giving up? Don't talk to me about giving up guys like Peter Lambert and Jeremy Pena. What are you doing? If you're giving up things that you actually need for somebody that is better at one position, are you getting better? Are you really getting better? That's how I kind of perceive that. Okay, well, how else are you going to get Skubal? You don't have any top prospects? Well, everybody's got top prospects. It's beauty in the eye of the beholder. What do the Detroit Tigers see that would benefit them, to give up a guy like Tarek Skubal for maybe a lost season on their part? Do they care about your number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prospect on the farm system? I don't know. But if that's what it would take, if that's what it could take, yeah, I'm all in. Because you tell me the last time a prospect that the Astros gave up amounted to a hill of beans over the course of at least the last decade. I'm worried about dudes that are contributing here right now and that could contribute here and right now to help you get another World Series. A bunch of 19 and 20-year-olds in the farm system, I don't care about those guys right now. And if you're taking the very best of a bunch in a farm system to get one of the elite arms for 70 games for the rest of this season, I'm in. I'll do it. Yeah. But don't talk to me about giving up no Peter Lambert and Jeremy Pena and Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes. We could talk about giving up those guys if, in fact, you deem this a lost season and you're punting on it. But the Astros are a game out of the wild card. They're a game and a half out of the lead in the division right now. This is a rebirth of a season, I think, if we're having these conversations about Sonny Grays and Tarek Skubals.
Yeah, it is an interesting conversation to me because when I'm with you, when I started hearing the conversation about Pena and even Peter Lambert or, anybody that right now, if you subtract from this team to add to this team, you're not – I mean, I don't know that you're gaining much ground.
What are you really adding?
Yeah, I don't know that. I mean, I get it. You're adding an elite arm, but if it's a rental, then it doesn't make a whole lot of sense this year. Now, unfortunately, the Carlos Correa injury really puts you in a bad spot because if he were still healthy, if he were healthy and playing well, then I could see where you'd have that additional infielder that you could move and maybe bring in an arm and go that route. But where you are right now, that seems to me. Again, I'm just a casual fan. I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but it seems to me that it would be a little bit silly to move something right now that's producing for you to bring in something that you hope to produce for you. Even though it's the best arm in baseball, unless you plan on keeping him long term, I don't know that really helps.
I think Correa was that allowed you to go one or two ways. Yeah. If, in fact, this would turned out to be a lost season ahead of the deadline or a season in which you could really be significant buyers. Because if you had a healthy Carlos Correa, you could capitalize on the resurgence of Christian Walker.
Yeah.
Deal him. Paredes becomes your new first baseman. Correa plays third. Jeremy's at short. And what does Walker ultimately bring you? Probably not a frontline starter, but he might bring you a high leverage arm in the bullpen. He might give you a little bit of a bump in the outfield in terms of production, or at least something better than you've constantly experimented and failed with ultimately in Joey Loperfido and in Jake Myers, both of which you don't have to worry about for the time being because they're now AAAers.
Should the Rockets be entertaining trading their superstar Kevin Durant? Well, there's some reports out there that say they might. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Mocare.
seconds over.
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Sports Radio 610 presents
I want to be ninja. I can't stop.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm on the outside looking in, boys. I don't know what's the significance there with the music and Bijani. You got to let us know.
Oh my God!
Let us inside. Let us in. What happened?
I don't know. There's a lengthy backstory there.
Okay. Well, maybe not radio friendly. I didn't know if there was something you could.
Probably not radio friendly.
Okay, we'll have to talk about it at the break. We'll get to it. But
great video.
I tell you what is radio friendly is a little rocket talk. How about that? How about a Bijani bomb? How about that?
Rockets.
How about a Bijani bomb? It looks like, at least there's reports out there, that the Rockets maybe aren't aggressively pursuing a trade that involves Kevin Durant this offseason. However, they're not completely avoiding it. Kevin Durant could be
That's a good way to put that.
Could be on the move, Bijani. I know you've seen a little action, maybe a report somewhere along the way that's such.
Yeah, Brett Siegel of Clutch Point reported yesterday that Durant has had a desire to play alongside Cade Cunningham, who's obviously with the Pistons these days. And you just mentioned it. The Rockets, while they've not been reported to be, quote-unquote, shopping Durant, they've been willing to listen, apparently, on teams that are calling about his services, that they've not deemed him as one of the untouchables. If, in fact, there is a quote-unquote untouchable on this squad. If there is, some people might say it's Amen Thompson. Some people might say it's Alperen Şengün. You might have thought that, yeah, surely, of course it's going to be Kevin Durant. He hadn't even been a Rocket for, a calendar year yet.
Right.
Okay? Maybe it's him. Well, maybe not. Siegel said a couple of things here. One, according to the report, whether or not the Rockets look to continue their partnership with Durant is the big question at large, especially since they don't view him as an untouchable talent in trade talks on the roster. Houston viewed the opportunity to acquire Durant as a way to upgrade from Jalen Green and bridge the gaps in their lineup to contend in the West. But by no means was this addition viewed as a long-term commitment. Now, here's the thing. Have we totally forgotten already about the burner accounts and that drama that it started during the All-Star? Have we forgotten about that? Have we already kicked that under the rug? Because that could have very well have created somewhat of a divide, and it seems as though, if we're going to judge by wins and losses alone, that if nothing else, it kind of galvanized the Rockets immediately after that point. The Rockets played better basketball, they won more games, and it seemingly did not affect their on-court play. They won 50-plus games again this year. However, did they do that despite there being unrest in the Rockets locker room? I think that, too, is also the crux of this report in terms of why the Rockets are not viewing Durant as a quote-unquote untouchable.
Well, look, I don't think it's crazy that the Rockets would entertain trading him. I don't think it's crazy that they would even aggressively entertain trading him at this point in time. They've got to go one direction. You can't run it back. I mean, I hate the Marcus Smart ad and let's run this thing back. I mean, that can't be the plan for the Rockets. And on the other side of this thing, flip the coin. This cannot. We said it multiple times on the drive over the last couple of weeks. This cannot be what Kevin Durant signed up for.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Durant has to be miserable at this time in his career, the playing damn near every game during the season, and clearly the offensive minds on the bench for this team leave a lot to be desired. The basketball IQ for that young supporting cast that maybe if you watch from a distance ago maybe really impressed you, that basketball IQ has to leave a lot desired. If you're Kevin Durant and you're going to play for a couple of more years, is Houston really the place for you?
Well,
so I think to me this is not just a boy. Well, the Astros, the Rockets, are entertaining trading. I got to believe that Kevin Durant at some point probably has said, yeah, I wouldn't mind moving.
I think it's on the table. If you're just asking my opinion, I think trading Kevin Durant is on the table.
Sure, absolutely.
However, Kevin Durant is 37 years old, and how much more basketball does the guy actually have left in him? Does he have it in him to, want the maturation process to take place? He'd spent 3 years at Golden State, got a chip. Spent 3 years in Brooklyn, failed experiment. Spent 3 years in Phoenix, or maybe 2.5 years in Phoenix, I believe it was. Failed experiment. You're going to give him 1 year in Houston before you decide to call it quits at his age? Because you have to make a decision if you're Kevin Durant, in my opinion, and the Rockets too. Is that maturation process going to take place here, or is that going to begin somewhere else? Do you think you can catch lightning in a bottle if you're Kevin Durant and do that in Detroit with Cade Cunningham? Is that a team that is close enough in the Eastern Conference to rival the defending champion New York Knicks, to take on to see what the Boston Celtics, are trying to build back up again after jettisoning, Jaylen Brown? What can they do this year and beyond with Jason Tatum and that core up there? Is there a better path in the East than there exists in the West? I don't know the answer to those questions. To me, it's a really difficult question to answer if you're both the Rockets and Kevin Durant, and probably more difficult if you're Kevin Durant because you've been through so many failures since your last championship in Golden State.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think what you laid out before, again, from Kevin Durant's perspective, the failed attempt in Brooklyn, the failed attempt in Phoenix, and now you're a year into a failed attempt in Houston. I believe if I'm Kevin Durant, I'd be a whole hell of a lot more interested at this point than doing what LeBron's doing.
Yeah.
Teaming up with some old heads that got a really good coach that maybe you can support with some young talent and seeing if you can make a run and have a little fun. That's not happening here, man. It seems to me like a odd fit for Kevin Durant. If they're not going to make major moves in Houston, it seems like an odd fit for Kevin Durant. And when I say major moves, I mean that young core busting those guys up. I mean, obviously the head coach situation, that's not going to change. It just doesn't. If I'm Kevin Durant, I don't know that this is what I signed up for.
It feels like if you're doing that, though, there's a decision that you're making ahead of the fork in the road. Because if you bust that young nucleus up and a guys that are elder statesmen in this league, and Durant and Smart, and who knows if Fred VanVleet exists in this dynamic or not,
right.
But you're going to either go that direction or you're going to kind of keep, for the most part, this young nucleus together and have potential to be, one, flexible in winning over the course of maybe the next 5 to 7 years versus maybe only giving yourself a chance for the next 2, max 3 with an older team. That's kind of how I see it on the surface. I ultimately think, while all of these reports make you think about the possibilities, I still kind of believe that the Rockets are, quote-unquote, long for Durant, and Durant is long for the Rockets in terms of the length of his current contract, because there's no way that Durant and the Rockets agree to sign this deal, make this thing happen, and it be a championship or bust season in year one. We all thought that, but they never said that. And Rafael Stone doubled down on that at season's end. Well, this was never a championship or bust. We never operated like that. You never operated like that, because whenever you found out Fred VanVleet was going to be lost for the season and then Steven Adams goes down, you made zero attempt to improve this roster. The halfway point. You knew you needed a point guard. You didn't try to go get one. I mean, you could have got one on the cheap, gone out and got Spencer Dinwiddie, who said he wanted to be here, and it would have cost you nothing but dollars and cents. No players giving up nothing. He was a free agent. You didn't do that. And so you decided to, on this season that had a healthy Kevin Durant, play as good a basketball as he has in his 30s, it has to be more than just about this past year. It has to be about the length of the deal.
I mean, living in the rearview mirror of like, why did you make the Kevin Durant deal at this point? I think is really wasted time. I mean, the Kevin Durant deal was made. I don't know if it was made to win a championship in year one, but it was damn sure made with the expectations of a young group developing and giving you a chance, right? An organization that's going to your point, put you in position no matter what happens to have a chance. And so I think the evidence has changed over a year since Kevin Durant got here. I mean, let's be honest. You ain't nowhere close. I mean, they ain't nowhere. What we watched in the Western Conference Finals, and the NBA Finals, they're not even close. I mean, so you're. I mean, it's not a. Why did you make that move back then, and what did you expect in year one? And to me, it's a bigger. Like now, you've got experience in the building. This isn't just a gamble or roll of the dice anymore. You know exactly what you're dealing with. And unless you think Amen Thompson and Şengün are going to develop into these different level caliber players, different types of players, and develop a different skill set and play the game differently, I don't know how you could even think that this is a team that's going to compete for a championship after what we watched in the Western Conference Finals.
I agree with you there about them not being close. Like the Rockets are kind of cool enough to get invited to the Hot Chicks party, but they have no girl upstairs at the end of the night.
Correct.
That's how I'm kind of thinking about it. And okay, so what do you do to need to up your game to be able to give yourself an opportunity to kind of, finish the deal,
That's right.
so to speak. I don't know. I don't know what they need.
All right, we got 5 o'clock fire coming up next. We got World Cup updates. We've got Astros starting lineups. We got big news in Houston. That'll be next. 5 o'clock fire right here on The Drive.
It's gonna start a fire!
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I could draw a Ninja Turtle.
Restrictions apply.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, it is, and Sean Bijani is in for Ron the Show. Hughley, Tyler Milner's on the ones and twos. I am Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610 Houston's quick update on the World Cup. Spain beats Portugal 1-0 and moves on to the round of 8. Why does that matter? Well, because the winner of tonight's match, U.S.-Belgium, will move on to play Spain in that round of 8. So we know who the opponent is that awaits the USA in round of 8 if they can handle business tonight. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. versus Belgium. And here's the deal. It's the biggest story right now on the planet in sports. They're sprinkling in some Wimbledon. They're sprinkling in some different topics here. But the big one is the U.S. men's national team at the World Cup right now, and the fact that they will have one of their best players, striker, what do they call him? Flo Blah. What do they call him? Flo Bow. What was the nickname earlier?
Something like that.
No. Somebody ought to call him Flo Bow or something like that. I thought, who the hell are they talking about?
Do they say Flobo? Is that like the nickname?
If I had a name like Balogun, I believe I would just roll with it, even though B. Scott says it a little different. But like they were referring to him as Flo Bow, and I was like, no, I don't like it. I'm not a fan. But nonetheless,
I don't like it either.
Nonetheless,
bad.
He received a red card in the game versus Bosnia-Herzegovina last week, whenever that was. Missed the second half of that game, was supposed to miss their round of 16 game versus Belgium. The President of the United States made a phone call and may or may not have influenced the investigation and or the lack thereof at that point in time. And today we sit and one of our best players is back on the pitch, and he's going to be with Team USA tonight in this round of 16 game versus Belgium. Here's the President of the United States talking about what he actually did to try to make things right here for Team USA.
All I did, I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was two great athletes that crashed into each other and got entangled. That was not a guy punching somebody in the face or anything that, would be different. And I think it's a terrible, if they wouldn't allow, a top player, maybe the best, maybe among the best players on the team to play, I think it would had a big stain, and I related just that feel. I didn't tell him what to do. I can't tell him what to do, and I don't believe he made the decision. I think it was a committee that made the decision, and they made the right decision because, number one, it wasn't a foul, and you want to see a game with your best players.
They made the decision to allow Balogun to play. Obviously, Belgium appealed, and FIFA dismissed that appeal, and it is final. The star will play tonight for Team USA. Now, FIFA President Gianni Infantino he's heard the noise around the World Cup decision, and he's made a statement. And it's a long statement, but the basis of it is that it was an independent FIFA disciplinary committee that made the decision. He didn't have any influence over them, and this was ultimately the route they were going to take. So at the end of the day, obviously the President of the United States influenced this. But if you look back at the history of World Cup, and there's leaders of countries that have influenced matches throughout. In fact, I saw one recently. Keir Starmer, he had some interactions apparently before the Mexico-England game, which they were trying to move up because of the weather.
Yeah.
apparently he may have made some phone calls and spoke to some people about no, we're not going to move this game, and because that would give Mexico some kind of advantage. So I don't think it's completely out of the ordinary for leaders of countries to communicate with the FIFA president or the decision makers, throughout the FIFA World Cup. And so I know a lot of folks right now want to make it out to be like Donald Trump's the only one that's ever done that, or that he shouldn't have done that, or that they're going to root for Belgium because he did that and got the star player in. I think you're crazy.
You are fake news.
Well, I'm just here here for America, man. I mean, if I were president of the United States, and I get one of our players, one of our best players eligible to do it, I would pick the phone up and make that call. And as a fan, casual fan albeit, I greatly appreciate the president of the United States picking up the phone and making that phone call.
Here's the thing, though. If U.S. wins and advances tonight,
yes.
It's going to be a thing.
Sure, it's going to be a thing either way.
It will not die. It will not die. Well, I think it dies with USA's fate being sealed as, a loser tonight if, in fact, that happens.
Chance.
But what Trump said in his statement earlier today was like, well, if this wouldn't have happened, if we would have just let it go, he feels like it would have been a stain. For many people out there, what he did, or the fact that he even admitted to making a phone call to the FIFA president, that's going to be a stain, especially if U.S. advances. And that's just going to be the way it is, because people are going to want to believe what they want to believe at the end of the day. And this statement made by the FIFA president today isn't going to make a difference, because, again, people are going to believe what they want to believe. The president hit on everything that you just mentioned. Oh, yeah, I talk to head of state all the time. I talk to presidents of countries all the time, and about a variety of different rules and this, that, and the other thing. And there's committees, and this was going to be decided upon anyway if, in fact, the president wouldn't have made this phone call. Yeah. People don't care. They've decided what they're going to decide at this point in time.
Well, look, I mean, and everybody's fair to feel how they'll feel, have whatever opinion that you want to have. I just don't understand how a lot of folks talking about rooting for Belgium.
Crazy.
Because it's absolutely asinine. It's nuts. But nonetheless, that people land. I for one, again, I think the penalty, even the soccer gurus that say, oh, it's just part of the game, I think they're silly.
Yeah.
I mean, for a guy to miss this opportunity, for that individual player to miss this opportunity, for the team to have to try to win without him, and for us as fans to miss out on the opportunity of being whole during a round of 16 and have the opportunity to do something that's never happened for the U.S. in a World Cup, I think is plumb-ass silly for all of that to happen because you stepped on the back of somebody's ankle, and it went from a no call in regulation, in play, to a review red card suspension. I think that would have been a stain for us, and ultimately, I'll be honest with you, that's really all I give a rip about is United States. I mean, it would have been a stain to go on and not be able to see this thing through as a whole. And you look back and you go, boy, he stepped on somebody's ankle, and that's why he wasn't there. So either way it goes, U.S., Belgium, tonight, 7 o'clock kickoff. It's going to be a hell of a time. I know it's appointment television for me. I'm going to need Laney to go to bed quick tonight so I can catch most of the game.
History began on July 4th, 1776. Everything before that was a mistake.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Astros, they begin a 3-game series in Washington versus the Nationals. This is actually a 6-game road trip that they're going to be on here. I believe it's Washington and I believe Arlington for the Rangers.
Junk grabbers.
If that memory serves me. But 3-game series tonight in Washington, 5:45 first pitch coming in about 35 minutes. Tonight's probables, Mike Burrows. Homer Mike is on the bump tonight for the Stros.
The Burrow boxes.
Yeah, the Burrow boxes are up there. Here's the starting lineup. Jose Altuve. No Burrow boxes tonight, though, because they're in Washington. Jose Altuve is going to lead things off, hit batting second. Yordan Alvarez is DHing, batting second. Did I say Jose Altuve batting second? He's playing second. Yordan's DH in the 2-hole. Isaac Paredes is playing third base in the 3-hole. Christian Walker, Seawalk, is playing first base in the cleanup position. Lamont Wade Jr. didn't take him long to get back in that 5-hole. He's in left field. Cam Smith is in right field. Yainer Diaz is catching. Braden Shoemack. Is back in the bigs. He'll be starting at shortstop tonight. Bryce Matthews will be playing center field tonight. How do y'all feel about Bryce in the outfield? It turns me on a bit.
I mean, I like him. This is the first time he's played meaningful center field in his life, right? Never mind doing it for a major league club. I think he's held his own out there for the most part.
I'm not overly familiar with Lamont Wade Jr. beyond the name. I think we've obviously seen him play a tad bit here, but it's such a small sample size. But when I look at Cam Smith in right field and Bryce Matthews in center, I know they may be a little bit raw, and we may see some flaws in their game from time to time, but both of those guys in the outfield defensively turn me on with what they bring to the table. There's flashes of really good, and so I'm here to see more of it. Bryce Matthews is batting ninth in center field, and as I mentioned, Mike Burrows will be on the bump. How do you feel? We hadn't gotten your take. Mike Burrows is not I tried to stick in there with him here on the drive. I was the last man standing on the drive. I tried to stick in here with Mike, but he even pushed me over the ledge a little bit. Not a big Mike Burrows fan here on the drive typically. What about you? What says you, Sean Bijani?
Well, I mean, hell, if you think about it, we've been in and out on anybody not named Hunter Brown this season that has started games for the Astros.
Yeah.
And with Arrighetti turning it around this last start, Peter Lambert turning it around in his last start, Tatsuya Imai, not so much. I would say the overall sample size of Imai is maybe trending up, in the last 5 or 6 starts.
Yeah.
Give Burrows an opportunity, tonight, because he's coming off of a gem in that game that the Astros won at Toronto, that 2-hit, 1-run ball game in 6 innings. He had a stinker of a first inning against the Twins the last time out, but he put it together the final 4 innings. So if he can build off of that, take that into the night, let's just see. We're all fans of these guys. We all need them to succeed. The Astros need him to succeed more than anything else, because if, in fact, this roller coaster continues with Burrows and Burrows alone, again, there's not too many other guys you can hang your hat on besides Hunter Brown, and he's even coming off of a stinker, too.
Well, you've got more inconsistencies, coming. I mean, obviously, we don't know what's going to happen. You've got some guys. We don't know what's going to end up going to happen with Christian Javier. You've got a couple of other guys that I saw coming up. Who's Wisniewski, obviously is pitching, and getting his pitch count up a little bit. But you got some guys that are coming that are at the very least would be expected to be as inconsistent as MI has been.
Blanco, too.
Yeah, that's right, Blanco. I knew there was one more I was forgetting.
Tomorrow's a big day to watch at Sugarland, because Pena is going to start his minor league rehab assignment on the for the same team, same night, same game that Lance McCullers going to start, and Blanco's going to be coming out of the pen tomorrow, too. So if you're missing your Astros, missing baseball because they're in Washington, go out to Sugarland and you get the chance to see Pena, McCullers, and Blanco tomorrow night.
Pena in a minor league game. Help me make sense of that. I don't
Why
care.
Is he different than Jordan? When Jordan needs rehab, he does it with a big club.
Yeah, but not. I mean, he ain't been gone. How long's Pena been gone? A week?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, I don't know. If he's healthy enough to give it a go, let's give it a go. If it's 2 at bats, let's give it a go. And with the Astros, I'm
kind of with you. The last time he did a rehab game down there for minor league club, he almost died twice. You remember? He got trampled at second base and he got hit on some part of his body at the plate, and it was just like, all right, get this dude out of there, because if you're going to put him through that in the minor leagues, give him a go with the big dogs.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand the build-up, and I guess I understand the just getting reps, and you whole of in the environment maybe there than you do in a true big league game that you're trying to go win.
Right, treat it like a rest day. Bring him off the bench.
And I look, when he's gone a month or 6 weeks or something, I understand it. But boy, just when he's only been out a handful of days, it just makes. It's weird and it's what was his deal? A hamstring, wasn't it?
Or was it no, he's had a hamstring before. I think it was a calf discomfort this time.
Yeah. It was calf discomfort, which that always scares me too. Thanks, Durant. I appreciate that.
Yeah, right.
Also on the Astros front, Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez was named AL Player of the Week. I guess no surprise. He was also voted as a starter in the All-Star game. No surprise to me. Obviously, Sean, Yordan Alvarez having a monster year.
Monster. Love that dude. It's fun to watch. Hopefully he's got another 70-some-odd games left in him and beyond this season of this kind of production. There's no question that the Astros would not be positioned where they are right now with a chance to do something, if not for Yordan Alvarez. Well-deserved Player of the Week honors.
He's big as hell.
5 o'clock fire.
DeMar DeRozan has been waived by the Kings. He hits free agency. Is this somebody in your mind, Bijani, that may be of interest when it comes to the Rockets? I mean, I'm 37 years old, but he has continued to be one of the more reliable players. Last year, averaged 18.4 points, nearly 50% shooting for the Kings. Obviously, the Rockets need shooting. Is DeMar DeRozan somebody that may pique the interest of the brass over with the Rockets?
I mean, maybe. I would have to say it should be on the table. Here's the problem now, though. DeMar DeRozan becomes one of the top available free agents on the market right now because the Kings waive him. And if, in fact, this LeBron James Golden State Warrior situation does not come to fruition, which I don't know that it will, DeMar DeRozan probably going to be a viable backup if the Warriors decide to go that route. If DeRozan and the Rockets did have a mutual interest, I'd be very interested to see how they make that work, like lineup-wise, because you go from last year, starved at the guard position to now having Fred VanVleet, Reed Shepherd, Marcus Smart, and inserted DeMar DeRozan. Does DeMar DeRozan assume a 3 in a potential Rockets role? I don't know how that whole thing works out, but you could do a hell of a lot worse for a 37-year-old guy that has been one of the most durable in the NBA during his career, who also gets buckets in clutch moments of games like DeMar DeRozan does. That's kind of the guy that you thought you were getting in Kevin Durant this past season, and he left much to be desired, obviously.
Well, I mean, when it comes to, again, casual fan take here, when it comes to veteran that's still playing at a high level, that piques my interest. I know he would be expensive, but that
he's going to be cheaper, I think, than what you're paying Kevin Durant.
Well, relatively speaking, right? But I mean, that to me, that just piques my interest because I think we've got enough young, raw, unproven, inconsistent. Like you've got enough of that just point in time. How can you make those guys better? And if Kevin Durant is going to be a show up and be me guy, and I'm going to be who I've always been, and I'm going to take care of my business, and I'm going to produce, but maybe isn't the best developer of young guys, how can you surround them with more veterans, especially if Fred VanVleet's knee that exploded is not what we thought it potentially could have been.
Yeah.
We shall see. Going to be an interesting offseason moving forward with the Rockets. All right, let's talk Astros. The last series with the Rays, Bijani, was one that, boy, we all talked about it, man. Are the Astros for real, or are they just beating up on teams that are sub 500? Can the Astros keep up with the Rays? Can the Astros do enough in the 5 or 6 series leading up to the Rays to get the momentum and roll into that Rays series, right? They took the series, winning 2 of 3. They stayed hot. They competed with one of the best in Major League Baseball. What does that mean? Are the Astros for real? What is the path to continuing this level of success as the season rolls forward? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
You don't get a lot of pure sex when it comes to your teases.
Sports Radio 6. Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron the Show Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in, and Tyler Milner's on the ones and twos. These Astros, they are set first pitch in about 20 minutes. 5:45 first pitch. In Washington, Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Isaac Paredes, Seawalk, Lamont Wade Jr., Cam Smith, Yainer Diaz, Braden Shoemake, Bryce Matthews is the lineup. Mike Burrows, Homer Mike.
Burrowhead.
Yeah, that guy right there. He is on the bump again. I'm sure Ron the Show Hughley is posted up somewhere having a few drinks, getting ready for Burrow's big performance here.
Hold on, Joe.
We'll see if he can hang on to the rotation, Bijani. Although right now I don't think anybody's beating down his door to take it from him. Right?
No.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
You hope it's Blanco. You hope it's McCullers, but hope is hope.
Well, yeah. I mean, the interesting one is Christian Javier. The putting him in the bullpen is. I mean, not that you don't need that piece, but that's the interesting move there. Is that for good? Is that something that you could see turning into maybe a competition for a starter in this rotation if the wheels come off?
Me and PC talked about this last week. That's kind of an interesting play by the Astros in moving Javier to the bullpen, because that might be sort of like a trial run in terms of maybe this is a guy that you can get some meaningful quality long relief innings out of.
Yeah.
Who have you been getting that from? AJ Blueball. The report last week, I think it was Chandler Rome that had it, where he'd said Astros are fielding calls about members of their bullpen. AJ Blueball maybe being one of the most valuable one of those guys in said pen. If the Astros considered moving AJ Blueball for something, maybe outfield help, another bat, something like that, as part of a package maybe too, well, what are you really missing if, in fact, Christian Javier could step up and assume that role as well?
Well, that makes it make sense. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it, it would make it make sense if that were something that was on the table for the Astros moving forward. So we'll keep an eye on that and see what they do. Tonight will go a long way for Mike Burrow if he can straighten things out and maybe just not give up a bomb in the first couple innings, huh, T?
Yeah,
I mean that
nice.
would.
Knock on
would be nice. Homer Mike. I want to look in the rearview mirror. I'm not a big rearview mirror guy, but I do want to look in the rearview mirror real quick with you, Bijani, because we spent a lot of time. I know I did. I had it was a 19 game stretch leading up to that Rays series.
Mm-hmm.
It was a 19 game stretch where I felt like 16 of the 19 games were gettable games for the Astros if they just played Astro baseball.
Yeah.
All things considered. I mean, I think the Guardians were the only team at the time that I made the comment that was above 500 in that 19-game span, right?
Yeah,
so that was the three games that I didn't want to give the Astros as being gettable at the time because they were really struggling and the Guardians were playing good baseball. However, they go and get 2 of 3 from the Guardians, so they outdid it. But anyway, that run of games, They were absolutely tremendous. We couldn't have asked for any more. They literally rattled off 5 straight series wins. They dropped a series going into the Rays series, but they were able to really enter the Rays series pretty hot. And they end up winning that series. But a lot of us talked about coming up, hey, man, the Rays series is the one to keep the eye on. The Rays series is going to be the litmus test, if you will. The Rays series is going to let us know, are the Astros just playing bully ball and beating up on sub-500 teams, or can they really get on the diamond in a 3-game series, be the better baseball team against one of the best that Major League Baseball has at the time? And they answered that bell. They took 2 of 3 from the Rays, and they took 2 of 3 from the with the wheels coming off of Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
Right? So that even, as you look through this thing, you didn't put your best foot forward, to be honest with you, because Hunter Brown, the wheels came off, and you still took 2 of 3, right? And so
without maybe your second best bat in the lineup too, because you hadn't had Jeremy Payne.
Yeah, Yeah, fair. Good point. But that series win for you, Bijani, I know we talked a lot. Where I want to go with it, we talked a lot about that series coming into it. The Astros go in there, and although it wasn't as planned, they end up taking 2 of 3. How big of a series win was that for the Astros, and how big in your mind of a series win was that as we move forward and view the Astros as a contender, as a one of the better teams in baseball?
I don't know how you could say it was bigger than what you just made it out to be. It was a litmus test, and it was more evidence that this ball club is worthy of being made better ahead of the deadline. How many of these teams, that are middling right now, that are just kind of playing around like Minnesota, they're kind of hanging around, and maybe they're proven to be, more of a buyer ahead of the deadline too. But, you got a lot of middling ball clubs like Seattle and Texas and so on and so forth in the American League, to say the least. And maybe their fates will be sealed over the course of the next 3 weeks ahead of said deadline. But I bring it up because the Astros sample size, you mentioned it, over the course of the past month plus, they've won more games than anybody else in the American League during the stretch. And so proof enough that they've done that without even ever being fully whole at any one point in time. Never mind, Jeremy Pena being out. Jeremy Pena's been out like 3 different times this year. They're doing it without Carlos Correa. They're doing it sputtering with, the starting rotation. You don't know who's who you can hang your hat on. Never mind the struggles over that time in the bullpen that is now seemingly solidified, and you feel pretty good about your 7, 8, 9 in Okert, King, and Hader on any given night, right? And so,
boy, for Abreu not to be in the middle of that is painful.
It's a shame, isn't it? Right? And so don't go holding your breath either that he will be. But I think the Astros have proven to themselves, to Jim Crane, that this is a team that is worthy of being invested in still. And so I think for that reason, that is something to watch out for. Now, ultimately, could it wind up being, for the lack of a better term, like fool's gold? Like, hey, you invest, you make some better than marginal moves ahead of the deadline, but ultimately, the Astros still fall short in the postseason. Well, you got to get there. And I think still the ultimate goal is to get there, because the resilience that this team has showed and the ability to, I think, optimize an elite season like Yordan Alvarez is having, you owe it to yourself to do that.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Yordan Alvarez, because that's the other takeaway from this is just overall as a team, you beat a good team in the Rays, but I think Yordan Alvarez just does it again. He just continues to do it in big clutch moments. I mean, the walk-off in the bottom of the ninth is absolutely ridiculously clutch. Right? You're going to get that. But I think my takeaway is against one of the best teams that the league has to offer, Yordan Alvarez goes out there and damn near single-handedly beats him in a game where the wheels come off of Hunter Brown. Like that is, as long as you got Yordan Alvarez healthy, that is precisely why you may not be the favorite in series in the playoffs, but you're going to scare the hell out of people, because Yordan Alvarez is more than likely going to get you a couple of games in a series. He's going to make it hard for the opponent to beat you. He can get you a couple of games. That's the kind of season that he's having. And so the Yordan Alvarez, as if anybody needed a reminder, but definitely it was a reminder against the best that the league had to offer right now, he goes out there and single-handedly wins one game.
Yeah, no, you did it with 2 of your cornerstones, one on their game that night and the other one not.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown being the one that is not. And your third, maybe Jeremy Pena, not there.
Yeah.
Okay, he's injured right now. And so I think the Astros, they've put themselves in position because Yordan's having the season that he is right now to be able to get some games that you're maybe not supposed to.
Yeah.
A game like that where you can win 10-8, how many of those 10-8 ball games were they losing earlier this year when you were getting that type of starting pitching performance when Hunter was hurt from Mike Burrows and Tatsuya Imai and Christian Javier? I mean, you had to figure out ways to manufacture runs. You had to figure out ways to just hang around and give yourself a chance in the 8th or 9th inning, which is exactly what they did on Saturday. You get healthy, bring back up and you can kind of, get stronger, healthier with McCullers coming back and Blanco coming back, and never mind Hayden Wisniewski. We'll see what happens there. But main thing is you get Brown rolling, Arrighetti rolling, Mike Burrows maybe he's figuring some stuff out.
Peter Lambert, baby.
Peter Lambert, he's kind of been a steady force in the back end of the rotation, maybe middle part of the rotation, however you qualify it. But this team, to me, what that series meant was that this team is investable going forward. You have 3 weeks to prove otherwise.
Yeah.
As of right now, they're very investable to see what you can accomplish the final 70-some-odd games of the season.
Big weekend for the Stros, solid weekend for the Stros. First pitch in Washington in less than 10 minutes, 5:45. First pitch in Washington. Mike Burrows on the bump, and we'll see. We'll see if the Astros can stay hot. We'll see if the Astros flirting with 500, boys. Flirting with 500. I didn't think we'd be talking about that before the All-Star break, but they're flirting with 500. And I'm not talking about just a hot streak right now and playing good baseball over the last month. I'm talking about the overall record. So stay tuned in. Let's see what the Stros can get done tonight. All right, the United States World Cup action tonight versus Belgium. Just in time for me to get home and catch that kickoff. Big news on the World Cup front. Fascinating story behind how it all happened. We'll cover that for you in this next segment leading up to this big World Cup game. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Texans.
And outside, tender steak inside, served with peppery gravy, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, and a biscuit. At last, the Colonel and beef buried the hatchet in gravy. Get the $4.99 country fried steak Wednesdays for a limited time only at KFC.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax, tip, and fees extra.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Got to be e-socking me.
All down. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths that the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
That's right. People, Clint, Bijani. If you didn't know, our guy Sean Bijani's in for Ron, the show Hughley today on the drive on a Monday. We have a big sports night. Big sports night for a Monday. So why not bet on all of it? Kind of like last week, we got a smorgasbord here. I got 2 MLB bets for the people along with 1 bet in action for USA and Belgium tonight as USA looks to win or go home. Backs against the wall, got to win this one. So the first 2 bets for the people tonight, the Drive family. First, your Astros in action any minute now, so you want to get this one in if you do want to tail. Paredes, Isaac Paredes, he has been hot. Hits in 8 of the last 10 Astros games, and he has success in his career against a starting arm tonight for the Nationals. Take Paredes over 1.5 total bases. Gets a double, he puts money in your pocket. Paredes over 1.5 total bases. Next, your second baseball bet for Monday night. Mets at the Braves. This one being at Truist is a very pitcher-friendly ballpark. I'm on under 9 runs. All on the mound in this game. I don't think a lot of runs are going to be scored. So under 9 between the New York Mets and Atlanta Braves. And then your bonus bet, your soccer bet, your football bet for tonight.
Come on.
These colors don't run, people. These colors do not run. Bet the red, white, and blue to win it in regulation. That's the key here. I got odds at -130 for the USA to win in regulation against Belgium tonight. That means they got to win at the end of stoppage time after 90 minutes. No PKs, no extra period, none of that. Win it in the regular time of the game tonight for the USA and put some money in your pocket at -130 odds. Let's go.
You got room for your boy?
I do.
And for a couple?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been winning a lot lately.
I feel really good about the USA tonight. I feel really, really good about the USA tonight. Fully loaded. Everybody's ready to rock and roll. Thank you, President Trump, for making that happen. I like the USA bet. I'm going to ride with you on that one. And then I'm going to tell you, boys, beyond Yordan Alvarez, the most confident I am in an Astros hitter right now, other than Yordan Alvarez, is Isaac Paredes. I'm high on Seawalk now. He's having a good year. I like it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel, and I'm talking about just my personal gut feeling. I'm not talking about what the batting average or the OPS or what this or that will tell you. I'm talking about going up there and give me a quality at bat in a critical situation. Down 1 in the 9th, you need to get a runner on to get the tying run on. I want Isaac Paredes at the plate, right? Got a runner at second. I want a guy that can spray the ball, hit the ball where it's pitched, and give me a chance to advance the runner or maybe even score a run. Isaac Paredes is the guy. Not named Yordan Alvarez. Give me Isaac Paredes. I'll take him over a base and a half.
Or just a guy to keep a rally going because he can work a walk as well.
Give me the scenario, Bijani. Other than Yordan Alvarez, I'm most confident in Isaac.
Well, the guy's not going to be playing for the Astros tonight, but the next one, Jeremy Pena. The way Pena has been going before his injury, I trust Pena in a big spot as well.
Fair. I'm still Isaac guy, but I feel you.
But I'm with you. Hey, look, a guy that's going to get on base, 36, 37% of the time like Isaac does. Because he's going to have a good at-bat. Whether he puts the ball in play or not, the fact that he can work a walk with the best of them, I like that. That's the best one. For me, I'd roll with the Isaac Paredes. I have to be honest with you. I am not confident because it's soccer, and I don't follow it but once every 4 years. I am not confident, or I'm not confident in the U.S. and Belgium game tonight. I just want to see a good ball game.
Okay.
So there's that. Now, as far as the under 9 runs with Peralta being on the mound in that Mets and Braves game, I'll roll with you there. That would be my number 2. And then a distant third is U.S. and Belgium.
I'm going USA.
I'm a little scary.
I'm going USA.
A little scary.
Belgium's getting older. U.S. is getting younger. That young U.S. team is gaining momentum. Now, all of a sudden, you get this right before the game starts, you get this major boost that Flo Balogun is going to be. It's got USA written all over.
Is there
man.
a chance? Is there a chance that Belgium could be really nasty in this game tonight?
They can be nasty as they want. They're going to get their ass whooped by the United States, man. By the way, a little World Cup action a little earlier. Spain beat Portugal 1-0, which that sets the table for the winner of USA-Belgium will move on and play Spain in the round of 8. So, tonight you're playing for you punch your ticket to round of 8, and when you get there, Spain will be waiting on you. How good is the United States this year in World Cup? I think you're fixing to find out. You're going to get challenged by Belgium, and then obviously with Spain waiting in the wings. Real quick, if this is the biggest sports story that on the planet, if we're being honest right now, with World Cup going on, Flo Balogun, I'll go ahead and say I think he's the best player, most important player for the USA team. He was given a red card, which meant he was out for the second half of the Bosnia-Herzegovina game, and he was had a 1-game ban in World Cup play, which would mean that he would have to miss this game. Now, immediately following that game, FIFA and U.S. Soccer both, and I'm speculating. I'm just not speculating, but I'm paraphrasing here. Mm-hmm. They both said, look, the appeal. There's no avenue to appeal. We're not going to appeal. So the thought was, hey, this is set in stone. The Americans, USA, is going to have to play the next game without their best player. Well, I think myself and many others thought he literally accidentally stepped on a guy's ankle, and he's got to miss an entire game. It was bad enough he had to play shorthanded. He had to miss half the game. Now he's going to have to miss the entire game in the round of 16 versus Belgium. Well, as we're finding out, it's pretty common. World leaders calling FIFA and for one reason or another, communicating with FIFA president for one reason or another is not uncommon. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump picks up the phone. Calls the FIFA president and says, just voices his opinion of how egregious the no call, then the red card call, the shift and all that, how egregious it is, the call and everything in between, how it happened, and the penalty was investigated, it was reviewed, and now, thank the good Lord, the USA is whole, and Balogun is going to play tonight, and we're going to see the best that the United States has to offer. Here is President Trump explaining what he did to kind of trigger this action.
All I did, I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was 2 great athletes that crashed into each other and got entangled. That was not a guy punching somebody in the face or anything that, would be different. And I think it's a terrible, if they wouldn't allow, a top player, maybe the best, maybe among the best players on the team to play, I think it would have had a big stain. And I related just that feel. I didn't know what to do, and I don't believe he made the decision. I think it was a committee that made the decision, and they made the right decision because, number one, it wasn't a foul, and you want to see a game with your best players.
I agree with you, President Trump. I want to see the game with the best players. I want to see what the best that Belgium has to offer. I want to see the best that the United States has to offer. I think what would have been a crying ass shame here is if they'd have let it stand and then you've got to go play. The U.S. has to go play short one player and then that player misses the opportunity to do something that's never been done in U.S. history. I disagree. Even after we talked about it a little earlier, Sean, I disagree that this is going to be a major stain on whatever success the United States has moved. Now, I think it's going to be a talking point simply because Trump's involved. But definitely, the reality of this is anybody that watched it, anybody that gives a rip, even the casuals like myself, you watch that and you realize it would have been a crying shame. Whatever the outcome is of the next game, it would have been a crying shame that this kid was not able to play beyond the half that he was already suspended for last week. It just for the crime did not fit the punishment.
Now, the FIFA president, you just kind of paraphrased a little bit of his very lengthy statement that he put out earlier today, because he had heard the noise, about come on, how are you going to listen to the president of the United States? And, just all of a sudden just turn this whole thing around. And he went through, kind of what the protocol is, that this thing was going to be decided upon still anyway, regardless of a phone call. That's at least what I perceive from it. I wonder if President Trump, because I'm sure he too in his camp has heard the noise about come on, you come into the U.S.'s rescue, you could have let it just play out. You got to get in the way, and now you're taking credit for all this stuff. 2 words really is if I'm Trump's PR staff. Remember Lethal Weapon 2? You ever seen Lethal Weapon?
I have, but I don't recall what line you're going to use.
All right, Lethal Weapon 2. It was the foreign guy, and he's like, diplomatic immunity, and then Danny Glover's character was like, it's just been revoked, that kind of thing. I would say if I'm President Trump,